This is an amazing thing, but I can't yet let thoughts like that slacken my focus. I may have taken them all out of the fight, but I have yet to actually kill them all. Below me, so many monkeys have been caught in my webs that it's actually a huge pain to try to count them all. Bundled up in there with them is the conspicuous form of the one surviving giant monkey. That last giant monkey is still trying to rip itself free. Realistically, it can apply more force than my silk can handle. It's not going to give way immediately, but if I leave it alone for a while, it'll eventually break out. For now, whenever it's looked like it was getting close, I've added more silk to make sure that it stays put. I had to keep the giant monkey still while I was intercepting the other monkeys. This turned out to be way harder than I had expected. I'm glad I didn't let myself relax after I had defeated the first two giant monkeys. Keeping this thing restrained took way more of my strength than I could have imagined, and now my mana and stamina have both been exhausted. I haven't finished it off yet. Ultimately, it's still alive because I haven't yet had enough spare time to actually kill it. With the rest of the monkeys still coming, I didn't really have any time to devote to it. On top of that, it's stuck on the route the rest of the monkeys were using to get to me. If I wanted to slay the giant monkey, I'd have to get closer to the rest of them, and that kind of suicidal action is something I simply cannot do. My biggest fear was that the regular monkeys would try to help the giant monkey escape from its bindings. It's definitely possible that the giant monkey could break its way out of my webs if it had assistance from the other monkeys, so I was really concerned. Unexpectedly, they didn't do it. These monkeys, who have been suicidally ruthless in pursuing whatever path it took to come and kill me, somehow decided not to free the giant monkey, even though it would have been the most effective strategy. I'm super relieved, but I have no idea why they act like they do. Well, I say that, but really, I have no idea why they were even attacking me in the first place. I don't think they thought of me as food, so I really have no idea why they'd attack me like that. The only thing I can think of is that maybe they showed up to avenge the one monkey I'd killed a little while ago. But to go this far to do that? Nah. Even if I keep thinking about it, it's no use. I just can't understand how a monster thinks. First things first, I finish off the giant monkey. As you might expect, I'm not nearly brave enough to approach such a dangerous creature so that I can attack it with my fangs. Instead, I did what I'd done with the other two, got above it, and used poison synthesis to pour spider venom down its throat. The monkey, after swallowing 2 shots worth, goes limp and lifeless. Now that the biggest threat has been dealt with, I go and finish off the rest of the monkeys, one by one with my poison fang. Poison fang does cost a little stamina with every use, but I'm not really worried at the moment. The cost is extremely low, and I don't think I've ever managed to run completely out of stamina before. But seriously, there are too many monkeys. Even Poison Fang is going to run out before all of those monkeys can die. I didn't really have a choice, so I stopped for a moment halfway through to eat one of the monkeys and regain a little stamina. Even though they can't move at all, the monkeys still try to intimidate me whenever I approach. Their shrieks seem to have a little bit of fear mixed in there, but I don't really care. Hey, you guys! You were the ones who picked a fight with me. At least be prepared to die for it. Don't start crying when it's your time to die. So, paying them no mind, I finish the rest of them off. Requirements have been met, you have earned the title, and have been awarded the skills Corruption Magic, LV1, and Corruption Resistance, LV1. Your new skill, Can Corruption Magic, LV1, has been integrated with your existing skill. Looks like I got a title. Another dangerous sounding one at that. This is the second one that's given me corruption magic, huh? I can't help but express my dissatisfaction here. I'm not evil, I swear. Well, for now, let's wait to look at these new skills. I leveled up a ton during that fight, and I wasn't able to take the time to check my new skills then either. Once I have some free time, I'll sit down and examine them all. Experience requirements met. Small Taratect. You have grown from level 9 to level 10. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from leveling up. Your skill, Synthesis, LV2, skill has been raised to level 3. Your skill, and throwing, LV2, has been raised to level 3, and your skill, and mana pool LV1 has been raised to level 2. You have acquired additional skill points. Level requirement met. Small Taratect, you are eligible for evolution.
My level goes up in the middle of grinding my way through getting rid of these monkeys. Huh. Is that so? I'm level 10 already, huh? Whoa! Sure, I leveled up a ton while I was battling, but is it seriously already time to evolve?
You have a choice in evolutionary forms. Please choose between and Articae.
Huh? I expected that I'd get an option to drop from my species and become just a regular Teratect, but does the part mean that it's a more venomous species? Well, I'll put one off too, for a little bit. There's no way that I can evolve out here, exposed like this, in such an unsafe space. I've got to hurry up and finish cleaning these guys up.
Requirements have been met. You have earned the title and have been awarded the skills, LV1, and greater toughness, LV1. Your existing skill, LV3, has been integrated with your new skill, greater strength, LV1, and your existing skill, LV3, has been integrated with your new skill, greater toughness, LV1.
Huh? Another title? And yet another dangerous sounding one too. Is this the one that comes after Monster Slayer? My strength and toughness skills got integrated with different skills? I absolutely cannot forget to figure out what that all means when I'm done with this task.
So after that, I went back to the boring work of disposing of the rest of these monkeys. Poison Fang, then Poison Fang. And then, occasionally, taking a break to have a snack and reinforce my webs. And so, just like that, every living thing besides me wound up dead. Katia and I are lazing around. A little while ago, the two of us had been doing a bunch of exercise in the castle's sporting ground to work on leveling up our skills. We're finished with that for now, so we're taking some time to just relax.
Man, I'm wiped. My magic skills are really getting up there, but my physical stats are nowhere near that level.
Since Sue is, for once, not here with us, Katia is speaking in Japanese. When it's just the two of us alone, we usually talk in Japanese like this.
Tell me about it.
Still, though, our reflexes are way better than they were in our previous world. The more we train, the better we get.
Yeah, I know. I always used to wonder what we were supposed to get out of the track and field days that our school kept doing. But here, the more I run, the more my stamina grows.
In this world, the more you train, the more your stats increase, thanks to stat-affecting skills. Since we're not able to level up right now, the only thing that we can do if we want to improve our stats is train more and more. If we keep steadily training, though, we will definitely get stronger. All this training may be difficult, but if I keep reminding myself that it's for my own benefit, I can keep pulling through.
So, what are you up to?
Alacrity, endurance, strength, toughness, and speed are all up to level 8.
This gem of appraisal is the 9th level one belonging to the Duke's household, Katia's family. A gem like this is so valuable that some countries might even call it a national treasure, yet Katia just blithely brought it with her when she came over. I have to wonder if the Duke's household is really okay with this, but since it's here, I might as well use it.
Seriously, dude, you're climbing the ranks way too quickly. Is this just raw talent?
Although we've honestly been following the same training regimen, my skills have been leveling up faster than Katia's. In this world, anyone who wants to put the effort in can become strong, but the rate of growth varies from person to person. This is the result of individual talent.
Ever since I was reborn into the Duke's family, people have been calling me a prodigy. And, still, there's this huge difference in our growth rates. You cheater.
Katia looks away, resentfulness in her eyes. Even if you say that, what am I supposed to do about it?
Oh, by the way, have you used any of your skill points?
Nah, I never got around to it, so I still have all of them.
Skill points are a kind of currency that you can use to purchase new skills without first having to train up your proficiency. Normally, you're not supposed to be born with any, But since Katya and I were reincarnated from another world, we started out with quite a few.
Stockpiling 100,000 points, you bourgeois, cheating bastard.
Whoa, you're getting mean.
I mean, I really have never gotten around to spending them. A while ago, I was thinking about spending them on a few magic skills, but Anna told me not to use any magic. There was no way that Anna knew that I had skill points to spend, of course, but I still felt that going behind her back to learn magic anyway was some kind of betrayal. Since then, I really haven't had any desire to spend any of my points.
Then, Katia, did you spend yours?
Only 1,000.
If I remember correctly, Katya had 50,000 points. From the way she asked the question, I thought she might have used them all up, but she's barely touched them.
What did you get?
Keep it a secret.
What? Okay, just tell me.
You're absolutely not going to laugh at me?
I won't. Tell me.
Appraisal.
I managed not to laugh, but I probably made a really strange face in the process. Appraisal is the textbook example of a skill that you should never deliberately obtain. I'm suddenly curious as to why she'd do such a thing.
Why would you do that?
Well, so, it's the way the reincarnation trope works in light novels. Look, you're in an alternate universe, so it's hard to gather any information, right? So, the trope says that an appraisal skill is top tier OP, and I thought that I should only be so lucky.
Wait. If someone were to write up a list of all the skills that you should absolutely never take, appraisal would be at the top. Why, after all of the warnings, would you take it anyway?
Like, I'm trying to say, I picked appraisal up when I was a baby, before I'd heard any of that. Right when I had just been reincarnated, before I even knew left from right, I desperately wanted to know anything about what was going on. So, I started thinking about appraisal skills, and then all of a sudden I heard divine words in my head. You can't seriously blame me for acquiring it on an impulse after all that.
I understood her immediately. I definitely remember how terrified I was when I was still a baby and had no idea what was going on. I couldn't understand anything that anyone was saying around me, which only made it worse. I completely understand how hearing the divine words speaking in perfect Japanese would make you want to cling to them.
So, is appraisal really as shitty as they say?
Yeah, massively shitty. Since it's low level, it's basically useless, and it makes my head hurt. On top of that, if you don't put in the time, your proficiency will never increase, and it'll never gain any levels. I have been patiently grinding it out with every moment of my free time, but I've only ever managed to get it up to level 4. My heart is going to break.
I'm getting tired of just hearing about it. Using the gem of appraisal, I appraise my own list of skills. The list that then gets displayed shows all of the skills that I'm able to acquire, as well as how many points it would cost me to purchase them. I search through the list, looking for appraisal.
It looks like it'll cost me 100 points to buy it.
Wait, seriously?
100 points is the smallest number you can spend on a skill. 100-point skills are either skills with very little effect or skills that you would have a high affinity with. Since Katia spent 1,000 points on it, I'm not sure that appraisal is a skill with little effect after all. It may be fairly worthless when its level is low, but it would definitely be really useful at higher levels. So, it seems likely that I simply have a high affinity for appraisal. I thought about it for a minute, then acquired appraisal. I now only have 99,900 skill points remaining.
K. Bought appraisal.
Wait, seriously, don't cry about it later.
For now, I'll save the rest of my skill points until I really need them.
Alright, annihilating those monkeys was great and all, but now what? Everything around me is pretty quiet. Even though we were being so noisy just a little while ago, none of the other monsters have decided to drop by. Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe since we were being so noisy, everything else has decided to stay clear.
Well, whatever. I can put off figuring that out for a bit. For now, I'm going to build another simple home up near the ceiling. I can't really say that it's perfectly safe, but It will probably be able to keep the weaker monsters from approaching.
Honestly, I really think I should evolve immediately. I don't really know how long I black out for while I'm evolving, but last time I felt like it wasn't a super huge duration. This is just my intuition though. I can't rely on it for sure. Regardless, either way, evolving leaves the door wide open for danger to follow. So, a time like this seems absolutely terrible for evolution if you disregard the huge pile of food I've managed to collect. To evolve, or not to evolve, definitely evolve.
On top of that, if I don't evolve, I might be stuck at a max level of 10. I did put an end to a considerable number of monkeys after I leveled, but I still haven't leveled any further. This would be alright if I merely haven't earned enough experience points to level, but there's the distinct possibility that I just might not be able to grow any more if I don't level.
The problem, is picking what thing I should evolve into. Taratect or Poison Taratect? I can't decide. Last time, the choice between being lesser or normal was pretty obvious, but now things are nowhere near as clear. A Taratect is probably the adult version of what I am now. I don't know what kinds of changes that would involve, though. Poison, I also have no clue about. If it lives up to its name, it'll make all of my venom-based skills stronger. But then what about everything else? I'm stumped. Man, it would be great if I could just use appraisal at a time like this. Wait, could I? What's that alert message-looking thing underneath my stat bars? Huh? Evolution possible. What the heck? The words evolution possible are blinking.
Just in case, I dropped another appraisal on it. Evolution available. Taratect, or small poison Taratect.
What the heck? Miss Appraisal, are you seriously? You're the best. Woohoo! Now I can appraise things before I choose to evolve. Man, Appraisal has been really outdoing herself lately. Now then, Appraisal says,
Taratect, a standard adult specimen of the species of spider monsters known as the Taratect. Its carnivorous fangs drip with venom. Small poison Taratect, a young specimen of a rare subspecies of the species of spider monsters known as the Taratect. It carries an extremely powerful venom.
well, that decides it. It's gotta be poison. Why? It's a rare subspecies, Rare. Capital R rare. If I'm given a choice between something ordinary and something rare, there's no question that I'm going to pick rare, right? I'm Japanese. I'm weak to words like rare or limited.
Well, now that that's decided, I've got to finish making this simple home. But I don't have very much stamina left. I'll eat this conveniently located monkey and refill it.
Whew, done. Now then, let's give this another try. Woo, what could that be? Up there on that otherwise barren wall. What a splendidly prominent spider web.
This time, I'm not using any rocks. Even if I wanted to, all of the dead monkeys glued to the wall around here makes camouflage basically worthless.
But man, I'm tired, physically and mentally. I fought such a ridiculously tough battle, so of course I'm exhausted. Blacking out from evolving is probably different from sleeping, but it still feels like resting.
Small Taratect, you are now evolving into a small poison Taratect.
Right. So, with that, good night.
Evolution has completed. You have become a small poison Taratect. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from evolving. Your skill, LV8, has been raised to level 9. Your skill, and Spider Thread, LV8, has been raised to level 9. Your skill, LV7, has been raised to level 8. Your skill, LV4, has been raised to level 5. Your skill, Appraisal in V7 has been raised to level 8. Your skill, LV2 has been raised to level 3. Your skill, LV1 has been raised to level 2. Your skill, Poison Magic, LV1 has been raised to level 2. Your skill, Poison Resistance, LV7 has been raised to level 8. Your skill, Petrification Resistance, LV2 has been raised to level 3, your skill. Fainting resistance, LV1, has been raised to level 2, and your skill. Corruption resistance, LV1, has been raised to level 2. From evolving, you have earned the skill. Poison attack, LV5. Poison of Fang, LV9, has been integrated into perilous. Poison attack, LV5, raising its level to 9. You have acquired additional skill points.
Good morning. I was able to sleep peacefully. So, I guess I must have evolved successfully, huh? Mysteries. Just like last time, I'm ridiculously hungry, to the point where I'm feeling sluggish. As I planned, it's time for me to eat the monkeys I'd stocked away as food.
I pop my head out of my simple home and glance around. Right. Nothing's out there. Safety confirmed. Well then, let's get out there and eat every last bite, huh? Time to dig in.
Now then, while I'm eating, let's check up on my stats or whatever. While I was in combat, my skills kept grinding their way up, and I think I even got some new ones. I also think I'll have gotten a lot of things from evolving. So, the survey says,
Small poison Teratek, LV1, no name. Statistics: HP 50, 650, 6, green, MP 156, blue SP 50, 4/56, yellow 156, red AG, offense 38 AG, defense 38 AG, magic, power 20, 7 AG, speed posty 7 AG, speed posty 7 AG, speed 7 AG, speed AG. 537. Skills: L automatic HP recovery, LV3 9 poison synthesis, LV3 9 point sempri, steady 5, LV3 study concentration, LV5 aiming, LV4 LVC, LV6 corruption magic, LVC 2 poison magic, LV2, LV10 visible spectrum expansion, LV2 poison resistance, LV2 propagation resistance, LV2 3 Phi acid resistance, LV2 NP acid resistance, LV2 fainting resistance, LV2 fear resistance, LV2 pain tolerance, LV2 Bay 2, Alacritier, LV2, 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 Alacritier, LV2, 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 greater toughness, LV1, KCAR-T KOS, LV2 skill points available, 200 in skill.
huh? Oh, my stats went up. Yeah, there's definitely an increase. I was expecting a much more dramatic change, seeing as how I just evolved, but, as usual, it looks like only my speed has really increased. It's just my speed that's this unbelievably high. Huh. I wonder how fast I can go if I charge forward at full throttle. It looks like I'll just be able to run away from fights, assuming I'm against a normal enemy. My skills have also leveled, huh? What's actually changed from before evolution? Making me fall asleep and miss everything that happens while I'm out is really unfair. There isn't a system log somewhere, is there?
I expected my stamina to go down like it did, but my mana emptied out too. I didn't notice that last time. Well, I'm using my mana way more now than I did back then. I've been pouring a lot into thread manipulation, and now I've also got poison synthesis, which was really useful in that last fight.
No, seriously, poison synthesis was extremely useful back there. I thought it was a little bit iffy when I first got it, but it's come in handy way more often than I expected. I'm going to have to try finding some other creative uses for it. Oh, that reminds me. I think its skill level went up, so maybe it can synthesize new kinds of poison now.
Poison synthesis menu, weak poison spider venom, LV9 damage adjustment, duration adjustment.
There aren't any new kinds of poison, but there's new stuff under it. Damage adjustment and duration adjustment.
Damage adjustment modifies the strength of the poison type damage. Duration adjustment modifies the duration over which the poison's effect is applied.
So, now I can control both the strength of the poison as well as how long it continues to apply damage after it's in my target system?
To test this out, I'll try modifying my weak poison. The damage and duration numbers are listed now, with a plus-minus column for adjustments. Right now, both stats are at +0. I try increasing the damage until I cap it out, at a maximum of +3.
Okay, I think I get it. I should be able to customize my poisons freely now. When I want to make someone suffer for a long time, I can extend the duration, and when I want to deal a lot of damage at once, I can increase the strength. I'll be able to make whatever poison I want.
It does, however, look like there's a limit to how much I can customize it, probably based on the skill's level. Just to confirm, I try modifying my spider venom, but I can't raise its damage any higher than its default of 9.
I think that I'm going to get more and more ways to customize my poisons as my skill level starts to go up, which means I'll be able to use exactly the right poison for any particular situation. Oh man! Poison synthesis stock prices are skyrocketing.
Let's move on to the rest of my poison-related skills. Poison Fang has disappeared and seems to have become Poison Attack instead. Poison Attack applies poison-type damage to an attack.
Huh? Does this mean I can apply poison to literally all of my attacks? Isn't that terrifyingly good? If it's like that, well, that means I can apply poison to my threads, right? Huh? Isn't this way too absurdly powerful? I've already been cheating my way through fights using spider silk, but making it this much more powerful? Is this okay? Is this really okay? I'm going to have to run some experiments as soon as I have my stamina back.
Oh, Poison Magic's level went up too. It's poison-related, so let's check this out. Poison Magic. Magic that manipulates poison. The spells that may be cast are dependent on skill level. Available spells: Poison Touch, LV1. Poison Bolt, LV2. Poison Bolt fires a projectile at the target, dealing poison-type damage.
Ah, a ranged attack! A very standard ranged attack. I want to use if, but I can't. Seriously, how do I use magic? Right, next we have poison resistance. This is the last poison-related one, right? Wow, as expected of a rare poison-type species, all of my poison skills went up significantly, especially poison attack. I am going to have to start messing around with that as soon as I get my stamina back. If it really is as terrifying as I think it is, my combat ability just exploded.
My stats may not have gone up very much, but my skills definitely made up for it. Since I'm so heavily reliant on my skills, maybe I should focus on raising those instead of trying to boost up my stats. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, Overeating, LV4, has been raised to level 5.
Oh, while I've been gorging myself on these monkeys, overeating's level went up. Well, if I'm eating this much, yeah, it'll go up. I'm up to the triple digits in monkey consumption by now, right? Yet still, my belly has yet to start swelling. This is all thanks to both the effects of overeating and the strange phenomena that happens right after I evolve. But, seriously, where is all of this food going?
On top of that, even though I've already eaten so much, I feel like I can still eat even more. Long story short, I've been tearing into these monkeys with gusto.
While I've been eating, I checked up on all of my other non-poison-related skills as well. I got a ton of new skill levels. Thread manipulation and spider silk nearly doubled in level. Couple that with my new poison attack skill, and these are turning into some really powerful skills that I can absolutely rely on. Getting spider silk to level up was already difficult, but once it started getting up there, it was seriously impossible to get it to rise any further. I am way too excited that it finally leveled up.
And concentration leveled up too. I'm pretty sure it was way lower leveled than this before I battled those monkeys. That fight was extremely chaotic and required intense concentration, so of course, I earned a good amount of skill proficiency. The more practical experience I have putting something to use, the more my proficiencies go up, it seems. Aiming seems to keep going up a lot, so that's probably the case.
Now that I think about it, when I was hiding from the Earth Dragon, my stealth and fear resistance skills shot up at a ridiculous rate. I was literally on the brink of death there.
Next is, two of my other magic skills besides poison magic went up. Let's see. Corruption magic, magic that directly affects the soul. The spells that may be cast are dependent on skill level. Available spells, Disquiet, LV1, Phantom Pain, LV2, Phantom Insanity, LV3. Shadow magic, a low-rank darkness magic that manipulates shadows. The spells that may be cast are dependent on skill level. Available spells, Deepen Shadow, LV1, Widen Shadow, LV2. And Sievel's Phantom Insanity implants madness directly into the soul of the target. Widen Shadow, manipulate the size of a shadow.
How should I put this? Corruption magic sounds, really evil. What's this? Implant madness? Like, force someone to go insane? That's way too nasty. I want to use I. But shadow magic, on the other hand, is, questionable. This new spell and the first level Deepen Shadow spell feel like they're completely useless unless I combine them with higher level spells. It's not like I can use it right now anyway, but this seems super difficult to level up. I mean, how could you possibly use it in combat like this? It's not like I can use it right now anyway. This is so important that I have to say it twice.
My various resistances went up as well. Let's take a look at my new fainting resistance and corruption resistance skills, though. There's a decent chance that the name and the actual ability are going to be a little different, like decay resistance was. Actually, when I just look at the name, there's no way that I wouldn't have to ask what the heck it actually is. Fainting resistance makes it more difficult to faint. Corruption resistance increases defenses against effects that directly target the soul. Emph. Next is vitality and mana pool, then greater strength and greater toughness. I'm pretty sure I can guess what they are, though. Vitality increases HTP based on skill level. Mana pool increases MP based on skill level. Greater strength increases physical attack power based on 10 times the skill level. In addition, when leveling up, provides an additional increase to physical attack power based on the skill level. Greater toughness increases physical resistance based on 10 times the skill level. In addition, when leveling up, provides an additional increase to physical resistance based on the skill level.
Yep, just as I thought, stat-raising skills. I'm really happy about greater strength and greater toughness, though. I figured that they'd increase my stats, since they integrated strength and toughness into them when I got it, but I didn't expect to see extra increases on level up like what Kartikia gives me. Yeah, the Monster Slaughterer title really does seem like the upgrade to Monster Slayer. Since Monster Slayer got me strength and toughness to start with. This might be a little selfish, but I kinda wish that strength and toughness hadn't gotten integrated. With my stats as weak as they are, every tiny little boost helps, defense especially. I was so close to dying during that monkey battle. Well, the skill proficiency got integration too, so it'll level up more quickly, right? When I think about it that way, I guess integration was probably for the best. Well, not like I can do anything about it either way.
Arg. Well, being able to see my skill points is convenient, so I guess I can put up with this. While I'm at it, I guess I'll appraise my skill points. I've been using them without really knowing what they are, so getting the executive summary would be nice. So click. On the display that popped up is a list of all the skills that I can acquire with my current skill points.
Appraisal really is amazing. This new display is a catalog of all of the skills I can acquire, each labeled with their point cost. Right now, I have 200 points. Since skills cost a minimum of 100 points, I can either buy 2 100-point skills or one 200-point skill.
With this, I can look around for useful skills. No longer do I need to worry over whether or not the skill I'm about to buy will be useless. On top of that, I might be able to find skills that I could start trying to earn by gaining proficiency rather than spending skill points on them directly. The possibilities here are endless. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, Overeating LV5, has been raised to level 6. I've been continuing to eat as I appraise, and overeating's level just went up again. There are still a ton of monkeys left to eat, but my stomach's still not anywhere close to its limit. This stomach's amazing. Is there a title or something?
What to do? Should I buy a new skill? Or should I hold on to my points? Gah, how troubling.
I've already finished going through all of the skills in the list. There were a few in particular among them that caught my eye. Mana perception allows for the perception of mana. Mana manipulation allows for the manipulation of mana. That's completely unacceptable. Or, rather, if that were to happen, I wouldn't have any hope of using magic for the rest of my life. Since it's impossible for me to activate detection, it's thus impossible for me to activate mana perception. If, as I fear, both of those skills are required to use magic, this might be the end of that. It is entirely possible that there's a skill out there that will make detection usable. However, I don't really know how useful it might wind up being, so I don't really want to throw any more of my valuable skill points away to try to make a bad skill good. Right now, what I want are skills that have clear and obvious effects. I had thought about getting Poison Claw a while ago, but that's no longer necessary thanks to earning its upgrade skill, Poison Attack. There's SP consumption reduction, but since I have overeating, it's not a very high priority. Rather, there's a chance that I might just earn it automatically, like how I got automatic HP recovery by accumulating skill proficiency. Pride, 100. The power of N%, a strength almost rivaling that of the gods, drastically increases the rate of experience gain and skill proficiency gain, and greatly increases the rate of stat growth. Furthermore, allows for interference in the MA domain, surpassing the W system.
I have no clue what any of that means. The description is unintelligible, and I have no idea why a skill like this would be available for just 100 measly points. I tried appraising the weird vocab words like MN domain and W, but the results were all the same. What I did manage to understand is that this skill would crank up my experience and proficiency gain, as well as amplify my normal stat growth. That alone makes it well worth the points. Seriously, I have no idea what to do.
Pride, the most grave of the 7 deadly sins, a title reserved for the highest demon lord of hell. Whenever it appears in a game, it's the name of a final boss or a powerful cursed item. So I'm a spider, so what? This audiobook is sponsored by Arttale Novel. If you are interested in exploring what we have provided on our community platform, please download the app arttale.ii/novel.
Just from the sound of its name, I imagine that taking this skill isn't going to do me any good. However, figuring out what it does is extremely tempting. It's so tempting that I really want to jump on it, even if I know it's a trap, truly, a devil's snare.
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, LV6, has been raised to level 7.
I suddenly noticed that I've finished off the last of the monkeys. Wow, I'm amazing! I ate all of that. My stamina, of course, is full. Coupled with the overeating stockpile, I have a tremendous amount of energy saved up. Come to think of it, didn't overeating's description say something about getting fatter when I'm using it? Am I really fatter? I can't say anything for sure because I can't see my entire body, but I don't really look that fat. Oh, now that I'm thinking about it, it really doesn't look like evolving did anything to my appearance either. Nothing really happened last time either. The Taratech species must just not change very much, huh? Or maybe the changes happen gradually. That really doesn't seem like evolution, huh? The regular and the giant monkeys were very clearly different species. I really don't think that's the result of a gradual change. Well, that's enough of letting my thoughts drift off. There's more important matters to consider. The description of this pride skill seems to overlap a lot with the mysterious N per Ni W skill I have. That alone makes me think that these two things couldn't possibly be unrelated. At the moment, I have no idea what this mysterious skill does. It doesn't seem to be either a positive or a negative thing, probably. Come to think of it, is there even any downside? It's never a good idea to just leap to a decision. But I've made up my mind. No, my mind had already been made up from the beginning. I have a premonition, you see. This skill, I absolutely must take it. It's a very vague premonition. I must set aside my worries about the pros and cons and get this skill. I can't shake this feeling.
You currently possess 200 skill points. The skill can be acquired for 100 skill points. Would you like to acquire it now?
Yes.
You have acquired the skill. You have 100 skill points remaining.
All right, I really did it.
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, LV2, has been raised to level 4.
Now I've really done it.
Requirements have been met. You have earned the title and have been awarded the skills, Abyssal Magic and Idurdi.
Now they've really done it. Oh, how did that happen? Wait, no, isn't that completely unbelievable? What the heck? What the heck? I'm going to say it again. What the heck? Taboo's level went up. Twice. I did that. And I got a really powerful title too. Yay? You know, this thing really looks like an absolute top-tier magic, doesn't it? At level 10 too. That's weird, right? Well, for now, let's look up the descriptions of abyssal magic in hell.
Small poison Turatech, LV1. No name. Statistics, HP 5650, 6 green MP 14, over 156 blue SP 54, over 56 yellow, 156 yellow, 156 red Agvieg, defense 38 ag, magic power 127 ag, resistance 127 ag, speed 537. Skills, automatic HP recovery LV3, 9 poison synthesis LV3, 9 poison synthesis LV5, thread manipulation LV5, aiming LV4, LV8, detection LV4, LV6, shadow magic LV6, LV6, LV10, LV6, LV7, LV10, visible spectrum expansion LV2, poison resistance LV3, petrification resistance LV4, decay resistance LV3, 2, pain tolerance LV6, corruption resistance LV6, vital resistance LV2, LV2, endurance LV2, LV1, greater toughness LV1, Kartikeya, LV2, LV4, LV4.
Wait just a second. That's weird. My stats are weird. When did my mana, magic power, and resistance get so high? They're 100 points higher than they were just a second ago. How? Is this also one of Pride's effects? Well, you know, it's not like a stat increase is ever a bad thing. Yeah, best not to dwell on it. Right. Appraise.
Abyssal magic, the most powerful of dark magics, able to manipulate the darkness of the abyss itself. The spells that may be cast are dependent on skill level. Available spells, Gates of Hell, LV1, the Hell of Nonbelievers, LV2, the Hell of the Lustful, LV3, the Hell of the Gluttonous, LV4, the Hell of the Avaricious, LV5, the Hell of the Wrathful, LV6, the Hell of the Heretics, LV7, the Hell of the Violent, LV8, the Hell of the Fraudulent, LV9, the Hell of the Traitors, LV10, Hell allows for the manifestation of hell.
How should I put this? This looks way too dangerous. What's with all the hell stuff? The in particular sounds extremely awful.
Gates of hell, the first gate. The hell of nonbelievers, the hell for those innocents who did not believe. The hell of the lustful, the hell for those who were stained with lust. The hell of the gluttonous, the hell of the gluttonous. The hell for those who were consumed by their appetites. The hell of the avaricious, the hell for those who chase their greed above all else. The hell of the wrathful, the hell for those who were controlled by their anger. The hell of the heretics, the hell for those who spread their heresy. The hell of the violent, the hell for those who gave themselves to violence. The hell of the fraudulent, the hell for those who whispered lies. The hell of the traitors, the hell for those who betrayed those who trusted them.
And what's with this appraisal result? It doesn't actually tell me anything about this magic. Who the hell wrote this? First thing I did was to test to see what hell did, but there wasn't even a hint of a reaction. I was torn between feeling disappointed and relieved.
S10, the second prince.
I watch as Sue and Clevia square off against each other, wielding practice swords. Sue strikes up at Clevia from below, making use of her small build, but Clevia parries the attack with ease. Sue continues resolutely attacking, but Clevia avoids every attack with her precise defense. Sue's fighting style is straightforward and powerful, despite her smaller build, while the muscular Clevia fights with fluidity and grace. Both of them move exactly the opposite of how you think they would from the impressions they give off. Sue is by no means a weak fighter, but she looks extremely unskilled next to Clevia's superior fighting experience. It's to be expected though. Clevia possesses the upgraded version of the sword talent skill, Sword Genius, and has it up to level 7. Sue only has sword talent, and it's at level 6. This is a gap that cannot be bridged. This, however, is not a battle that could be decided in an instant, despite the large difference in stats. Sue has activated both Battle Magic and Battle Spirit. These are skills that consume mana and stamina to boost your stats. In the hands of Sue, who has a tremendous amount of mana to throw around, the stat increase isn't small at all. Sue's physical type stats have all been considerably boosted, to the point where she might even have an advantage, stat-wise. Clevia's operating under a handicap, not using Battle Spirit herself. If she did, she'd win in a heartbeat. Even without using Battle Spirit, Clevia looks like she'll probably still win. Sue might have a stat advantage, but it's very slight, and that alone isn't enough to make up for the fundamental difference in skill between them. Sue has no way to turn this around. As expected, as soon as Sue's attacks faltered, Clevia counterattacks. It strikes her squarely in the side, and she falls to the ground. Anna, who had been waiting on the sidelines, immediately runs in and heals Sue with recovery magic. She stands up, brushing the dirt off of her clothing with a resentful look on her face.
I lost.
Princess, if you are able to move that well at your age, you will soon be able to pass me. You have incredible talent.
I don't need your flattery.
From the sidelines, applause rings out.
It's not just flattery. It's really true. Your movements are incredible.
Everyone present, myself included, looks over in surprise. None of us, not even Clevia and Anna, had noticed anyone arrive. He's been standing right next to me, and I completely failed to realize it. Julius!
Hey, did I startle you?
This man is my older brother from the same mother, the second prince of the kingdom, Julius. He laughs merrily at his own successful prank. When did you get back home?
Just yesterday. I wanted to stop by and see you. But after I met with Father and our older brother, I didn't have any more time.
Julius is fairly older than I am, and he's usually off on various missions outside the country. It's rare for him to return home like this.
Sue, you've become even more amazing since the last time I saw you. I'm always surprised by how much you grow each time.
Sue, however, doesn't say anything at all. For whatever reason, she doesn't seem to like him very much. From my perspective, Julius is way nicer than my other two older brothers, and I like him better. I respect him above all else. Seeing my respected older brother and my beloved younger sister at such odds makes me seriously upset. Sue, it's not nice to treat your older brother like that.
It's okay. Sue's just in a difficult stage of her life right now.
Julius seems to be sensing something. If I factor in my age from my previous life, I'm older than Julius, but I don't think I can possibly match up to his level of maturity.
Hey Shun, how about you? It's been a while. Want to train?
Really? Definitely, thanks. Training with Julius, I'd want nothing more.
I'm going to borrow this.
Yes.
It's very unusual to see her this tense. Well, she's dealing with Julius, so it's very understandable.
Right. Ready whenever you are. Come at me whatever way you want.
Okay. Immediately, I activate Battle Magic and Battle Spirit. I can't afford to be stingy with my skill usage against Julius. I'm going to go all out. I step forward sharply, swinging diagonally upward. Julius parries it easily, holding his sword with only one hand. I threw all of my power behind that attack, yet he blocked it easily with just a one-handed grip. I, however, expected this. There's no way Julius would possibly get hit by a strike like that. I immediately draw my sword back and unleash my next swing. That gets parried too. This is fun. Even at my full power, I can't even touch him. No matter how quick my strikes, no matter how much force I put behind them, no matter how deft my skills, I'll never lay a single blow on him. I can't even imagine how I could possibly manage to slip past his sword. Being able to fight against a foe so vastly superior, this is extremely fun. No matter how much I want to continue though, it eventually comes to an end. My battle magic and battle spirit run out. Breathing heavily, I fall to my knees.
Shun, your attacks are straight and true, just like your endlessly stretching talent.
Thanks, us. Even though I'm this exhausted, Julius hasn't even broken a sweat. As expected of the hero, the strongest man in the world. Someday, will I be able to stand next to this man? One of my greatest dreams in this world is to someday be his equal. I can't even come close to him now, but one day I will definitely be strong enough that I can watch his back for him. This is my guiding light.
Oh, I can't help think I've really screwed. Oh, what kinds of traps lurk within this ridiculous skill? No matter how I look at it, it's weird that I'd get a new title just for learning a skill, right? And an obviously bad one, at that. Taboo leveled up too, which is also bad. The fact that I can't immediately tell what the downsides are is pretty terrifying. Taboo doesn't seem to have any effect, and Pride isn't doing anything right now. I just really don't want to blindly stumble off the edge of a cliff. Well, on the other hand, worrying about it isn't going to make anything actually happen. There's nothing I can really do now. I'll worry about it when the time comes. If, of course, I actually have time to worry. For now, I'll save my remaining skill points. I just learned some amazing new magic that I'd really like to try out. But before I can do that, I think I need to do something about detection. I think I'm going to need the mana manipulation skill too. If that's true, then I'll need both that and some sort of skill to do something about detection. With only 100 points left, I can't get both. For the time being, instead of spending anything else, I'm just going to wait until I have 200. Well then, I've finished eating all of these monkeys, so I don't have anything to do here anymore. Let's get out of here. I'll start exploring along the wall again. It's really quiet though. I can usually hear the cries of other monsters echo in the distance, but right now I can barely hear anything. There's no monsters to be seen nearby either. This is a rare moment of peace. This is the monkeys' doing, right? Yeah, a huge crowd of them all moved in at once, so of course the other monsters would flee. That's probably it.
Proficiency requirements met. You have gained the skill LV1.
Huh? A skill? Show me!
Prediction. Increases analytical ability when making predictions.
Well, it's not a bother or anything, but this isn't a particularly useful skill. It's got an effect that isn't really noticeable. It just lets me turn things over in my head faster, and only in specific circumstances. It's something I could have bought for 100 points. Pride cost that much too, though. Yeah, this really is weird. But, man, there's seriously not a single other monster here. I've got no sense of impending danger right now, and there's nothing awful staggering around, so it really looks like there's nobody here. Even if I focus really hard as I look around, there's nothing.
Proficiency requirements met. You have gained the skill.
Huh? Another skill? Show me, show me.
Enhanced vision enhances the sense of sight.
Well, ain't that straightforward? But this here's another one that I don't really need. My spider's eyes are already really good. In my previous life, I was so nearsighted that I couldn't live without my glasses, but now I can already see way further than I could back then. Or, rather, I should say that this is another 100-point skill. Now that I think about it, there were similar skills for my other 5 senses, right? If I earned this sight-enhancing skill by staring really hard at something, will the other skills come if I focus really hard on my other senses? So, let's try this out immediately. First off are my ears. What are a spider's ears like anyways? There's so many things I don't know about myself.
Proficiency requirements met. You have gained the skill Enhanced Hearing LV1.
Huh, just as I'd hoped, I got a skill. So, let's work on the other ones.
Proficiency requirements met. You have gained the skill LV1. Proficiency requirements met. You have gained the skill LV1.
I'll handle my sense of taste the next time I eat something. Still, these skills were super easy to get. Well, my spider senses are so good that I really didn't need to put any thought into them. If I don't actually focus on them, I won't get any skill proficiency, right? Otherwise, I would have earned these long ago.
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill LV1 has been raised to level 2.
Already? I literally just got this skill, right? Why the heck did I just get another level? Well, that's okay. I'm not going to turn away a free level up.
Proficiency requirements met. You have gained the skill Multitasking LV1.
Another one? And, on top of that, one that might be useful for detection, huh?
Multitasking allows the user to think about multiple things at once.
I've been thinking that the big reason as to why I haven't been able to use detection is that the sheer volume of incoming data overwhelms my ability to process it. So, I've been looking at skills that might bolster my processing power, and multitasking is one of them. Whoa! How did I get this, though? I wasn't really trying to think about 2 things at once just now. Is it Madam Appraisal? I've always been keeping her turned on. I've got a constant stream of information about my surroundings trickling into my head. I usually let it all pass through me because I don't usually care very much, but I guess you could describe that as thinking multiple things at once. I can't think of anything else that would have done that, so that must be it. Well, all of this. Isn't this a little weird? I'm gaining way too many skills. No matter what the circumstances might be, getting skills one right after the other like this is definitely strange, right? Well, I probably know what's causing this, though. Pride drastically increases the rate of experience gain and skill proficiency gain. Yep, that's it. I mean, this is totally a massive multiplier on my proficiency points, right? I can't say anything for sure because I can't actually see the numbers, but this definitely looks like a multiplier.
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill LV2 has been raised to level 3.
See? Well then, at long last, I've finally acquired a new skill that might let me actually make use of detection. Shall we try it out right away? Inhale, exhale. All right. Detection on. Grah! Too much! Too much! Off! Off!
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill Multitasking LV1 has been raised to level 2. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, but detection LV4 has been raised to level 5.
Exhale. My head hurts. Right. Multitasking is at level 1. Based on all of my other skills so far, I really shouldn't have expected much from a level 1 skill. I didn't have any reason to think that this one would be different. Multitasking's level did go up just now, but, well, so did detection's. Nothing really matters if detection's level goes up too. If it goes up, it's just going to throw even more information at me, so it's no good. If multitasking and detection keep leveling up at the same rate, I'm just going to get stuck in a loop. Detection levels up so ridiculously quickly that I gain a new skill level every time I turn it on. I'm not even getting stuck in a loop, I'm getting left in the dust, and pride is making it level even faster too. Man, seriously, this detection guy, what a monster. I can't do anything at all about him. To think, I've had an enemy as formidable as the Earth Dragon lurking right beside me this whole time. I don't think I can win at all. Anyhow, for now, I'm going to wait until multitasking levels up, I don't think I'm quite able to actually think about two things at once yet, but I might be able to grind up my proficiency by thinking something while simultaneously reading appraisal results. I could, of course, grind it up using detection, but doing it like that would be, well, backwards. Grr. Well, I don't think that my basic theory is wrong. I'm still pretty sure that if I were to somehow increase my mental capabilities, I'd then be able to use detection. Although, out of all of the skills on the list, multitasking really was the most likely candidate, Let's check the list again. I've got fewer skill points than before, so there's fewer skills listed here. Even still, there's a lot to look through. I guess most skills can probably be bought with only 100 skill points, right? Excluding the really effective ones and the straight-up crazy ones, of course. Well, pride is straight-up crazy, and that somehow only cost me 100. If I wanted to make detection worthwhile, then the possible skills are
Computation increases the computational power of the user's brain. Memory strengthens the user's memory.
That's about it, Fewer than I thought. On top of that, memory seems like it might not actually apply very well. I guess that just leaves me with computation, but am I really sure that I'd be able to use detection with it? Multitasking is in this sorry state, despite being the skill I thought best for the job. Computation probably isn't going to be any better at low level, so buying it is pointless. Hang on. Computation is just math, right? Can't I just do a bunch of mental arithmetic and earn it that way? Right? Well, it's not like I have anything more pressing to think about while I'm walking, so it doesn't hurt to give this a shot. Now then, shall we work out the powers of 2? 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 8,192, 16,384, 32,768. Right? Man, this is getting tough. The next one is,
Proficiency requirements met. You have gained the skill.
Oh, good. Mission complete. Should I give it a shot? It's probably not going to work, but if it does, it'll be amazing. So, let's try it. Inhale, exhale. All right. Detection on. Grabla! Too much! Off!
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, LV1, has been raised to level 2. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, multitasking LV2, has been raised to level 3. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, a detection LV5, has been raised to level 6. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, corruption resistance LV2, has been raised to level 3.
Inhale, exhale. My head hurts. This is impossible. No can do. My head's splitting. Pain's bad. No way. Hey, where the heck is pain tolerance? I thought I was going to die. Why'd you let me feel such unbearable pain? Rather, why the heck did corruption resistance go up? Could it be? Is the Dark Lord detection literally attacking my very soul? Is the right word here, right? My resistance wouldn't have gone up if it wasn't. Let's be serious here. If corruption resistance went up, then detection doesn't just affect my thoughts, it's also directly affecting my soul. Just maybe, is part of this headache coming from my soul? Whoa, scary. Keeping this up isn't going to wear my soul down or anything, right? I'd notice before it crippled me, right?
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, Prediction LV3, has been raised to level 4.
Huh, right. I'm so glad that prediction doesn't apply if I'm just deducing the right answer. Safe. It's just a prediction, so I'm safe. At least, that's what I'm going with. So, does this mean that I'd be able to use detection if I had skills that relate to the soul? There aren't any soul-related skills on the list, though. Corruption resistance is the only one I've got. Am I going to have to level it up? How the heck am I going to do that? It's no use. I'm just going to have to stick with my original plan of raising multitasking and computation. At the very least, their skill levels rose when I had detection on, so they are doing something there. So, for now, let's seal detection away again. Using it before I'm ready seems pretty scary now. After I gave up for now on mastering detection, I then turned to the thing I've been really waiting for, testing out my spider silk / poison attack combo. The results are... I really want to try this out in combat. After that, I kept walking and walking. I didn't encounter any other monsters as I was walking, so everything was super peaceful. Thanks to having filled up overeating, my stamina hasn't gone down at all, so not being able to hunt hasn't been a problem. So, the lack of any monsters made this the perfect chance to keep moving forward. Since I was just walking, I had a bunch of free time, so I worked on grinding up the skills I could while I was moving. As a result, my sensing skills have gone up. Enhanced sight, hearing, smell, and touch are all up to level 5. As a secondary effect, concentration leveled up, and it's now at level 8. Concentration's always been relatively easy to level, but thanks to Pride's effects, it's gotten even faster. Concentration really doesn't feel like it does much of anything, but it's actually a really amazing skill. I'm pretty sure that the only reason I was able to focus during that incredibly hectic life or death battle with those monkeys is because of concentration. It may be a very plain skill, but it is a massively useful one. So, now that my sensing skills are at level 5, there's a huge difference in my capabilities. Everything that I used to be able to see is now so much clearer. If I focus, I can make out the details on the surface of the rocks far ahead of me. My sense of hearing and sense of smell are the same. I can practically hear every sound and detect every scent that floats around this labyrinth. It's just enhanced touch. Well, you could say that it has its pluses and minuses. It makes me very sensitive. Not in a sexy way, okay? Don't get your hopes up. If any of you idiots gets your hopes up anyway, I will personally wrap you up in silk and run you through with my poison fang until you die. And, if any of you brave souls are now going, but that would be the greatest prize of all, then, of course, I will run the heck away. Right. I was talking about enhanced touch. To be specific, it makes me sensitive enough that I can feel every air current as it flows past, which makes me really jumpy. I can get a little bit used to it after leaving it on for a while, but I'm pretty sure that I was supposed to get comfortable with it over time as it gradually leveled up. I must be feeling so uncomfortable with it because it leveled up so ridiculously quickly. Getting fully accustomed to it is going to take some time. Well, it seems like I can turn it off, so when it gets to the point where I can't stand it, I think I'll do just that. Enhanced smell, though, seems like it might be the skill I'm most likely to want to turn off in the future. I really would rather not have to smell something foul with an amplified sense of smell. Now that I think about it, I don't think there's any reason why I'd even want enhanced taste. Everything in this dungeon is, well, disgusting. I have yet to meet a tasty monster. On top of that, there's things like those snail bugs, where even eating them normally is out of the question. Oh, I guess it's been a while since I've seen a snail bug. They were literally everywhere before those monkeys attacked, but now I can't see a single one around me. Where did they all go? Ugh. On top of that, it's getting really hot. I want to turn on the AC. Why is it that a girl who spent as much time as possible shut in an air-conditioned room in the summertime, am subjected to this kind of heat? I'm too frail for the heat and the cold. Hot? Wait a minute. Hot? In both the upper and lower layers, the dungeon has been a pleasant temperature, neither too hot nor too cold. So, hot? I slowly take a look around my surroundings. There's not a single monster around me. I don't feel like I'm in any special danger, yet. I can feel a change in the environment. I look ahead, along the wall. It's hard to notice, but little by little, it seems like the floor is starting to slope upwards. Up! Up! It's going up! I did it! I finally found it! Since it's going up, yeah, that's what's happening, right? Of course. I'm climbing out of the lower levels and into the middle. Yahoo! I did it! This was the right path. Now I can finally escape these nightmarish lower depths. I don't have to constantly worry about the earth dragon anymore. Enormous swarms of monkeys aren't going to jump me out of nowhere. I don't have to constantly sneak through crowds of truly monstrous monsters, fearing for my life. Before I knew it, I had started sprinting forward. As expected of a speed spec, I charged up the slopes so quickly that even I was surprised by it. My yellow stamina bar couldn't hold out. Punt. I may be fast, but I can't rocket forward at top speed, huh? That was a pretty big blind spot. I know that I can keep running if I really need to by drawing on my red stamina like I did when I ran away from those centipedes, but I should take note of this as one of my weak points. Regardless, I'll be at the top of this hill soon. Waiting for me at the top is the middle layer, which I've only ever seen in my dreams. It's been a long road to get here. I fled from a snake, tripped up, fell down here to the lower layer, and have been running away from danger ever since. Those wasps almost killed me. The earth dragon almost killed me. I barely made it out of the den of all those dangerous monsters. The taste of those snail bugs almost killed me. And those monkeys almost killed me. I've done nothing down here but nearly get killed. Good job on staying alive, me. Haven't these events been a little too drastic? I think something good, without any downsides, might have finally happened. Farewell, lower depths. Hello, middle layers. At the top of the hill, an endless plain of red-hot magma and scorching earth stretches into the distance. What the heck? I don't get it. What the hell? This is pointless. This is unbelievable. This is idiotic. Magma! Why the heck is there magma flowing in a dungeon? Oh, it's a dungeon, so that makes sense? No, how? Hot. It's not just air conditioner weather anymore. It's scorching hot. Whoa, did my health just drop a point? Is it literally hot enough for me to lose HP? Whoa, zones with area damage are no joke, and while I was saying that my health dropped another point, there does seem to be a path I can follow to avoid the magma, but continuing on from here seems pretty impossible, right? I'm not even close to the magma where I am right now, yet I'm still taking damage. My health is going to evaporate if I have to walk anywhere close by. And if I'm that close, there's a chance I might accidentally touch it. No way! I finally make it out of the lower depths, and this is what I get? I can't think of a single way that I could get through this area. I see a monster off in the distance. Enhanced vision may be simple, but it gets the job done. Well, it looks like that monster is swimming placidly through the magma. Just seeing that is a little terrifying, but still, appraisal result please.
Elo Generash, LVG2, Statistics, HP, Elo T, Ebiloshati, Green MP, EC, Weeby, We, SP, Ewe, We by, We well, SP, Ewe, We, SP, Offense Buzz, Bashawar Ev, Defense, Boshisen, Ev, Magic. Power, Boshi 1 Mating. Mating Power, Boshi 1 Ev, Mating. Resistance, Tisha Joe Ev. Speed, Bashijo failed to appraise statistics.
Madam Appraisal? Is this just in my imagination, or have you added something new to your display? Oh, you're amazing, Madam Appraisal. Until now, all I've been able to see is a target's health and such, but now you're showing me things like their attack power. Your success rate probably still isn't 100%, but I can use this information to accurately pinpoint my opponent's strengths. Cool. This is amazingly cool. Knowing my opponent's strengths is going to be a huge advantage. On top of that, if things are going in order, isn't the next thing going to be showing me their skills? If I know their skills, my enemy's information is practically stripped bare before me. That owns. I'm gonna own. It's going to be a while before I get the next level though. So, it's great that I noticed how amazing Appraisal is now, because that monster isn't strong at all. It looks kinda like a seahorse that grew arms and legs, but it's swimming freely through the magma. Unbelievable. Rather I say that it's not very strong, but its stats are basically on par with mine. My physical stats are pretty low across the board, except for my speed, and magic is basically a dump stat since I can't actually use any magic. As for my speed, I know well that I don't have enough instantaneous stamina to run at top speed for long periods of time. Running causes my yellow gauge to rapidly vanish, and when it hits 0, I get painfully winded. I really don't have any edge when it comes to a head-to-head fight. Well then, let's check out the double appraisal result.
Elorogenerash, a low-ranking species of drake, native to the middle strata of the Great Labyrinth. It can manipulate flame and uses it to defend itself.
Found it! The middle strata of the Great Labyrinth.
The middle strata of the Great Labyrinth, the area of the Great Labyrinth that sits between the lower and upper strata. The entire area is covered in flowing, red-hot magma, and it is inhabited by many monsters resistant to fire.
Seriously? Whoa, no way! The entire middle strata is like this? I'm going to have to go through this to get back to the upper levels? That's impossible, right? I get damaged by the terrain just by being here. Rivers and ponds of magma cover the earth, and I'm dead in an instant if I fall into one of those. And it's not at all unreasonable to think that the fire-resistant monsters living down here are going to be able to use fire themselves. You remember the one big weakness of my spider silk, right? Fire. Let's step back a bit. If you take away my silk, what do I have left? My venom and my speed. Well, at least I still have something, but it's really going to suck not being able to use the strongest weapon in my arsenal. Really, I'm not even going to be able to finally try out my poison thread. I've been looking forward to using it so much. Why are you doing this to me? My health is getting seriously low. Let's go back, take some cover. Back to the lower depths, at the bottom of the slope. It's still pretty hot here, but at least my health isn't going down anymore. If I rest for a bit here, automatic HP recovery will be able to fix me back up. Although, I do have automatic HP recovery, don't I? But the damage still kept accumulating. It's going to be impossible no matter how hard I push forward, isn't it? If I want to beat this, I need to stock up on potions and cool drinks, right? I don't have any of those though. If I were to get fire resistance, would this get easier? But if my silk is weak to fire, then my body's probably weak to fire too. I noticed it back when I was looking at the skill list, but fire resistance wasn't on the list. That means that I can't actually buy it with just 200 points, right? There were plenty of other resistances on the list, but no fire resistance. This is just a theory, but maybe, if I'm weak to fire, then it might be hard for me to acquire fire resistance.
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, LV4, has been raised to level 5.
Right. You really do level up quickly, don't you? This is probably pride's effect, huh? Well, let's put that aside for a bit. What the heck do I do now? I want to get back to the upper layers, so I have to beat this. However, I can't think of any way that I actually can. Then, is there another way I can get up there? I know at least one other way. Going back and climbing up the shaft where the wasps are. Going back to where the earth dragon is lurking, though. Nope. No can do. No way. So, maybe I should search for other shafts? Are there even any other convenient shafts like that? I can't say that there aren't. Back in the upper layers, a wandering wasp did get caught in one of my webs, so it's possible that it flew up out of a different shaft, where the wasps have made another nest just like the first one. This is, however, still only a possibility. Do I try to charge my way through the middle strata? Or do I search the lower depths for a shaft that might not even be there? What should I choose? For the time being, I'll build a nest between the lower and middle strata. I'm not in any hurry, after all. I don't think even the earth dragon is going to follow me this far, and I don't think anyone will bother me if I build my nest near the ceiling, like I did before those monkeys attacked. After reflecting back on that attack, I've decided that I'm going to make a really solid nest, instead of a simple one. My goal is to build something that'll be alright even if another giant monkey were to throw a boulder at it. Thankfully, I have a huge stockpile of red stamina after eating all of those monkeys. Then, using this nest as my base of operations, I'm going to, little by little, make preparations for conquering the middle layer. Specifically, I'm hoping to acquire fire resistance as well as grind up the level of automatic HP recovery. In order to do that, I think that I should go up into the middle stratum, let my health be depleted, and then return home, and then repeat that several times per day. Taking damage in there is likely going to help me gain proficiency in either resisting fire or resisting heat. I don't know how long it would take, but I should eventually earn either fire or heat resistance. Plus, after I take all of that damage, automatic HP recovery will activate, giving me even more proficiency and killing two birds with one stone. If my defense and my recovery are enough to exceed the incoming damage, then I should be able to walk around just fine. When I'm not doing that, I'll train up my other skills. I'd like to train up both multitasking and computation if I can. But I actually have no clue how to work on multitasking, so I think I'll leave it alone for now. Computation is easy enough to raise. I just need to keep doing mental arithmetic. I don't particularly want to waste any of my mana recovery, so I think I should work on leveling both thread manipulation and poison synthesis. I've actually been coming up with new ways to use poison synthesis, so I really want to concentrate on getting its level up. Thread manipulation isn't going to be particularly useful in the middle strata though, even though it's one of my core skills. After that, I should put some effort into these stat-boosting skills. Kartikia, greater strength, and greater toughness all increase my stats on level up, so I want to give those extra priority. Although, while I know I can run to train Kartikia and do push-ups, leg-ups to train greater strength, how do I train greater toughness? It's a defensive skill, so do I really have to get hit by an attack? Maybe, when I'm training thread manipulation, I should try whipping myself. I really hate pain, but I should at least try this once. Next thing, if I'm going to stay here for a while, I'll need to secure a source of food. Right now, my red stamina isn't decreasing at all thanks to overeating, but I will eventually need to eat something. So, I should probably do some patrols of the area and make sure I have everything I need to go hunting. Or maybe I should put up some webs to catch things. A spider web trap with threads as invisibly thin as I can make them. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll do that. Even if I accidentally wind up snaring a monster that's powerful enough to rip through my silk, it's not like I'm going to be in the area, so I won't really be in any danger. Now that that's decided, commence the operation. The first step is to build a home. I crawl my way up the wall. After that life or death struggle with those monkeys, I've built up quite a resistance to heights. I used to be scared to the point that I got levels in fear resistance, but now I don't feel a thing.
Proficiency requirements met. You have gained the skill, was meant varying, LV1.
Huh? Oh, I got a new skill. Huh? Show me.
3D maneuvering allows for the execution of movements in three-dimensional space, such as running along walls or landing on ceilings.
Haha, worthless. I can already do that. Well, maybe when I level it up it'll get more useful, so it might be too early to call this worthless. But it's not an important skill at all. I'm just gonna leave it alone. Right. Got a questionable skill. Now it's time to build this home. Whew! Alright, done. The completed home rests between the wall and the ceiling, stretched way out horizontally. I originally wanted it to be a lot more balanced, but the quality of the ceiling rocks changes part way out, becoming too slippery to adhere any silk to. I couldn't stretch it very far forward along the ceiling, so it ended up in a shape like this. Since it's so spread out, I'm not very satisfied with how thick its surface is. I was aiming for something that could protect against a giant monkey's rock throw, but I don't think this'll quite be able to stand up to that. However, my foundation is very strong, and I've protected everything against falling. Even if 100 monkeys cling to this, it won't fall. Unless a foe has a ranged attack to rival the giant monkeys, breaking into this home is going to be very difficult. Even still, this isn't strong enough to protect me from any abnormally powerful monsters like the Earth Dragon, so I can't quite relax entirely. I'll be living here freely for the time being, so I'll be using this nest as my home #4. Now then, I've secured my position and filled my health back up. Let's go back up to the middle layer and start working on getting my health down again. This is going to suck. As mentioned earlier, I have arrived in the middle strata. It is very hot. The temperature right now is, frankly, unmeasurable, as I do not have a thermometer. The forecast for today indicates a devastating wave of lava. The conditions out here are such that this weather reporter must not remain out here for very long. This has been a live report from the middle strata. Retreat. Ooh, that was hot. Neither of my skills leveled either. Well, I'll get to this at my leisure.
I brought you this, Father. It's a local wine from the Booty province.
Oh, I've never had this one before. I wonder how it tastes. I'm looking forward to it.
In this spotlessly clean room that nevertheless has official documents and papers jumbled up everywhere, I have just presented my father with a bottle of wine I brought back for him as a souvenir. My father loves liquor. Usually, when he works alone, he performs his duties while sneaking drinks. By now, it's become something of an open secret. As such, whenever I return from a foreign land, I make sure to bring him a rare or unusual bottle of alcohol. As the king, my father can't go off visiting other countries on a whim, so even a simple gift such as this makes him very happy. It's also become a bit of a tradition for the two of us to enjoy it together.
Father, is it all right for you to take some time off now?
No problem at all. If something comes up, I can shave off a little bit of my sleeping time. My son, who I so rarely get to see, has finally come home, and that's far more important.
I smile wryly. He said that so flippantly. But the work of a king is no easy thing.
Besides, Cyrus has gotten quite used to his duties. If something ever happens to me, the country is in safe hands.
Father, my brother may be very skilled, but this country still needs its king. Please do not say such ominous things.
My father sighs, apologizing offhandedly. He walks over to a bookshelf, retrieves 2 of the glasses he keeps hidden there, and pours some wine for both of us.
What an unusual aroma.
Yes, I selected it because I particularly liked its fragrance. I think you'll be quite pleased by it.
A mellow aroma fills the room. We clink our glasses, then tip them down our throats.
This goes down quite smoothly. I feel like I could drink this forever.
It's quite popular with the women of the region, you know. They say that the taste is greatly enhanced if you drink it while eating fruit. Please, have some of these.
I offer him the fruits that I had prepared. He puts one in his mouth, then takes another sip of wine.
Delicious. I usually drink such strong liquor, but drinks like this are great from time to time.
I thought you'd like it.
Inwardly, I breathed a small sigh of relief. I had been worried that my father, who likes much drier liquors, wouldn't like this wine. I can now put those needless worries behind me. We continued to drink in silence for a while. Suddenly, I remembered something from earlier this afternoon, and my jaw drops.
What is it?
Well, I went to see how Sue and Shun were doing this afternoon. I was just remembering what happened then.
My little brother and sister have so much talent that it even shocked me, the hero. I sparred with Shun as part of his training, and it was remarkably difficult to keep my composure. I shouldn't have tried to show off by fighting with one hand. Next time I spar with him, I'll make sure to use both of my hands.
How are those two doing, in your opinion?
They have a terrifying amount of talent, Shun especially so. If he had been born just a little earlier, then the title of hero might have fallen on his shoulders instead of mine.
This is the complete truth. Really, in terms of raw talent, Shun and Sue are both far, far ahead of me. The reason why my stats are still so much higher than theirs is because of the effects of my hero title. They still wouldn't be able to beat me at the moment if I didn't have the title, but they'd be able to surpass me very soon. They possess such incredible talent. They might even manage to overtake me even with my hero title. I hope that doesn't happen. If it does, my pride as an older brother would be shattered into pieces. Shun, especially, seems to respect me a great deal, and seeing him disillusioned would be too much of a shock to bear. This is a grave situation. I should redouble my training efforts, so that they don't catch up to me, right?
What are you nodding to yourself about?
Well, it seems that it is not so simple to maintain one's pride as an older brother.
Come to think of it, Shun seems to be maintaining the same sort of dignity around Sue, and it seems to be working very well. She really clings to him, and acts like she views me as a rival for his affections. One day she'll grow apart from him, but for now it's extremely cute that she gets so mad when her beloved older brother is peeled away from her.
I've done those two a terrible disservice.
The two of them were born just after the previous hero had met his end. At that time, I was the one to receive the title of hero. The previous hero died unexpectedly, his location unknown, and his actions mysterious, and the title fell on me. Suddenly, the monsters began to move in great numbers. My father, as a result, had no time to spare for his two youngest children. Even though he believes family to be precious, his duties as a king come first. He had no choice but to prioritize the needs of his country, and this weighs heavily on his mind.
You did what you had to do. So many things were happening at once, you didn't have a choice.
But those two have never hugged me once. That seems like a clear answer to me.
It will be all right. They will understand, in time.
If only.
With a sad look on his face, he swirls the wine in his glass. Then, with a heavy, heavy sigh, spills out his pent-up feelings.
To be honest, there are times I find being king very depressing. It's not just those two kids. Julius, I worry about you as well. I never wanted my son to have to shoulder the burden of being hero. Yet, as king, it is my duty to tell you to go. It may be the right choice for me as a king, but it makes me a failure of a father.
Father, I am proud of being the hero. Please, do not say things. If you take being the hero away from me, what do I have left?
That's not true.
But it is. I don't have my older brother's skill or education in politics, nor do I have Leston's penetrating faith, nor can I marry into another family like my sister can. The only thing I can do is to be the hero of the people, to swing my sword in defense of humanity. Please, Father, do not worry about me. I am, for my own sake, doing what I am meant to do, and doing my very best at it.
Leston's really just doing whatever he pleases, though.
He really is.
The two of us let out a chuckle. Father, from where I stand, you're an amazing father. So, in order to be as helpful to you as I can, I'll continue to be the hero.
Leveling my skills so far took a lot of work. Wait, no, these went up on their own. The last time I really settled in to focus on leveling a skill was back when I made my first home, and then I really didn't work on anything but spider silk. I have way more skills than I did back then, and, best of all, appraisal's level has jumped way up. In other words, I'm in a great position to do some very efficient leveling. On top of that, now that I can see the skill list, I've tried finding skills I thought I could acquire and doing things that I thought would earn skill proficiency. Thanks to that, I've acquired quite a few new skills. Man, Madam Appraisal, you really are the greatest. You're really a cheat skill when it comes to skill acquisition. Also, in order to secure provisions, I set a few traps around the area. They're super simple, just a few super sticky threads spread around on the floor, but when a monster steps on one, it gets stuck. I left those alone for a while, then checked back on them occasionally. The result? I successfully caught something. It was pretty weak, so I put an end to it quickly. And in doing so, I finally was able to show my poison silk to the world. It's silk imbued with poison, and it surpassed severing thread as my strongest attack. Man, this is amazing. It's seriously amazing. It's seriously amazing, but I don't know if I can use it in the middle strata. How unfair. Also, I leveled up. Huh? You ask? Don't. I had that reaction already. After all, isn't it weird that I would have leveled up after defeating just one small fry of a monster? I was pretty surprised. This looks like another bonus from Pride, and a pretty effective one at that, if I leveled from a single weak monster. After that, I caught a few more monsters, just as I wanted. Thanks to that, I haven't run out of food at all, nor has my stamina been going down. There's evidence that a few monsters managed to break free of my traps, but, honestly, that's fine with me. I really don't want to meet the monsters that are strong enough to tear themselves out of my stickiest threads. Thanks to that, the only monsters left in my traps are the safe ones, so I can dispatch them with a smile on my face. All the levels I got are way exhilarating too. After doing all that stuff, my stats are looking a little like this.
Small poison Turretect, LV5, no name. Statistics, HP, 83, 80, 3, green, MP, 100, 81 to 181, blue, SP, 80 to 80, 282 red, egg offense, 92 ag, magic, power, 82 ags, magic power, 135 avig, resistance, 168 avig, speed 830. Skills, automatic HP recovery, LV5, LV3, LV2, 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 gamey consumption reduction, LV2, damage enhancement, LV2, damage enhancement, LV2, LV1, poison enhancement LV2, LV2, poison LV2, poison synthesis, LV2, poison synthesis, LV2, poison synthesis, LV2. 9 spider silk LV6, 3D maneuvering, LV6, 3D maneuvering, LV6, concentration OV9. Prediction, LV6, NB6, aiming LV7, LV3, appraisal LV6 stealth, LV7, corruption magic, LV2, LV10, 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 visible spectrum expansion, LV2, damage resistance, LV2, slashing resistance, LV2, slashing resistance, LV2, greater poison resistance, LV2, P-praxis, LV2, acid resistance, LV2, acid resistance, LV2, fear resistance, LV2, fear resistance, LV2, corruption resistance, LV3, 7, LV8, enhanced fission, LV8, enhanced hearing, LV8, enhanced smell, LV67, end of V8, LV7, LV3, 3, 3, crater stance, LV3. Kartikeya, LV3. Taboo, Taboo, LV4. Taboo, skill points. Available, 180.
Man, I got strong. Seriously. With stats like these, wouldn't I be able to fight upper layer monsters head on? I've seen this before in my stats, but it really looks like there's a variety of ways to bring up your stats without having to level up. I went running for a while to work on boosting my skills, and thanks to that training, my stats have gone up as well. It looks like it's the same as in my previous life. If you train hard, you'll get stronger. I've got a stats screen in this world though, so it's way easier to see the effects. And, plus, the stat increases on level up are now double what they were before. You might be asking me what the hell I'm talking about, but I seriously don't know what's happened. No, well, it's probably pride again. When I leveled, my speed increased by a whopping 42 in an instant. That really startled me. It looks like that pride gives me literally doubles the increases that I get from my other skills. Pride, you're seriously an amazing skill. My skills have also gone way up in level. Look at the poison-related ones. Did you notice? Poison attack became greater poison attack, and poison resistance became greater poison resistance. That happened when those skills hit level 10. I was amazed to find out that skills have evolutions too. The effect seems to be a straight upgrade of the previous skills' effects. It looks like these are going to be my main weapons in the middle strata, so these evolutions are a huge deal. Why'd poison resistance go up, you ask? I've been regularly whipping myself with poison silk, you know. Really, if I didn't do that, then the level wouldn't up, right? I can endure a little bit of pain if it's for the sake of my skill levels. Anyone would do the same. I did it, after all. Huh? I'm the only one? Nah, no way. Probably. Also on the topic of poison. Poison synthesis leveled up as well. It's gotten up to level 7 by now, and I've got even more of both the kinds of poison I can synthesize and the attributes I can adjust.
Poison synthesis menu: weak poison, poison strong. Poison deadly spider venom, LV3. Damage adjustment duration. Adjustment contact damage adjustment. Synthesis volume. Adjustment.
Thanks to leveling up poison attack, my spider venom has now become deadly. I did also pick up both poison and strong poison, but these are simply poisons that are stronger than weak poison. Deadly spider venom is obviously even better than those though. Sorry guys, but deadly spider venom's the only one of you that'll see the light of day in combat. However, there's new customization options. As its name implies, adjusts how much damage a poison can do just from touching you. It's how I control external damage, while the option lets me control internal damage when a poison's ingested or injected. There's no real need for me to adjust my deadly spider venom, however, since its damage is already way higher than I can modify with poison synthesis. Synthesis volume adjustment lets me control the amount of poison that I can synthesize at once, albeit at the cost of additional mana. I tried it while I was leveling, and it's super convenient. As long as I don't mess up while using it, I can instantly create a tremendous amount of poison to inflict on my enemies. Drown in my sea of venom, I'll shout, as I rain down a torrent of toxin on my helpless foes. My non-poison related skills also leveled up quite a bit. I was able to pick up a variety of skills relating to my mana and stamina. For my mana, I got accelerated MP recovery and MP consumption reduction. Just as advertised, my natural mana regeneration has gone up, and my expenditures have gone down. Same thing goes for stamina too, with faster recovery and lowered costs. The faster recovery, though, only applies to my yellow gauge. The cost reduction looks like it applies to both yellow and red. When I sprinted around at full power to try it out, both gauges seemed to be going down less quickly. The red gauge actually didn't go down at all, thanks to overeating, but the good lady appraisal helped me confirm the result. Damage enhancement is pretty OP. It multiplies the damage of anything you do to destroy something. Something includes, of course, other living beings. In other words, all of my attacks are being significantly strengthened. Damage resistance is the defensive skill on the other side of the coin. Both of these skills are scary good, so I worked hard to make sure I picked both of those up. Slashing enhancement and poison enhancement are skills that boost attacks that use their corresponding attributes. It's a pretty simple way to boost both my severing thread and my poison. Battle Spirit is a pretty weird skill. It burns stamina from my red gauge to boost all of my physical stats. It's what you'd call a toggled buff, but it drains a ton of stamina while it's on. My red stamina is my lifeline, so there's no way I'm eager to use it up like that. This skill isn't very efficient either, so I'm going to save it for when I'm backed into a corner. Way into a corner. Grant Vitality is similar to Battle Spirit, but it targets an external object, not myself. In my case, I'd use it on my silk. Again though, I'm not going to wind up using it, for largely the same reasons as Battle Spirit. My biggest score in the silk department was a skill called Thread Talent. It's a super convenient skill that applies a flat bonus to everything I do involving threads, like making my silk stronger or easier to work with. Since it's just a straight boost with no downsides, I put it to work immediately. Throw and aiming both went up too. I didn't do anything in particular to work on leveling 3D maneuvering, but climbing up the walls to get to and from my home has caused it to gradually level up. Multitasking and computation haven't really gone up at all, but it really can't be helped. I'm still waiting on deliberately grinding it up. On the other hand, concentration and prediction have both gone up quite a bit. I don't really care much about prediction, but concentration's hit level 9. Level 10 can't be far off. Based on the other skills so far, concentration will either evolve into a new form or derive a new skill once it hits level 10. I wonder which it will be. This has been a super useful skill so far, so I'm really expecting its evolution or derivation to be good as well. No change to my magic skills. As for my resistances, my constant literal self-flagellation has gotten me damage resistance, bashing resistance, and slashing resistance. On top of that, I also managed to finally pick up my long-desired fire resistance. After all of this effort, I finally made it to level 1. Automatic HP regeneration has also leveled up a bunch, so my future's looking pretty bright. Next, I boosted most of my sensory-enhancing skills. I've left Enhanced Taste aside for the time being. It, really doesn't seem very useful in a dungeon like this. I also ground up my stat-boosting skills. After constantly raining poison attacks on myself, I got a new skill called Resistance, which, well, strengthened my resistance stat. It went up even further when poison resistance evolved into greater poison resistance. I don't really know exactly what the link is, but it may be that my resistance stat goes up when a resistance skill gets added. It's been a real pain to try to level greater strength, greater toughness, and Kartikia. They really haven't gone anywhere. Seriously, I ran to try to grind up Kartikia, and I only managed to get a single level. Compared to the rest of my stat-boosting skills, these are way more difficult to level. Well, I guess it's only natural, since these skills are way more powerful than the others. Now that I know how skill evolution works, I really want to get the rest of my stat-boosting skills up to level 10 as quickly as I can. They might have evolved forms too. Alas, I was unable to further raise Milady Appraisal to any new heights. I think that I haven't been able to get very much skill proficiency over the last few days since my actions have been so constrained. If that's the case, I really should start moving towards clearing the middle strata. By now, I'm more or less able to stand the environmental damage of the middle strata. I tried it out to be sure, getting as close as I could to a magma pool, and it seems to work. It takes everything I've got to just barely mitigate it though. If I take any other damage while I'm in the middle layer, leveling up is the only way I'd be able to heal it. I really want to spend some more time on my skills just to be extra safe, but I really want to earn some more proficiency for the Lady Appraisal's sake. I'm torn. All right, let's get to the middle strata. Carpe diem, seize the day. With my speed stat as high as it is, I should be able to run past any enemies I might encounter. Plus, I've been able to keep moving despite life-threatening wounds before now. I'll never get anywhere if I'm afraid of stubbing my toes. Regeneration has spoiled me. This is clear. Under ordinary circumstances, I'd want to spend some more time leveling, but I dunno. I have a feeling that I really should get out of here quickly. I'm getting really fidgety and restless. And so, today I depart, leaving behind my fourth home. Farewell, home number 4. You have treated me well. Take care of yourself. I'm blown away by the shockwave. I hit the ground rolling and managed to come to a stop about halfway up the slope. I glance at my health bar, but it's only gone down a little bit. I'm lucky. I made it out relatively unscathed since I was already outside, but what would have happened if I was still in there? My eyes alight on the creature that started this fiasco.
The Earth Dragon, Cagna, LV 26 to statistics. HP 4100, 98 4198. Green, MP 3300, 39 3600, 54. Blue, SP 2700, 98 2700, 98. Yellow, 2995, 3112. Red failed to appraise statistics.
It's a dragon. Compared to the other Earth Dragon, Alaba, that I saw before, this one looks kinda shorter and stouter. It looks very strong. Also, it has no wings. Nope. I get right the heck out of there, charging up the ramp at maximum speed. I reach the top in record time and just keep running. I burn through my entire bar of yellow stamina, but I just keep running. I push my legs so far past their limit that they start screaming in agony. This is excruciating, but still, I just keep running. I weave around the streams of magma, running as fast as I can along the few bits of solid ground.
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill. MTSP consumption reduction has been raised to level 3. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill. Fear resistance LV6 has been raised to level 7. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill. Alacrity LV7 has been raised to level 8. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill. And endurance LV7 has been raised to level 8.
I don't know how far I've managed to run, but my legs have finally just given out. I want to do nothing more than collapse on the floor and just lay here forever, but I scrape together all of my remaining willpower and force myself to turn around. Behind me, there's no sign that the Earth Dragon has followed me at all. That was close! I look around to make sure that there's no monsters immediately nearby, then flop down to the ground. No way! An Earth Dragon attack, in broad daylight, with no warning or provocation whatsoever? No freaking way! I could have died. If I'd been even an instant later in leaving my home, I would have died. Things only turned out like this because I had that uncomfortable premonition. Seriously though, what the heck was that? Are Earth Dragons compelled to fire their breath weapons at every single cobweb they see? That's freaking scary. I didn't pay much attention, but do the Earth Dragons make their lair in the lower strata? That's freaking scary. Wait, no, let's not think about a place with a bunch of Earth Dragons lying around. I think back on the stats I saw from appraisal and how every single one of them was 4 digits. That's pretty freaking ridiculous. There's no way I could have won. On top of that, it had mana and stamina to spare after using an attack that straight up obliterated my home. That thing wasn't single shot. It could fire it as much as it wanted. Impossible. What a monster. Earth Dragons are terrifying. On top of that new Earth Dragon seemed to be a totally different variety than the Earth Dragon Alaba that I saw before. The new one had a lower level than Alaba did, but I wasn't able to appraise Alaba back then, so I have no way to compare the two to see which is stronger. That doesn't change the fact that it isn't even remotely possible for me to beat either of them. Alaba and Kanya are both described as Earth Dragons, so they must be related somehow, right? Maybe they started out as the same species, but then they took different branches when evolving. That might be it. Dragons are the creme de la creme of powerful monsters. It's only natural that they'd have many evolutionary forms. Or, if that's not it, maybe each earth dragon is its own unique species? That might be it too. Since they're high up on the evolutionary ladder, there aren't going to be very many of them. But they'd have to be pretty strong, huh? Yeah, those guys are definitely strong, with stats like those. So, if there's so few of them, the odds of running into them must be very low. Wait, if that's the case, getting attacked by not just one, but two earth dragons has to be extremely unlikely. Is my luck really that astronomically terrible? No way that can be true, right? I've always managed to come out on top, even though I've been in so many situations that were so hopeless I thought I was going to die. So my luck must be good, right? Huh? You're telling me someone with actual good luck wouldn't be in mortal peril so often? Huh? Let's not do this. Let's just put the brakes on this particular train of thought. Man, I was a hair's breadth away from disaster there. I'm so glad I didn't decide to stick around and level anymore. I haven't been able to shake off my bad luck yet. Let's just leave it at that for now. Someone, please agree with me.
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill has been raised to level 9.
Who the hell asked you? What's with that timing? Were you just waiting to make that quip? Hey, so-called voice of heaven, you think you're some kind of comedian now? I got way too riled up about such a stupid thing. Right, I've had probably the worst start to this possible, but let's start working through conquering the middle strata. I want to get as far away from the Earth Dragon as I can. Right? Then, first things first, let's verify my current condition. I'm currently surrounded on all sides by bubbling, seething magma. The ratio of magma to solid ground is, probably about 50/50. I kinda blitzed my way through to this particular spot, but am I even going in the right direction? Well, right or wrong, I have no clue. All that I can do right now is keep going forward. So, I'm still feeling the after effects of that Earth Dragon attack. After sprinting for so long, even after I was well past my limit, my health has gone down a bit. Ordinarily, a tiny bit of damage like this wouldn't be a big deal. But in a scorching hot place like this, I'm constantly taking environmental damage. My automatic recovery is only barely keeping up with this constant damage, so any additional damage I receive isn't going to be able to heal at all. In order to recover, I'm either going to have to wait for the full heal on a level up, or hope that either fire resistance or automatic HP recovery levels up and tips the balance of damage and healing more in my favor. Although it is entirely possible that getting super close to the magma would be even more unbearably hot, and the amount of damage I'd take would be even higher. I'd really like to avoid super hot places whenever possible, but I dunno what's coming down the bend. Based on what the upper and lower strata were like, I'd bet that the middle strata is going to be pretty huge. This is, after all, the world's greatest dungeon. This place is big enough that it connects 2 continents together. I need to steel myself for the possibility that I'll be stuck here for days. Man, this journey's going to be long, and I'm already just crushed. This isn't a good sign. Right, so, let's get going. It really is hot though. Before I was reborn as a spider, I lived a super comfortable, climate-controlled life without ever being too hot or too cold. This kinda extreme temperature shift is really making me sluggish. It's not like I can't handle the heat at all. I did keep coming back up here while I was trying to level up fire resistance after all. But still, when I think about how I'm going to be stuck in this heat for so long before I finally get out of the middle strata, I really do get kinda worn down. My feet in particular. There's magma flowing all around nearby, you know? The ground is of course going to be scorching hot, and not scorching hot like the asphalt in the middle of the summer. If you tried to fry an egg on this sidewalk, it would just burn, and I have to walk on it, barefoot. This is way more painful than just plain. Oh, great, a monster!
Elo Generash LV was statistics. HP Yi Wo Zhou 150 Sena, green MP, E cis wool E by cis, pro, blue, SP phi, E cis wool E by cis wool, yellow, EE low E by cis wool, red, to appraise statistics.
It's one of the ones I saw when I first came up here, the seahorse-looking ones. Just like back then, it's calmly swimming around in molten rock? No way. It looks like it hasn't noticed me yet, but the direction it's traveling in is going to put it right on the path that I want to go through. What should I do? Maybe I should fight it. I've been wanting to figure out just how effective my silk still is in this heat, but if I still have to fight it head on, I'm pretty confident, based on the stats I saw just now, that I can beat it. My foe is right in front of me, and it doesn't seem like any other monsters are rearing their ugly heads, so let's give it a shot. My target hasn't noticed me yet, so let's give it a good preemptive strike. Come on, severing thread. I let out a long length of silk, then whip it horizontally in front of me. Since the seahorse wasn't paying any attention to my silk, I aimed right for its head. But my silk simply burned up as it passed over the magma. Fire races up the thread back towards me, and I frantically sever the rest of the thread before I catch fire myself. RGH, man, is this just hopeless? My silk caught fire without even touching the magma directly. Is my silk seriously going to be completely ineffective in the middle strata? Seriously, I've really been stripped of my strongest weapon. I'd known this was possible, but I'm still kinda stunned. Oh, something's flying this way. It's a fireball, huh? That'll hurt if it hits. But that's big enough that I'll get burnt to a crisp if it hits me, right? Whoop! I dodge it completely. Oh, but it fired a second one. The seahorse is spitting fireballs at me from within the magma. At the speed they're traveling, there's no way they'll hit me. I may have not been able to dodge that frog's acid spit so long ago, but now my speed stat is way higher, and I have an evasion skill. I'm far more powerful than I was before. Even my speed spect MMO character is no match for my god tier evasive ability. I may be made of paper, I may be burned to a crisp in a single hit, but they're never going to actually hit me. For some completely unknown reason, these seahorses never retreat back into the safety of the magma. Instead, they come at me directly, no matter the cost. They do say that an emperor should never flee. So do these guys think they're awesome enough to be emperors? Maybe. They are a little dragon-like, after all. Anyway, when their mana runs out, they climb out of the magma and physically charge me.
Experience requirements met. Small poison Taratect. You have grown from level 5 to level 6. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from leveling up. Your skill, Poison Enhancement, LV2 skill has been raised to level 3, and your skill, Evasion LV3, has been raised to level 4. You have acquired additional skill points. So I'm a spider, so what? This audiobook is sponsored by Art Tale Novel. If you are interested in exploring what we have provided on our community platform, please download the app arttale.ii/novel. My father has summoned me. Not just me, but Katia as well. Neither of us have any idea as to why this could be, so we both tilt our heads to the side and ponder. Sue has grown up to be one of those kinds of girls, but I don't think she'd really go that far. Meanwhile, 2 more people have entered the waiting room, a man and a young girl. When Katia and I notice the 2 of them, our jaws drop in shock. These 2 people have far longer ears than any human. This is my first time meeting an elf. I knew that elves existed, but seeing a real live one in front of me is a stark reminder of the fact that we live in a fantasy world. He squints at us, and a strange, uncomfortable feeling ripples through me. The door shuts behind Kotimus, leaving me and Katia completely dumbfounded. We hadn't even had time to introduce ourselves before he hurried out of the room. With no idea what to do, I turned towards the little girl he left behind. Katia and I glance at each other. This strange little girl had just introduced herself, but now we had no idea what to do next. I stiffen in my chair, the quirky way she's been talking. Her choice of words, her conduct, they're very much like someone I know. Next to me, Katya has come to the exact same realization, and our eyes go wide. The individual in front of us is Oka, aka Kanami Okazaki, our homeroom teacher from the previous world. The teacher we had nicknamed Oka was really quite a deplorable individual. When she was a student, she got really into a particular manga and started imitating how her favorite character talked, and did it for so long that it became her normal speaking voice. She read a lot of manga set in the Warring States period of Japanese history, so she arbitrarily decided to go into the history program at a very prestigious university. She then decided to become a teacher after drafting the reverse Hikaru Genji plan, a thoroughly deplorable teacher indeed. However, her students really loved that deplorable personality, so she was an incredibly popular teacher.
So, Miss Okazaki, why have you come to this country?
Because I'd heard the two of you were He Tilde era. You're everywhere in the news, you know. Several genius prodigies born in the kingdom of Analyte all at once.
Having met our teacher from the other world after all this time, we switch to talking in Japanese and tell her our old names. When she hears who Katya was, her eyes go wide and she squeals, "I'm burning up."
You came all this way just to see us?
No, not just they Tilde at. I me Tildeite look like a little elf girl, but I'm still your teacher. Of course I wanted to make sure my beloved students are all safe. You know, Tilde Ow. Well, if safety really means anything after we've been reincarnated, Tilda.
She might be acting like it's a joke, but I think she's really sincere about it. Since I came here, I haven't been thinking about anyone's life but my own. It never occurred to me that I should seek out my other classmates.
This world's also Tilde more dangerous than Joppa Tilde on. I need to find you all sooner rather than later so that I can make sure you're safe. You know, Tilda.
That's another thing that I hadn't even considered. There's monsters in this world. It's an easy mistake to make, but since I was so safe, I just arbitrarily assumed that the rest of my classmates were safe too. So, Miss Okazaki, have you come to protect us?
No. You two have such lofty positions that there's no Tilda way you'd be able to just walk out of here. The others are normal people, though, so all they needed to do was ask if they wanted to seek shelter in the elven village, Tilda.
So, that means you've found some of the others already.
Yeah, Tilda Ep! 12 people are already in the elven village, and we've been in contact with 5 more students, including you two, Tilda. We've been able to find 2 more of you, so they're the next stop on my Tilda Ip.
Our class had 25 students, so this means that there are 6 students that still haven't been located at all. On the other hand, however, that means that only 6 students haven't been found. In such a huge world as this, finding as many people as she did must have been an enormous amount of work.
Miss Okazaki, you're working so hard for our sakes.
Of course I am, Tilda. It's my duty as your teacher. Plus, most of you guys have been in the human lands, so it's not like getting to you guys was Tilda Ard.
Even so, it is obvious that Miss Okazaki has been putting a tremendous amount of work into this. I bow to her once more.
We Tilda L. I'm sure we have a lot to talk about Tilda out, but I'm going to be enrolling in the academy here soon, Tilda on. I'll be expecting a detailed account from both of you then, Tilda.
Katya and I will also both be enrolling in the academy shortly. Our new lives are coming at us quickly.
My run-through of the middle strata is going pretty well. I've encountered a few other species of monsters besides just seahorses, but none of them were really worth mentioning. If it weren't for the environmental hazards, there's no way I'd lose. Really, all of my problems come as a result of the environment. First off, magma. What a pain. If my opponent hides in the magma, I can't do anything but hurl rocks at them, which does barely any damage at all. Practically, I can't do anything at all to them if they don't crawl up onto solid ground. It's great when they act like the seahorses do, and just blithely hop out of the magma when they run out of mana. But there's some monsters that stay put in the magma, and, even worse, some who just run away. There's also the ones that start out on solid ground, but then dive into the magma to flee when I corner them. Not being able to use my silk at all is another huge pain. I'm able to use it for things like throwing rocks around, but it'll always catch fire eventually, even if it just sits on the ground. The biggest problem here is that my body constantly produces silk whenever I move, laying down a thread wherever I go. In here, this thread catches fire. The flames then race up the line like a fuse, straight towards my increasingly hot butt. This is, by the way, not a metaphor. The first time it happened, my butt literally caught fire, causing me to run around in panicked circles. That cost me a lot of health. I managed to put myself out, but at even greater cost. I doused myself with liquid from the only source I had, poison synthesis. Ever since, I've had no choice but to constantly stop and cut off the line that I'm unconsciously laying. If I don't do that, my butt will be on fire. Not metaphorically. Sleeping is another problem. Ideally, I'd build a nest to sleep in, but a nest would obviously catch fire in this environment. I had no choice but to abandon that hope and instead try to sleep in the shadows of large rocks. Try, of course, being the operative word here. I'm trying to sleep in the middle of a scorching hell, constantly scared of being crept up on by a monster. No matter how brazen and bold I may be, guts can only get me so far. However, sleeping is a must. I haven't exactly been getting any good sleep, but whenever I find a suitable rock to hide under, I do try to lie down for a while. Well, even though the environment is much rougher up here than it was down in the lower strata, this place's one redeeming quality is that the monsters are so weak. It doesn't feel like there's much of a difference between the monsters here and the ones back in the upper strata. There could, of course, be a middle strata equivalent to the unusually powerful snake that was in the upper strata, but for now, every monster I've met has been weak. The biggest difference between upper and middle strata monsters seems to be how well they use the terrain to their advantage. Thanks to that, all of the relatively weak monsters here are way tougher to kill than they should be. Seriously, I don't mind at all when it's me who has the environmental edge, but it is such a pain when my opponents have it instead. Well, there's a lot of things to dislike about this place, but I don't think it's entirely impossible. My sheer diligence in leveling has made me quite a bit stronger. If I keep facing enemies like these, I'm still able to win even despite the disadvantage. However, since I still don't have very many ways to heal myself, every hit I take puts me in a bigger pinch. Carelessness is forbidden. Besides, there's still one more thing that's particularly troubling about the monsters down here. Ahead of me, I see 3 of them. Elro Pieku, LV8. These things look kind of like bright red dogs. They're actually kind of cute on the outside, but these jerks are actually really nasty, especially when it comes to dealing with me. First of all, their noses are incredibly good. Like, dogs. They aren't even the slightest bit affected by my stealth skill. As a result, I'm never able to attack them by surprise like I usually do. Well, I haven't been able to do that much in the middle strata anyway, but that's not important. The next thing though, their bodies are covered in flame. That's right, these dogs aren't just colored red, they're on fire. It's not like I can do anything to them while they're set ablaze like that. Just touching them directly would deal me a ton of damage. That's the biggest problem with middle strata monsters. Their bodies are all extremely hot. Even if they're not always on fire like the dogs are, their bodies are still dangerously hot to the touch. The seahorses are like that, for example. So, whenever I touch them, I take damage. I can endure it when I have to kill the seahorses, but the amount of damage I'd take from killing something that's literally on fire wouldn't be something I could just shrug off. I've had to come up with a few countermeasures of my own. I dodge the dogs as they charge at me. They may be decently fast, but compared to my speed, it's like they're moving through mud. Dodging them is no trouble at all. I weave around the first 2 dogs, then leap high over the third. As I soar over its head, I activate poison synthesis. Smothered by my powerful venom, the dog stumbles, falls, and skids to a stop. Not only is my venom especially deadly, but it seems like none of the monsters in this area have any levels in poison resistance. So, defeating these things is a piece of cake. Just pour toxins on them until they stop moving. I don't have to touch them at all, so there's no need for me to take any damage. My venom puts the 2 remaining pitiful dogs out of their misery. I've got a bad feeling. The seahorses, you see, are drakes. Drake, a species of monster considered to be an inferior form of a dragon. Yeah, a monster that's an inferior form of something like that earth dragon. Putting it in system terms, it's, what, a fire drake? Since there's an earth dragon, there's got to be a fire dragon, huh? There can't be anything like that in the middle strata, can there? I really hope not. Well then, I kind of let my mind escape from reality for a little there. But let's switch focus to the problem that's right in front of me. Elrogena 7, LV7. This monster is swimming lazily around in the magma. It may be some kind of lesser drake, but from where I'm standing it really looks more like some kind of catfish. Also, it doesn't really give off the kind of vibe that I'd expect off of a creature with 7 in its name. Well, it's not like I can do much about this world's naming conventions, even if I have a problem. Its defining characteristic really does seem to be its enormous mouth, just like a catfish. Man, there's no way getting swallowed by that thing is going to turn out well for me. At my size, I think I'd fit in there quite nicely. Appraisal did a great job getting me this guy's stats. Generally, it seems that appraisal's success rate for getting detailed stats is something like 1 in 3. I'm really lucky that this was the one that hit. Charging in at this catfish without a solid understanding of its stats would have been extremely dangerous. I've only ever seen weak monsters here in the middle strata, but this catfish is way stronger than the rest. If possible, I'd like to pass straight through here. However, that catfish is swimming very close to the path I'd like to take. Based on all the trends so far, getting caught up in a battle is pretty likely. What do I do? Well, I did consider that running away could be an option thanks to my incredible speed. But that thing's huge red stamina gauge means that I might be in real trouble if it decides to keep pursuing me forever. Its yellow bar is smaller, but small is a relative term. It's over twice the size of my own. Plus, I can't see any of the skills it has. If it maybe has automatic SP recovery at a high level, then it would be the worst monster I could possibly try to run away from. Well, this is still all in my head though. It looks like it would be pretty good in a fight. I should really run away, right? Yeah, I shouldn't do anything rash. I've been on a roll lately, but I've definitely had a lot of really painful experiences after getting too cocky. Even I can learn from experience. I'm not going to get carried away here. I'm going to proceed with caution and modesty. So, on that note, let's start slowly moving forward. If it spots me, I'll take off at maximum speed. Suddenly, another catfish rises from the depths and breaks through the surface of the magma with a splash, very close to me. Huh? Whoa! That's not right. I didn't get carried away at all, but I still got myself into this much trouble? The catfish and I lock eyes. For a brief moment, we stare blankly at each other, then it opens its enormous mouth. Backstep! The catfish's mouth closes on the spot where I was just a moment ago. It came up on land so casually. This guy, I didn't notice them before since they were hidden beneath the magma, but this thing's got arms and legs. On top of that, it's covered in dragon-like scales. Its defense stat really is high. Yeah, time to go. When I turn to the path I want to escape along, I see that the catfish I saw earlier has crawled up onto the land as well. In a place like this, how am I supposed to run away from a pincer attack? What do I do? In times like this, I've got no choice. I need to take down the catfish right in front of me, now. I wrap my poison thread around the catfish. Even if it's going to burn immediately, please, just get a little bit of poison applied. It, of course, burns up immediately. I glance up at the catfish's health indicator, trying to figure out if my poison had any effect. Sure enough, the catfish's health has gone down by just a little bit. It looks like poison is indeed effective. So, my next step is to administer some poison. The catfish opens its mouth wide as it immediately starts to charge towards me. Whoa! That was close, but I still nailed it. I stood my ground until the catfish was right on top of me, then used poison synthesis and just barely managed to make it away unscathed. By a razor's edge. Its mouth snaps shut on a big glob of poison instead of on me. Instantly, its health starts to plummet at a rate that is seriously no joke. And, just as you'd expect, the catfish is writhing around on the ground in agony. Oh, my poison's getting pretty good, isn't it? Now, who's next? I glance around, looking for my other opponent, and see that it has just straight up bolted after watching its comrade meet such a terrible end. I guess that it's only natural to think that I'm super dangerous after watching your ally fall so quickly and painfully. I never thought that a drake would ever try to escape, but I guess that might just be those seahorses. So, just like that, the healthy catfish turns around and flees back the way it came. Seriously, I thought I was going to be the one running away from this. There's no way I would have thought that I'd see my enemy fleeing instead. Is it okay if I get a little carried away now? I'm really tough now, right? Next up, I put an end to the poisoned catfish by splashing more venom on its face with poison synthesis. It convulses once more, then lies still. Experience requirements met. Small poison Teratect, you have grown from level 6 to level 7. When I leveled, it looks like concentration maxed out. Concentration hit max level, which I was actually kinda looking forward to. Let's use appraisal and check out the new derived skill that I got. Accelerated Thought. Accelerates the speed of the user's thoughts, expanding the user's perception of time. What an amazing skill. No, isn't it actually even more unbelievable than that? Its practical effect is, that, right? Making time appear to slow down, right? Like that thing that top-class athletes say they get sometimes, where they can see the ball moving in slow motion, right? Does this let me activate that whenever I want? That's absurd, right? Let's try it immediately. No problems turning it on. So, how does it feel? Doesn't it look like the magma is moving just a little bit more slowly? There's also some kind of uncomfortable sensation. All of the sensations in my body feel kind of fast and kind of slow at the same time. It's really strange. I don't think I can really describe it. To test it out, I try moving my body. It feels weird, somehow. Kinda like I'm moving underwater. Like my body is lagging just a little behind my thoughts. So, this what accelerated thoughts like by default, huh? I've definitely gotten carried away by my own speed before, so maybe I should activate this when I run at top speed. Huh? Is this actually costing me anything? Neither my mana or stamina are decreasing at all. So, is this maybe a passive skill, designed to be always on by default? It seems like I can turn it on and off, but is there any downside to leaving it on all the time? Man, isn't this amazing? I was totally expecting this to cost me mana. Like, it would cost me some mana, and would only last for a few seconds at a time, something like that. I can have it on anytime, anywhere, for no cost? Isn't this a ridiculously unbelievable skill? There aren't any real downsides. If I had to dig for one, I'd maybe say that this laggy sensation is going to be kind of uncomfortable until I get used to it. Man, I think I've seriously managed to stumble on an amazingly OP skill. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill has been raised to level 10. Your skill has reached its maximum level and has evolved into a new skill. Oh, see a prediction. Now that I think about it, I guess you were also just a little ways away from maxing out. Well, you were a pretty useless skill, so let's see if your evolved friend is a little more useful, huh? Foresight. Strengthens the user's predictive abilities. Furthermore, allows the user to see the possible outcomes of the immediate future. Possible future outcomes? What do you mean? Well, first off, let's activate it. This one went on without problem either. But what actually changed? Wait. The magma's movements look a little weirder now. Did it get a little bit blurry, here and there? Wait, no. It looks like a bunch of images are stacked on top of each other. Are these stacked up sections what the description was calling possible outcomes? This is what you'd call seeing the future, right? Well, it's not something that I can trust entirely because they do say it's a prediction, but if I train this skill up enough, it might turn into something really useful. There aren't very many spots where the magma looks stacked up right now, so I don't really see this being very useful right now. Huh? Wait, hang on. This isn't costing me anything either. Is this another passive skill? What an amazing skill! I never would have thought that such a good-for-nothing little brat as Prediction could turn out to be such an amazing treasure trove. Forgive me, Prediction. Even worthless kids can make something of themselves if they try hard. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill has been raised to level 9. The former worthless kid makes her appearance. Madam Appraisal. What, may I ask, will this level up bring? Please, allow me to see for myself immediately. Small Poison Terratect. LV7. No name. Oh, I can see my titles, now. I have been keenly interested this for a while now. Also, what's this number next to my red stamina gauge? Is this my overeating stock, maybe? Man, I've got a lot of that. No wonder my stamina never goes down. Now then, shall we start appraising all of my titles? Now that the good lady appraisal can give me information about my titles, let's get right to the details. Title: Enhancement code that may be obtained by fulfilling special requirements. Really? Titles don't just grant me a couple of skills. I really did think that was all they did. Ooh, that might mean that my titles give me bonus effects that I just didn't notice before. I'm really starting to look forward to this appraisal spree. Now then, let's go. Filth Eater, granted skills, and Decay Resist skill. Yes, that is right. Everything I have been eating since I was reborn has indeed been poisonous in some way or another. So, I guess I can't really complain about being called Filth Eater. Or, rather, it did make my stomach stronger. Well, I have been eating a lot of poison things, so I guess it was unexpectedly kinda useful, even if I didn't know it. Filth Eater also gave me decay resistance, so I'm very grateful that it spared me from instant death. That one time I tried eating a snail bug. I'm just not happy about the name. Kin Eater granted skills, effect, none. Was there any real meaning behind earning this? No matter how you think about it, this is a title you absolutely don't want to acquire, right? It gives you a rank in Taboo, which seems to be a detrimental skill. Sure, it also gives corruption magic, but I have no idea how that actually works, so I can't really count that as a plus. Right now, this title is doing nothing but dragging me down. Assassin, granted skills, and shadow magic. Oh, the skills were already assassin-like, but this bonus effect really sells it. This is a ninja title. There's no mistake. Ninjas are assassins too. Am I going to eventually be able to sneak up behind someone and decapitate them barehanded? Oh, well, for me, includes the claws on my forelegs, so I think I might actually be able to do it already. Monster Slayer, granted skills, and toughness. So it really is based on the number of monsters you murder. I don't really have an accurate idea of what the certain number is for the requirement, but I'd killed quite a few monsters by the time I got it. The effect is pretty tasty too, so I'm pretty happy overall with this result. Poison User, granted skills, and my first ridiculously useful title. I am unbelievably grateful for Poison Synthesis. Now that I see it, the effect is amazing as well. It's like this title was made just for me. If I could actually use poison magic, then I'd have zero complaints at all. The acquisition criteria just says, use a certain amount of poison. I wonder if the potency doesn't actually have any effect. If that's the case, then it makes sense for why it took me so long to get the title, despite me constantly using poison attacks from the day I was born. I wouldn't have needed very much poison at all to meet that threshold. Otherwise, since my own venom is so powerful. Silk user. Granted skills. And my second ridiculously useful title. A title that massively powered up my main weapon, except I can't use it at all in the middle strata. Regardless, I've got a good handle on it now that I can see the acquisition criteria, effects, and description. This is a title for people who attack using thread. Me, though, I use my silk mostly for its adhesion. I wonder if that counts more as an attack or more as support. Because, it took me a really long time to get this title too, so maybe webs and traps don't get counted as attacks. Did I only start earning points towards it when I started using things like the Silken Smasher and my throwing nets? If I'd known about this earlier, I could have picked it up a lot more easily. Merciless, granted skills, and Prempture Resident, that's kind of vague. Put a little more effort into your explanations, please. What does that acquisition criteria even mean? This effect too is really questionable. The entire thing is questionable, really. Monster Slaughterer, acquired skills, and Crider toughness. Yep, this is straight up just the next rank of Monster Slayer. Probably, if you keep killing a lot of monsters after getting Monster Slayer, you get Monster Slaughterer. Based on the effect and the description, that seems to be the case. Lord of Pride, acquired skills, and... Wait, for a bunch of different reasons. Wait, what the heck is that effect? Are you the one responsible for that massive stat jump? And, on top of that, you've been boosting my skill proficiency gain too. On top of the bonus that the Pride skill itself was giving me. No wonder prediction was rocketing up like that. But, what was that about ruler's privileges? Ruler's privileges, the authority bestowed upon a ruler to control a part of the world. Huh? What the heck is that? Is that something I can use? Activation request of ruler's privileges by the Lord of Pride has been received. There is no authority that the Lord of Pride may invoke in the present situation. Of course not. Seriously, what the heck is this? Pride is still such a freaking mystery. Well, I guess I learned a lot of things about titles. The good lady appraisal is pretty reliable. Now that I'm satisfied with my appraisal results, the catfish has cooled down enough that I can eat it. The big bottleneck here in the middle layer is that all the monsters are super hot like this, and I need to wait a while for them to cool down before I can eat them, Even if you let it sit for a little while, the insides are still piping hot, even though the surface cools down a bit. So if I'm not careful, I'll take some damage. I don't like having to put this much effort into eating. Whoa, this catfish is delicious. Seriously? This is the first time in my entire life as a spider that I'm actually getting to eat something delicious. Oh crud, I let the other one of these things escape. Wait, no, if I start chasing now, I can probably catch up, right? Its speed isn't particularly high, so I can probably still make it if I tried, right? Arg, but it escaped into the magma, didn't it? So I really can't do anything about it. Damn it, I messed that up. Well, for now, let's savor this catfish. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill has been raised to level 6. Delicious. My entire life was worth it. Seriously tasty. Of course, it doesn't compare with a lot of the things I ate in my previous life, but I've eaten nothing but unappetizing garbage since being reborn. Finally, have I met a creature that is truly delicious. It's not like I was a picky eater in my previous life or anything. It's just that I didn't know how good I had it until I was reborn as a spider. I'm so sick of eating disgusting monster meat. I want to eat delicious things. Right! Let's hunt some catfish. No need to worry about things like how the catfish are a little on the strong side. I will put my life on the line to satisfy this craving. This is simply that valuable to me. Now then, wait for me, catfish. I will feast on you until you're all extinct. Cadefish! Oh, K-tilde-atfish! Where are you, cadefish? I've been wandering around the labyrinth, looking for catfish. There aren't any. They kept popping up one after another when I didn't want to see them, but now that I do, They can't be found anywhere. Get out here, quickly! Get out here, and then get in my belly! And, at a time like this, a totally different jerk shows up. El Rohanarash, LV8. 3 seahorses have appeared. When I look at their stats, one seahorse's results has a brand new addition. Ah, that's it! The lady appraisal leveled up, so now she's showing me my target skills. Whoa! Milady, you are truly starting to look a little bit OP. But, Mr. Seahorse, don't you have too few skills? Like, you have 4. They look so lonely. No wonder you don't really seem as strong as your stats would show. And, on top of that, all of your skills are low level, except for heat nullification, which is obviously the max level version of fire resistance. Well, let's start by appraising these new skills. Fire Drake, a unique skill bestowed on the Fire Drakes. Like I thought, Fire Drake is a special skill that Fire Drakes get just for existing, like I started with Spider Silk. At level 1, it doesn't seem like they can do anything besides just shooting fireballs. Hey, wait, this thing is level 8, but its Fire Drake skill level is only level 1, HM. I wonder if it's just really hard to raise the level, or if this thing has just been slacking on its skill development. Swimming seems to just be a skill that makes you good at swimming. Yep. After looking at that skill list, it's even more obvious. There's no way I can lose against these things. Well then, let's quickly getting rid of them is not going to be quick. They are, still in the magma. All I can do from here is chuck small rocks at them. Oh, wait though. Couldn't I synthesize some deadly venom and then coat the rocks in it? Let's try this out. First step, dodge the incoming while looking for stones to throw. Accelerated thought is really pulling its weight. Dodging incoming attacks from 3 angles seems like the kind of thing I should be putting my full attention into. But I'm thinking so fast that I have plenty of time to plan out my counterattacks. I face the stone and synthesize some poison. Okay, the poison's sticking to the stone. So, heave! My rock sails through the air and clocks one of the seahorses square on. How much damage did it do? Barely any. I guess this is better than doing nothing, but not really by very much. I guess the amount of poison that I can actually stick on a stone isn't going to be able to stick to an opponent. My deadly spider venom has 2 kinds of damage: contact damage and absorption damage. Contact damage is dealt when the venom touches the target's skin, while absorption damage is what happens when the target ingests the poison. My venom's absorption damage is vastly more powerful than its contact damage. The contact damage may be comparatively weak, but it's sticky, and if it stays on the target for long enough, its damage suddenly skyrockets. After all, you see, the poison will eventually just get absorbed through the skin. In other words, the contact poison becomes an absorbed poison. Well, if the target washes it off before then, it's a totally different story. Thus, if I'm facing a monster that can't actually wash its body off, I don't really need to aim for its mouth. I can just stick it basically anywhere on its body. If I'm in a hurry, then my targets are of course the mouth and the eyes. But if I want to be as safe as possible, I should aim where I've got the greatest chance of doing some real damage. It, of course, depends on the situation. And, just like that, the seahorses are starting to just casually wander over here one by one as their mana runs out. These guys have tiny little mouths, so I think I'm going to splash my poison all over Tilda.
This country has places called. In my previous world, it was only natural for every child to attend school. But in this world, the number of kids who do is actually rather small. Generally, the people who do are the nobility, the aristocracy, and any of the commoners who are particularly affluent or have extraordinary amounts of talent. Since I'm royalty, attending the academy is no problem for me. Sue is in the same position, and Katy is cleared because she's the daughter of a duke. It was decided that the 3 of us would all enroll in the academy at the same time. Like schools in my original world, academies instruct their students in general studies. At the same time, we also receive instruction specifically about combat. The continent of Daztordia, which we live in, is the domain of humanity, but the other continents are still plagued with battles against monsters and demons. There are also monsters here in Daztordia, and there aren't enough people here to fight back against them. So, the Academy gives us plenty of lessons about how to fight. Sue, Katya, and I have gathered in the school's assembly hall for the matriculation ceremony. Many other new students are seated around us, waiting for the ceremony to start. This academy is one of the largest in the area, and many students from foreign countries are sent all the way here to attend. Here and there, I can see demi-humans in the crowd. When I look around the crowd, some of the students quickly avert their eyes while others stare at me. Sometimes, I sense people looking at me and can hear rumors whispered through the crowd. A lot of things are being said about me, but thanks to enhanced hearing, I can hear everything. It's really making me uncomfortable.
Good morning!
A carefree voice rings out, completely shattering the gloomy atmosphere. I turn around and, as expected, see Oka, or rather, Philimes of the Elves.
Good morning. It's very weird to see our teacher become a student.
I'm getting to experience the thrill of youth a second time! I'm super excited!
Miss Okazaki sits down in the seat next to me. Sue, seated on my other side, gives her a stony glare. Well, perhaps I shouldn't call it a glare. She might be just staring at her normally. Now that I think about it, this is the first time she's seen Miss Okazaki, isn't it? In the next instant, chills run down my spine.
Shun's little sister, if you look at me with that kind of bloodlust again, I'm gonna kill you, Tilda.
As always, her tone is light and carefree. Her smile, however, does not reach her eyes. Even Sue feels the weight of her pressure. Katya and I are shocked at that expression. Oka's got such a cute nickname because she's always so charming. She was always very friendly, and never got angry with anyone. She was never the kind of person who would release such a chilling aura of bloodlust, even when someone made a serious mistake.
Did I scare Tilda, you? If I want to survive in this world, I got to be able to do at least that much, Tilda. Elves mature for Tilda are more slowly than humans do, so people tend to look down on us when we're little. But if you want to pick a fight with this little teacher, you'd better be ready to die. Oka, Tilda,
Miss Okazaki must have faced down some unimaginable troubles for her to be able to use words like ready to die so seriously. Sneakily, I use my recently leveled appraisal skill on her. Appraisal has been blocked.
Shun, it's not very polite to look at a lady's profile without her permission. I didn't raise my students to be peeping to Tilda Alms.
I don't know how she did it, but it looks like Miss Okazaki can detect block and counter appraisal attempts. On top of that, it's a method that I couldn't react to at all. Just based on that, I know that I won't be able to beat her.
I'm sorry, I was just curious.
Yup, when you do something bad, it's best to apology Tilda. But the next time you appraise me without my permission, Tilda on, it'll be a lot more unpleasant for you, Oka Tilda.
Yes, ma'am. I will remember that.
Seriously, against this kind of opponent, I shouldn't do anything impudent.
But, Miss Okazaki, if you're already that strong, there's no need for you to attend the academy, is there?
Truthfully, although Sue, Katya, and I have been constantly training, we don't have any actual combat experience. So, we're here at the academy to work on perfecting our fundamentals. Miss Okazaki, however, seems to have already had loads of real combat experience piled up on top of her, given the way she talks and how powerful she seems to be. So, why does she need to study here at the academy?
There is Tilda! There's Lotilda odes of things for me to study here. But that's only Hatilda alphabet. In the short term, I'm going to be using this country as my base of Opera Tilda Ashens.
But you don't need to go to the academy for that.
I'm not talking about searching for the other Stu Tilda Udents.
Then, what?
That's still a secret, but I'm leaving the rest of the search to the E Tilda elves.
Her shocking remark causes my back to stiffen. The last time we met, she said that she still hadn't managed to find 6 of our classmates. What could possibly cause her to abandon that quest?
I know it might sound a lie, Tilda Pit heartless to say, but I've done all I can in my search. The only places left to search are the demon lands and the untamed wilderness, and, if I'm going to be perfectly honest, I'm not even sure if they survived till dived.
What?
Miss Okazaki, are you serious?
I'm serious, very serious, dead serio tildos. Disaster relief is all about immediate atildo action. I've done everything I possibly could, tildo ever since I was reborn. Butildos, I thought that it would be a big relief if I could find half of you guys when I started, tildo ow. I managed to drastically exceed that number, so I think my results are greetildo eat.
But
Suddenly, she grabs me by the shoulders.
Okay, are you going to try to find them? How are you going to do that? Are you just going to go out and start walking around? You think you're just going to find them like that?
My hardened heart starts to crumble against her onslaught. Miss Okazaki sees this in my eyes and breathes a deep sigh.
I know Tilda said this, but I really did everything I possibly could. I think what I need to do from now on is try to make sure that the students I was able to find can have the airy best life they can in this world. So Tilda, I'm coming here to study a lot of different things, while also doing some other things on the side, Tilda, okay?
I understand. I still don't agree with her from the bottom of my heart, but Miss Okazaki really has done her best. Besides, I didn't do anything at all myself to help with her search, so I don't think I'm qualified to give my opinion. Most likely, she's the one with the deepest regrets right now. I'm sorry. I kind of just butted in like that.
Shun, I never said you were ro tilda ong. It's ju tilda ust. Even if you're not wrong about something, that doesn't a tilde always mean you're right.
After that, the matriculation ceremony started. To be honest, I didn't pay any attention to any of it at all. So, I never noticed the expression on Sue's face even though she was sitting right next to me, nor the one on Keiichi's, even though she was in the seat next to Sue.
Catfish Tilda! How I have been dreaming of this day, Catfish! I finally found you, Catfish! Now give me your meat! Give it to me now! Your only other option is for me to kill you and take it by force. I've finally found the catfish I've been searching so hard for. This one's currently swimming in the magma. My first task is to figure out how to lure it out. By the way, I appraised its skills a little earlier. There's a pretty huge difference in stats between this guy and the dudes from before. The catfish's skills are Fire Drake at level 2, Dragon Scales at level 1, Aiming at 7, Swimming at 6, Overeating at 2, and Heat Nullification. The Fire Drake skill at level 2 is called, which does exactly what the name implies, wraps the user's body in extreme heat. At first, it looked to me like it was a purely defensive skill, but Lady Appraisal informed me that it also increases the user's speed while it's active. However, since this involves heating the user's body up to an extreme degree, it looks like it would actually damage the user if they didn't have a lot of fire resistance. These catfish have heat nullification though, so it doesn't matter. Dragon Scales is a skill that grows special scales all over the user's body. As for how special they not only of course have a high defensive ability, but also provide some protection against magic. It doesn't just block it though, it seems like it actively interferes with the spell's pattern to weaken it. Well, regardless, I can't actually use magic, so I really only have to think of it as really tough scales. The ones after that are ones that you should already know. I just thought of this though. Is this catfish an evolved form of a seahorse? It's got the same Fire Drake skill, and it does have upgrades of all of the skills that the seahorses had. Compared to a seahorse, a catfish not only has much higher skill levels, but also dragon scales and overeating. Whether I'm looking at the species or the skills, this does seem pretty plausible. If that's the case though, then its appearance really must change a ton from evolving, turning from a seahorse into a catfish. Doesn't that seem like a downgrade, biologically speaking? I really don't know the details though, so I can't say anything for certain though. The appearance changes so much. if you stretch a seahorse's mouth way out and you thicken its body up a ton, that starts to look like a catfish, right? Maybe. Well, it really doesn't matter. The only thing that matters to me about a catfish is its meat. So, let's try a first strike. Poison stone. My poison-covered rock sails out and hits the catfish on its back. Yep, it didn't take very much damage from that at all. I guess I'm going to do the same thing I did before. Use poison synthesis to dump a bunch of poison on it when it charges out at me. As I was thinking that, the freaking catfish used its fireball breath on me from the magma. Seriously. It's bigger and faster than the seahorses. Well, even still, it's not like it'll hit me. I dodge to the side with a little hop, and it sails right past me. Accelerated thought only allows me to extend time by a little bit, but even so, it still feels like the world is moving just a bit more slowly. Thanks to how ridiculously high my speed is, it feels like I can keep moving normally, even when time is slowed down like this. Well, when I get a few more levels in accelerated thought, things are going to get slower and slower, so I don't know what things are going to be like then. I think that I'm stretching 1 second into 1.1 seconds maybe. This isn't an accurate assessment at all, since it's just based on my sensations, but I think I'm being pretty accurate here. The catfish fires off a second shot. This thing is doing exactly the same thing as the seahorses. It really is starting to look like they're related. After all, I guess I just got lucky that the last catfish crawled onto solid ground at the start of the fight. I used the same strategy here as with the seahorses, right? Although, this guy has extra abilities like Heatclad, so I'm probably going to have to change up my strategy a bit. Maybe the last catfish attacked me on land because I suddenly showed up in front of it, looking like an enemy. I keep dodging the catfish's fireballs. Its mana is going to run dry soon, but is it really going to come out? When the seahorses run out mana, they just calmly crawl out onto the dry ground. But what's the catfish going to do? It's going to be a real problem for me if it doesn't come up onto land, but based on the last fight, I think it might flee if it senses that it's in danger. I can't let that happen, you know? I'm going to chase you down to the ends of the earth, you know? I put my concerns aside for now, since the catfish has stopped launching fireballs. It still has a little bit of mana left though. Oh, now it's ticking down. Did it just turn on Heatclad? Man, it's so amazing that I can tell what's happening here. I know every single detail of my opponent. Appraisal really is OP. The catfish crawls out of the magma, turns toward me and charges, its wide mouth gaping. I've been waiting for this. When it's come close enough, I dodge to the side, activating poison synthesis as I do so. The catfish's mouth snaps shut on a glob of deadly poison, and it gulps it down. I keep an eye on it, and oh, it fell over. It's twitching. My deadly spider poison really is amazingly potent. The regular strong poison wouldn't have anywhere near this kind of effect, but poison synthesis works amazingly well once I pair it up with my own natural poisons. Seriously, I am super compatible with this skill. Now then, let's pour a little more poison on this suffering catfish. With a huge final convulsion, its breathing comes to a ragged halt. Now all I have to do is wait for all of the heat from both the magma and Heatclad to dissipate. Dinner till! Dinner till! I've been eating all of the other monsters I've defeated so far out of grim obligation, but this time is different. I'm going to be eating something delicious. What a wonderful thing! Man, this isn't going to cool quickly. I'm going to sit here and look forward to finally eating this thing. I gladly ate the delicious catfish. It was exquisite. In the middle of my dinner, enhanced taste leveled up to 7. I kind of wanted to interject some kind of sarcastic quip about being way too focused on my eating, but I really couldn't help it. I've been eating nothing but disgusting things until now. Wouldn't you want to eat something tasty after all that too? Incidentally, overeating is now also at level 8. The size of my stock has been more than sufficient for a while now, but since leveling the skill just seems to increase the amount I can store, there's no real downside to it. It's creeping up towards level 10 though, and I want to see what new skill will be derived from it, or maybe what it might even evolve into instead. I've got really high hopes, since the base skill is already so useful. Plus, there's something in specific that I'm kind of curious about. The thing that's got me thinking is this pride skill. Pride, of course, is one of the 7 deadly sins. Gluttony is another. Overeating and gluttony both have very similar meanings. Maybe, just maybe, could overeating wind up evolving into gluttony? I can't help but wonder about that. Pride is already an excessively amazing skill. So if overeating really does evolve into gluttony, and if gluttony really is part of the same skill tree as pride, then I'll have another skill that rivals pride in power. I'm already worried about what pride does though. If I get gluttony too, that's another source of anxiety to weigh over me. Well, it's still level 8 though. It's too early to start worrying. Plus, this is a skill that levels up of its own accord anyway, so even if I was worried about it, there's ultimately nothing I can really do about it. Well then, shall we? It's time to begin hunting for my next catfish. Catfish! I wander the middle strata, searching for catfish. However, I can't find a single one. Merch. If they're all lurking down in the magma to start with, of course I won't be able to find them. The first time I saw one of those things, it just kinda popped up out of the magma, unexpectedly. If they usually spend all their time swimming around under the magma, then finding them will be really difficult. Now that I think about it, I'm actually pretty good at noticing enemies around me, even without using any skills. I never really noticed it before, but now that I think back, I can't help but wonder if I have really good intuition. I don't think anyone's ever managed to sneak up on me in either the upper or the lower strata. Right before I would have been attacked, I always feel a twinge of danger shoot through my head. This is just speculation, but this might be something that spiders have automatically. I think I might be reading the air currents around me and unconsciously reacting to them. If I think of it like that, then it makes a loot of sense as to why I didn't notice that one catfish until it popped out of the magma right next to me. If I'm reading the air currents, then it's only natural that I wouldn't be able to feel things that are deep in the magma. If a sneak attack were to come from underwater or underground, I don't think I'd be able to detect it at all. This means that being close to the magma is very dangerous. If something were to suddenly leap up out of the magma and drag me back down with it, my fate would be sealed. Well, even if that's not the case, getting too close to the magma is still pretty dangerous on its own, so I should keep some distance from it regardless. I'm just going to need to be extra vigilant for monsters suddenly popping out of the magma. Just like this. A monster leaps out of the magma ahead of me. If I had to describe it in one word, I'd say it's an eel? Yeah, it's a monstrous eel that's grown arms, legs, and scales. Elro Kenereve, Elevi2. Not good. This eel looks really strong. Elro Kenereve, a mid-ranking species of monster. Wow, this much strength is mid-ranked? Also, now that I see its skills, are these eels the next evolutionary form of the catfish? I don't have the spare time to get curious about that right now. The eel is only about 15 meters in front of me. It's already spotted me and has locked on target. My speed is still greater than its is, but I am significantly outclassed in every other stat. The most terrifying thing, though, is my entire red stamina bar, plus my overeating stock, doesn't even come close to its stamina. If I were to try running away, it's very likely that it would just catch up to me immediately once I ran out of stamina. I'd really hope it would give up before that happened, though. My yellow stamina gauge is really short, too, so I can't maintain my top speed for very long at all. The absolute worst-case scenario is running my yellow meter dry and then getting caught. Can I actually escape? Right as I think that, the eel's figure blurs and splits into two. This is Foresight's effect in action. The blurry reflection of the eel moves as if it's spitting something out. Immediately after that, the eel itself does the exact same thing, launching a fireball right at me. I guess it really does use the same tactics as the seahorses and the catfish. But this guy's fireballs are way bigger and way faster. I scramble to dodge. The fireball flies at me so quickly that it feels like accelerated thought isn't having any effect at all. It slams into the ground where I just was and detonates. Even with foresight and accelerated thought, I was just barely able to dodge. I thought I had a little bit more clearance than that. What gives? Probability compensation increases the success rate of skills that are governed by probability. Is it because of that skill? It could be increasing the accuracy of those fireballs. If that's the case, then it'll be difficult to keep dodging, even with my evasion skill. This is really bad. The eel spits out more fireballs, and I dodge them. As soon as I dodge the first, the second is already flying. I can't even think about running away anymore. My health ticks down a little as I'm caught at the edge of the explosions. I could dodge them completely if I was moving at maximum speed, but that would drain my yellow meter far too quickly. If I keep going all out, my yellow meter would hit rock bottom in an instant, leaving me completely out of breath. That, of course, would be the end. Thanks to foresight and accelerated thought, I can predict where the fireballs are going to land and dodge out of the way early. However, the eel can read my movements as well and adjust its aim before firing. Can either of us outwit the other? My mind strains under the weight as I try to see through its strategies. If one of the eel's fireballs miss me, it's no big deal for the eel. If, however, I fail to dodge just one, I'm dead. There's a huge difference here. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill has been raised to level 2. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill has been raised to level 2. I am really happy about the timing on these level ups. The fireballs seem to be moving a little bit more slowly through the air. I need to be careful though, since this means that my own motions will be a little bit slower too. I dodge the fireball. As I do that, I notice through foresight that the eel's movements are about to change. It's not that different from its fireball breathing motions, but this one is much bigger. I release the limiters and jump to my maximum speed, dashing away so quickly that it's like I leave the scenery behind. A violent flame obliterates everything behind me. Flame breath exhales a wide torrent of roaring flame. This is the level 4 technique of the Fire Drake skill. I'm sure I didn't get hit directly, but even the waste heat is searing my back. Bit by bit, my health is decreasing. The way this situation has rapidly been deteriorating, I'm now in a spot where just a single hit will do me in. And of course, even if I acknowledge that, I still don't have a strategy to turn this around. I don't have any choice but to keep dodging around like this, while looking for a chance to strike back. Watching my life get steadily whittled away, though, is unnerving to the extreme. Another fireball flies at me. Thanks to the eel's level 10 aiming skill and its probability compensation skill, its aim is unbelievably accurate. If I didn't have my evasion, accelerated thought, and foresight combo, I doubt that I'd be able to dodge any of this at all. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill has been raised to level 6. All right, this isn't going to let me turn things around entirely, but I'll take every little advantage I can get. Dodging another fireball, I glance up at the eel's remaining mana pool. It's been using a lot of it, but its bar is still more than half full. That flame breath was enormous, and it looks like its mana consumption was huge as well. It's good that the eel can't fire that off randomly, but if I can, I'd like to keep things going the way they are right now. Foresight doesn't always activate when I need it, and I'm not at all confident in my ability to dodge if I'm not getting every scrap of information about the eel's movements that I possibly can. Right as I thought that, prediction shows the eel going through the motions of flame breath again. Once again I unleash my top speed and blitz past it. The eel, though, doesn't fire in a straight line. It shakes its head from side to side, raining fire to mow down everything in a line. Flame breath already hits in a wide area, so this is just too freaking huge. Gah! It grazed me. It only grazed me, and I still lost 10 health. One of my hind legs and a small part of my back got caught in the flame. My leg hurts a little bit, but it still moves, so I don't think it'll be a problem. Although, it might be a little bit slower than it was before. Not good. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill has been raised to level 2. Finally, fire resistance leveled up, after staying stubbornly at level 1 forever. Amazing timing. If fire resistance's level goes up, the amount of environmental damage I'm taking will go down, and automatic HP recovery will probably be able to catch up. The recovery rate is probably going to be extremely slow, but I would much rather have a little bit of recovery than nothing at all. I glance at the eel's mana. Perfect. It's under the halfway point now. It looks like the fireball's mana cost is about 10, and flame breaths is about 50. It may be down to half mana, but by my estimates the eel could blast off another 4 flame breaths if it really wanted to. I can't take that. I start running, trying to put some distance between me and the eel. The eel gives chase, shooting fireballs after me as it swims. Just as planned so far. Like I suspected, it looks like it can't use its flame breath while it's moving. Now, if I keep running away like this, and it keeps launching fireballs at me, then it will eventually have to run out of mana at some point. When that happens, then I've got a chance. Probably. For now, my highest priority is evasion. I'm falling back as far as I can, but my most important job is moving so that I don't get hit. I concentrate on planning out an escape route, picking out paths that won't get me cornered by a pool of magma. A single misstep here could be fatal. I feel like I'm walking on a tightrope. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill has been raised to level 6. All right. I don't know if it's because being in combat is forcing me to concentrate harder, but my skills have been leveling up very quickly. All the skills I've been trying to level up for a while, like fire resistance, are going up one by one now. I am delighted for a split second. However, that split second was fatal. The eel rears its head back. It's about to breathe fire. This was completely unexpected. Foresight didn't see this coming. I can't dodge this. Fire blasts forth from the eel's mouth. I immediately kick off from the ground with all of my strength, launching myself as high as I can into the air. The flame sears through my legs as I fly upwards. I push the pain aside and stretch out a strand of silk, sticking it to the ceiling. I frantically pull myself up to it and land on the ceiling. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill has been raised to level 5. From the ceiling, I look down at the eel. From the magma, the eel looks back up at me. I somehow managed to dodge the worst of that attack. But, well, what am I going to do from here? It's a good thing that I managed to escape to the ceiling, but I'm not particularly thrilled with the current state of affairs. At the very least, while I'm on the ceiling, I'm way slower than I would be if I were on the ground instead. When I was on the ground, even when I was trying my very, very best, I was barely avoiding the eel's attacks. On the ceiling, I don't think I have any chance at all. If I don't get back down soon, I think I'm going to be sniped to death. On the other hand, I wouldn't really say that the eel has very much room for error either. It's burned through a lot of its mana already. If it were to spend all of it, then it could probably get either 3 flame breaths or 16 fireballs off. Compared to where it was at the start of this whole encounter, it has far fewer options. However, I definitely think that it still has the strength to knock me off of the ceiling. The real question is whether I'm going to be the one to get myself down, or if the eel's going to do it for me. I immediately start to move, aiming at the nearest wall. The eel, however, looks like it anticipated this, and has launched a fireball right in my path. Here on the ceiling, dodging is extremely difficult. I don't have time to be concerned about my yellow stamina gauge right now. I use the maximum speed I possibly can, trying to get out of the way of the rapidly approaching fireball. I don't have much choice but to push through this, leaning on SP consumption reduction and automatic SP recovery. Before my yellow meter empties out entirely, I have to make it to that wall. I somehow managed to dodge the fireball. However, thanks to that, I'm not significantly closer to the wall than I was before. And, of course, Since I'm moving so quickly, my yellow meter is going down even further. Not good. If I run out of yellow stamina, continuing to cling to the ceiling is going to start being very difficult. Even still, it's not like I can just stop dodging these fireballs. And even though I'm keeping all of that in mind, there's no way I can actually advance as I planned, not with this perfect fireball sniping from below. And then, at last, my yellow gauge finally runs out. In an instant, fatigue slams through my entire body. And, mercilessly, another fireball is approaching. Gah! There's no way I can defend against this one, so I of course throw myself from the ceiling and into empty air. The fireball detonates right next to me, and the blast gently brushes past my body, sending me into a tailspin. To try to regain any sort of control over my own body, I fling a strand of silk straight out. It sticks to a wall, and I immediately yank myself in. Another fireball sails right through the space where I just was. I swing down through the air like a pendulum, letting go just barely in time to land on solid ground, instead of falling into scorching hot magma. Even here, yet another relentless fireball is flying at me again. I turn my landing velocity into a tumble, rolling out of the way just in time. This really hurts! My yellow stamina is completely gone, but I still have to keep moving. Crushing exhaustion and agony weigh down my entire body, suffocating me, so bitter I can taste it. I muscle myself past it though, with the help of ignore pain and pain tolerance. Because, of course, the eel is about to spit out another flame breath. I whip my trembling body into motion and run at full speed. The light of the roaring flame stains everything around me a brilliant red. A wave of searing heat rushes toward me from behind, and I keep running, trying to shake it off. Thus, I manage to avoid another flame breath. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill has been raised to level 7. I have a moment to catch my breath after I dodge the flame breath. My yellow stamina meter starts to fill back up. There aren't any more fireballs coming this way. Finally, the eel has run out of mana. Having lost its long-distance attacks, it glides onto land, finally showing its true appearance. The only part of it that really looks like an eel is its head. The rest of it looks very much like a Chinese dragon with a very long body. Even though it's exhausted all of its mana, it still has its eyes set firmly on me. For whatever reason, this thing has completely and totally decided that I am its enemy. Maybe at the beginning of all this, the eel thought that I was just a nuisance ruining the view. But partway through the fight, it felt like it started getting serious about throwing those fireballs. By the time it broke out its flame breath, it was really serious. Somehow, it's looking like the eel is really unhappy that I managed to dodge all of its attacks. Even if I try to escape now, I don't think it'll let me get away. After all, even though its mana may be depleted, it still has plenty of stamina. I, on the other hand, have basically 0 left. My red meter has depleted itself to the point where I can't ignore it anymore, as payment for the fact that I kept running despite being completely out of yellow stamina. I still have plenty of buffer left from overeating, so I'm not in any danger of just collapsing immediately. But if I were to get into a raw endurance race with the eel, I would definitely lose. I can't escape. There's only one real option available: fight it and win. If you just compare our raw numerical statistics, there's no way I can compete. However, my stats don't tell the whole story. Even though I understand that fighting isn't a good thing, these skills are probably the most important things you can have in this world. Honestly, if you just look at my stats, it looks like it's straight up miraculous how I've been able to survive for so long. This miracle was brought about, of course, by all of my skills. If I use every single one of my skills to their maximum potential, I can overcome my huge statistical disadvantage and manage to even just barely crawl around in the same arena as this eel. There may be a difference in our statistics, but those numbers aren't absolute. The difference is just small enough that I can make up the rest of it with the judicious application of my skills. On top of that, I've already seen through every single one of the eel's skills. Now that its mana is gone, it's only left with 3 that I really care about. The dream combo of aiming, evasion, and probability compensation. In addition, I need to keep the raw defensive power of its dragon scales in mind. This is the third level effect of the Fire Drake skill. And, last but not least, I need to be cautious of the raw power of its enormous body. Even just looking at it, I can tell it's a formidable enemy. I, however, still have my trump card, my most potent weapon, my deadly venom. Against my poison, defensive statistics are worthless. It will land on your tough scales, corrode its way through them, and then assault your body directly, leaving you dead and twitching. In the end, all I can rely on are my skills. The only way I can surpass this thing is if I use my skills. But, however, that means that I actually can surpass this. Neither of us can defend against the other's attacks. If an even single attack manages to hit, one of us is almost certainly going to die. So, the deciding factor in all of this is going to be, just like that, round 2 of my battle against the eel has begun, this time on solid ground. The eel undulates its long body back and forth. In both its offense and its defense so far, it's been very cautious of me. This eel definitely seems more intelligent than some of the other monsters I've fought, although it might not be as smart as the monkeys. That alone makes things that much harder for me. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill has been raised to level 3. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill has been raised to level 3.
So I'm a spider, so what? This audiobook is sponsored by Artale Novel. If you are interested in exploring what we have provided on our community platform, please download the app artale.ai/novel. As soon as the so-called voice of heaven starts to speak, the eel leaps into action. It whips its entire body around, and its tail lashes out at me. I dodge, of course, but the eel isn't finished attacking. It swings its tail back around, sweeping horizontally along the ground at me like a scythe. I jump backwards, dodging once again. It pulls its tail back, flipping itself around, and charges toward me head first.
This is exactly the moment I was waiting for.
In the slightly leisurely world of accelerated thought, I gaze at eel's gaping mouth as it draws close. Right when I judge that I'd only be barely able to dodge, I activate poison synthesis. Then, I jump away. It's the exact same strategy I used against the catfish, but its effect is still massive, just as I planned. The glob of deadly poison lands right in the eel's mouth. The eel thrashes around violently, in extreme pain as its health quickly evaporates. I scurry back, out of harm's way. At the end of the day, if both opponents have enough offensive power to eliminate each other in a single blow, then whoever lands that first blow wins. The question then becomes one of making your attack actually hit, so it is ultimately the opponent with the best tactics that will win the fight. On top of that, my evasive abilities are greater than its accuracy. That eel may have aiming at level 10 and a probability compensation skill, but it's no match for my evasion, accelerated thought, and foresight combo. So, now that I've dragged it up onto solid ground with me, my chances for success are suddenly much, much higher. It's not over yet though. I was talking about one-hit knockouts, but this eel isn't going to die from just one glob of poison. I didn't kill the catfish with just one shot, so there's no way that this higher-ranked eel will die from just that, either. Also, the eel still has one more ability to rely on. Before my eyes, the eel's health meter starts to rapidly refill. Life conversion converts the user's stamina points into health points. This is the level 3 ability of the Fire Drake skill. It consumes stamina to restore the same amount of health. It may not have enough stamina available to heal itself entirely, but it can give itself enough health to endure the worst of my poison. Even worse, as I'm looking at its appraisal result, I see 2 new skills appear. Poison resistance and automatic HP recovery, both at level 1. The poison, though, still burns through its system. Even if the damage is already past its peak, it's still shaving off health, bit by bit.
Well, it's not like I'm just quietly sitting there and watching as the eel as it peacefully revives itself.
I run around the eel, wrapping it in the thickest, strongest silk I can produce. I'm pretty sure it's going to burn through this in an instant, but that doesn't matter. If I can hold it still, 1 instant is all I need. Exactly as I was hoping, I managed to hold it still for just 1 moment. In that moment, I aim at the eel and activate poison synthesis as quickly as I possibly can. Countless blobs of poison rain down on the eel's face, splashing all over it. The eel flails wildly, tearing through my threads. My poison has made it in through its mouth and its eyes, and it burns away at its health. It moves too quickly for that brand new automatic HP regeneration to regeneration. It burns too strongly for that brand new poison resistance to resist. I have spent my entire life as a spider honing these weapons. A hastily constructed shield like that has no chance of stopping me. The eel has long since burned through all of its stamina to heal itself, and it has nothing left with which to resist this attack. Experience requirements met. Small poison Taratect. You have grown from level 7 to level 8. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from leveling up. Your skill, LV4, has been raised to level 5, and your skill, Accelerated SP Recovery, LV2, has been raised to level 3. You have acquired additional skill points, experience requirements met. Small Poison Taratect, you have grown from level 8 to level 9. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from leveling up. Your skill Stowers and Spen, Alacrity, LV8, has been raised to level 9, and your skill, Endurance LV8, has been raised to level 9. You have acquired additional skill points, experience requirements met. Small Poison Taratect, you have grown from level 9 to level 10. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from leveling up. Your skill, and V6 has been raised to level 7. Your skill, an Enhanced Vision LV8, has been raised to level 9. And your skill, V8, has been raised to level 9. You have acquired additional skill points, level requirement met. Small Poison Taratect, you are eligible for Evolution Victory. Part 3, complete. The entrance ceremony went off without a hitch. After that, everyone started wandering off. Most of the students went to their new assigned dormitories, while many others left to explore the campus. This academy is a boarding school. All students must live in the dormitories, and I'm no exception. Unless there's a very good reason, students don't leave the school grounds except for long vacations.
What shall we do after this?
We're already in the middle of getting our dormitories prepared. If possible, though, I'd still like to go explore the campus after this.
There's some people I want to go meet Tilda 8. Do any of you want to come with Tilda with me?
There's people you'd like to meet?
Corey Tilda 8. I want to go meet the future Saw Tilda 8 and the future Sword Emperor Tilda Or. No reason for you not to come alone, Tilda Ong.
The Saint and the Sword Emperor. The Saint is the holy symbol of the holy country of Elias. The position is appointed by the state itself, and is often described as a counterpart to the hero himself. She is obligated to go with the hero when he goes out on a mission. Right now, my older brother Julius is likely out somewhere with the current saint. The Sword Emperor is the emperor of the largest country on the continent of Dustordia, the Rangzant Empire. Rangzant is a country right on the edge of the demon's lands, so it is constantly plagued by battle. The foremost requirement to become the emperor of that country is strength. Because of that, each emperor bears the same title that the first emperor of Rangzant did, Sword Emperor. Where the saint is selected from a pool of talented candidates, the Sword Emperor is chosen by bloodline. In other words, I guess, the boy now attending this academy is the current Sword Emperor's son.
Ah, the Crown Prince of the Rangzant Empire. I have heard rumors about that man. It would certainly seem that he is attending this academy this year, just as we are. They say that his skill with a sword is unparalleled, rivaling even that of the first Sword Emperor.
Huh? How does Katya know that? This is the first I'm hearing about any of this.
Shun, you should learn more of the ways of the world.
She might have seen something in my expression. Grr, I can't deny it though.
Miss Okazaki, why are you so intent on meeting them personally? Is it the matter we were discussing earlier?
Ye Tilda Ep! It's that thing!
Well, then I absolutely mustn't miss this.
Somehow the conversation continues just between the two of them. Sue and I exchange glances, feeling completely left behind.
Now, Shun, let us be off, HM? Why are you making that face?
I didn't really follow what you were saying.
I'd understand Sue saying that, but why are you.
Katya and Miss Okazaki both give me very disappointed looks. There's no need to put on faces like that, right?
It looks like we don't need to head out after a Tilda all.
I look over to where Miss Okazaki is pointing and see a boy and girl coming toward us. The boy has brown hair so dark, it's almost black, and eyes of the same color. His demeanor is sharp and fearless. The girl has wavy blonde hair and bright blue eyes, and has a mysterious loveliness about her.
Hey! This tiny elf kid, this Oka.
Natsume, don't be rude to your teacher. It's nice to see you again, Miss Okazaki.
These two are speaking in Japanese. I suddenly understand what Katia and Miss Okazaki were just talking about. These two are reincarnated people, just like us.
Nice to see you to Tildu. Natsume, Hasebe, I'm so Tildu. Glad to see you two are doing well.
I recognize who these two are as soon as she says their names. The boy was formerly known as Natsume Kengo, the center of attention amongst the boys in the class. I didn't particularly like him very much. He was strong and had good reflexes, and while he never was actually violent, his strength was kind of intimidating and drew him a lot of attention. Since he also had a powerful domineering personality, there were a lot of students who supported him, and a lot who opposed him. I was one of the latter. Well, I was technically on the opposing side, but I really just didn't go near him.
Aha! Oka, you were already tiny to begin with, and you shrunk even more. Friggin' hilarious.
Natsume!
I'm an elf. I can't help being tiny, Tildy. Also, Tildy O, you're not that much taller than I am. Right, no, Tildy O?
That's okay, 'cause I'm only going to get bigger from here. Oh hey, that guy over there, that's the prince here, right? Who's that inside him?
Natsume turns his attention to me. He looks at me like a lion looks at its prey, his eyes shining with fierce intensity. It feels like he's about to pounce. I thought this guy was kind of nasty in his past life. But did he really use to have such dangerous eyes?
I'm Yamada Shunsuke.
And I'm Ushima Kanata. Long time no see. Huh? Ushima? Yep, I'm Ushima. Surprised? I got reborn as a woman when I got reincarnated.
Katya's introduction brought the conversation all to herself, and Natsume's attention drifted away from me. Thank you, Katya.
Even still, I'm going to need to be very careful of Natsume, whose new name is Hugo von Rexand.
You have a choice in evolutionary forms. Please choose between and.
Huh, evolution. Huh, wait, evolution. That was fast. I thought it happened quickly back when I fought those monkeys, but this time is super quick too. Well, I can save evolving for later. Now is the time for savoring the taste of victory. I woon! Yeah, Tildahu! I beat it! I beat it! I fought against that ridiculously strong eel, and I beat it! I'm freaking amazing, right? I'm super strong, right? I didn't even really get to use my thread. I fought that thing straight on, head to head, and I kicked its butt. You don't get to call me weak anymore. I'm powerful. Woo! That eel was a formidable opponent. It was very much a formidable opponent. That was a struggle to the death. But the victor? Me, numero freaking uno, right here. Ah, not good. I'm still super excited. Because, that was a freaking drake. And not a drake in name only like those catfish and seahorses, but a real, honest-to-God, drake-like drake. And who was it beat that thing in a one-on-one, fair and square, face-to-face cage match? Me. Ah, I'm getting way too pumped again. Wah-hoo.
We are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Inha, Engsha. I got so excited that I ran out of breath. Whew! Now then, let's put all that excitement aside and figure out what I'm going to be doing next, HM. First off, I leveled up a bunch all at once, as expected of that eel. Its Drake classification was not just for show. Its stats were overwhelmingly more powerful than mine, so between that and Pride's experience bonus, I leveled up quite a bit in one shot. My skills also went up quite a bit in the middle of that fight, so all in all this was a really tasty encounter, experience point-wise. To be perfectly honest though, that fight was probably determined entirely by luck. In reality, if a single foot was even the slightest bit out of place, I'd be cinders right now, wafting through the breeze. That's how strong that eel was. I mean, if you just take a look at its raw stats, there's no way you could say that I had any shot of winning. It was like that when I fought those monkeys too. I'm winning way too many fights by the skin of my teeth. The two skills I'm most happy about raising are automatic HP recovery and fire resistance. Before, my regeneration rate was just barely able to keep up with the constant environmental damage I was taking from the heat. Now that my resistance is higher and my regeneration is faster, I think I might be able to start slowly regenerating my lost health. I can't test it right now though, since leveling up fully healed me. Well, that still doesn't change the fact that I'm almost assuredly still going to die in a single hit. So, I hit level 10. And, since I hit level 10, I get the chance to evolve. But, what should I do? Is it really safe for me to evolve in a place like this? After all, evolving carries with it a suitable amount of peril. While I'm in the middle of evolving, I am completely and utterly unconscious. I'd be completely and utterly defenseless if another monster came and attacked me. Last time, and the time before that, I made sure to guarantee my own safety first. This time, I can't do that, because, I can't use my silk. If I were to build a nest in the middle of all this scorching magma, it would absolutely just catch fire as I tried to make it. Could I evolve while surrounded in flames, you ask? Absolutely impossible. It's not just that. Evolving itself takes a ton of energy to happen, which massively depletes my mana and stamina. The worst case there is starving to death afterwards. I've had tons of food stockpiled in advance for all of my other evolutions, so I was able to gorge myself immediately afterward. I have no such stockpile here. Well, I do have this eel, but I don't think that it'll actually fill my stamina all the way back up, as enormous as it may be. I wouldn't have to worry about immediately starving to death, but I'd be stuck hunting for prey for a while afterwards. Although, what would happen to my overeating stock? I didn't really have anything in my stockpile the last few times I evolved. Some of it got drained away while I was fighting the eel, but even so I still have a ton of it. If I can use the energy from my stockpile for evolving, then maybe it won't actually be completely empty when it's all over. I really shouldn't act based just on wishful thinking though, right? On a purely emotional level, I really want to evolve right now. But if I make myself think about things like safety, it really is looking like I should just hold off on it for now. I've thought about this before, but I'm really worried about whether or not I'll still keep leveling up after I hit 10. Maybe, Brunsley Blanevolmen? If that's the case, then I'd just be literally throwing away experience points, since I'm still going to have to continue grinding through the middle strata. And there's no way I'm going to let that happen. So, maybe I really should try to evolve now, Well, for now, I might as well appraise both of the choices I have for evolution. If you would, please, milady.
Available evolutionary forms: Poison Terratect, Zoa Era.
Poison Terratect is fine, whatever. But what's this Zoa Airy thing? It's not a Terratect anymore.
Zoa Era. Evolutionary conditions: small spider-type monster with statistics above a certain level. Assassin title. Description: a small spider-type monster, feared as a symbol of ill fortune. Possesses both great combat strength and stealth.
Oh, Lady Appraisal! You've added the evolutionary conditions to your results, have you not? Your greatness continues to amaze, milady. You leave no stone unturned. In other words, since my stats are above a certain threshold, this particular evolution is possible. I probably couldn't pick this evolution before now because my stats were too low. Also, I guess this means that some evolutions are linked to titles, huh? Maybe I could evolve into a poison type because I had the poison user title. That seems pretty reasonable.
Poison Teratek. Evolutionary conditions. Level 10, small poison Teratek. Description: an adult specimen of a rare subspecies of the species of spider monsters known as the Teratek. It carries an extremely powerful poison.
I appraise my poison Teratect option, just to be sure. However, if I'm going to evolve, it's definitely going to be the other choice, Zoa Era. Not only are the requirements to evolve into it very harsh, but according to the Lady Appraisal, it has great combat strength. Bonus points, it's still small. Based on its name and its description, a Zoa Era seems like an entirely different species than a Taratect. Should I be nervous about that? If I stay a Taratect, I know for sure that I'm going to become strong. After all, I've already seen what an evolved Taratect looks like with my very own eyes. My mother, a super giant, monstrous spider. There's the greater Taratects that I saw in the lower strata as well. I'm so weak that it's not something I can properly imagine. But if I keep evolving along this line, I know I'll keep crawling towards that kind of power. I understand that, but if I do turn into a poison Taratect, I'll get bigger, won't I? They say it's better to be too big than too small. But really, cutting-edge technology is all about miniaturization, about packing a lot of power into a tiny package. That is my ultimate goal. At least, that's my official position. Truthfully, I'm pretty concerned that getting big is going to make it difficult for me to actually move around. How much space does my mother actually need to move around like she wants? All the passages I've been able to cross through without any trouble at all may suddenly become too small for me to fit through. And while we're at it, making myself bigger in these magma-covered middle strata, I can't help but imagine what would happen if I miss my footing on one of these narrow paths. It's not like I'd just splash into a pond. This is magma we're talking about. I'd die. I have zero clue as to how much bigger an adult Taratech gets, so from where I'm standing there are far more minuses than pluses here. I'm not just worried about not being able to fit down a passage, I'm worried that combat would get harder too. After all, I'm spec'd for evasion. If I'm bigger, that means I'm a bigger target, and an evasion spec really works better if you're already hard to hit. On top of that, if I get bigger, I'm going to get heavier, which means I'm going to get slower, and speed is my strongest suit, right? No way. So, yeah, there's no way I'd want to evolve into a Taratect. Since I've got a choice to evolve into a different species, I think I want to go with that instead. It's not like I don't have my concerns, though. I know that a Taratech can wind up getting pretty strong, but I don't know for sure that a Zoa Era could as well. Worse, Zoa Era could be a dead end in the evolutionary tree. If that's the case, then maximizing my strength as a Taratech might be a better ideal overall. Well, I can't really help it if worst comes to worst. Stats are always boosted by level ups, and you can train them up the hard way too. Even the weakest of monsters can become really strong if you raise them with loving care, like me. Yeah, seriously, if you compare me right now to how weak I was when I started out, I'm way stronger. I already know what it's like to be so weak that I can die in a single hit, so I think that there's a lot of adversity out there that I can overcome. I'll evolve into a Zoa Era. The problem is still how I'm going to find a way to do so safely, but I've got one idea so far. I'm not actually sure if you could call it safe or risky, but I think it's better than nothing. My solution is, probably, the eel's corpse. Welcome to today's 3-minute arrangement. The item we shall be preparing is the corpse of an eel. It is a material of the highest quality. First, we fully lay out the eel, so that it is straight. Next, we begin to roll the eel, starting from its tail. It is important at this stage to ensure that it is coiled neatly. While doing so, we leave a space at the center of the coil. Once the outline of the circle has been established, we then begin coiling the eel vertically, placing each turn successively higher atop the body. Now, at this point, we climb inside the coil to continue our work. After the final turns of the coil have been arranged, we place the head of the eel across the center, finishing our arrangement. With this, our eel shelter is complete. This looks great! Alright! The eel's dragon scales are very tough. It'll be difficult to cut through, so I'm pretty confident it'll hold up, even though it's not as good as a real nest. I shouldn't have any trouble evolving in here, probably. I'm about as ready as I'll ever be.
Small poison pterodactyl, you are now evolving into a Zoaera.
Yep! Like a candle being blown out, my consciousness disappears. Good morning. Well, I don't know if it actually is morning. I've woken up safely once again. I'm so relieved. This is probably the most dangerous evolution I've had so far. Something could have sent me off to heaven, and there's no way I would have noticed. Huh? You're saying I'd go to hell, not heaven? As if someone as upstanding and forthright as myself would ever be condemned to hell. Well then, what I'd really like to be doing now is my usual routine of checking my appraisal results, but right now I need to make sure I really am still safe. My eel-based emergency shelter seems to have held up, but it's possible that monsters could be closing in on me from all sides. So, let's slowly peek up. Good. Nothing really out there. Alright. Now then, let's pull up my appraisal window and start eating this. Wait, can't do that. I've got to peel off all of these scales first, like I had to do with that snake. Otherwise, there's no way I can eat it. Shit. Oh well, no choice. I don't feel like I'm too hungry to move right now, so maybe overeating did its job well? I guess I'll scale this eel while I'm checking my stats, then...
Zoaera, LV1, LV1. Statistics, HP 195 to 195, green MP 1291, blue SP 195 to 195, yellow 195, red plus 43 AV, offense 251 AV, defense 251 AV, magic power 245 AV, resistance 280 AV, speed 1272 skills, automatic HP recovery, LV6, accelerated MP recovery, LV3, 10 perception reduction, LV3 10 perception reduction, LV3 10 damage enhancement, LV2, and slashing enhancement, LV2, poison enhancement, LV2, willpower allocation, LV2U. Willpower allocation synthesis, LV, AT, poison, synthesis, LV3, all V7 manipulation, LV8, throwing, LV7, LV3 concentration, LV3, LV5, computation, LV7, aiming, LV18 vase, LV7, appraisal, LV7, stealth, LV1, corruption magic, LV free sigus, LV3, NB night, vision and vendettas, VD10 be visible. Spectrum expansion, LV2, damage resistance, LV2, slashing resistance, LV3, 2 cold sands resistance, LV2 paralysis resistance, LV2 paralysis resistance, LV4, fainting resistance, LV7, corruption resistance, LV7, interruption resistance, LV7, LV7, an enhanced touch, LV7, Vitus 7 vital, LV9, endurance, LV9, greater strength, LV4 greater toughness, LV4 greater toughness, Kertikea, LV3, 5, N percenti equals W skill points available, 500 titles, W skill.
Huh? Wait a sec. Let's take another look at that. My eyes might have deceived me. Let's just double check those numbers real quick. Huh? Huh? Hey? 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 What? Huh? That's an enormous increase. Isn't that a seriously enormous increase? Is this for real? Can it really go up by that much? Oh, is this what it meant by... Wait, this is okay, right? It's okay if I got this strong all at once, right? It's okay, since I got this strong, for me to get kinda carried away now, right? It's okay, right? It's gotta be okay, right? My time has finally come! In a single blow, I have blasted through the bottleneck that was my terrible stats. Sure, they're not anywhere as high as this eel's was, but if any of the small fry from around here try to shove me around, I'm strong enough that I won't die anymore. My skill levels also went up a ton. I've got a good feeling about this. Wait, taboo went up too? It's at level 5? You mean it's already halfway to max level? If my theory's right, something's going to happen when that skill makes it to level 10. Not good. Well, it's only halfway still. I'm in the clear still, probably. Next, it looks like I've got a bunch more skills I haven't seen before. Decaying attack. Seriously? Do you mean that decay? That one attribute that was even worse than what I had imagined it being once I finally appraised it? That decay, right? I can use that now. Man, I'm freaking amazing. Silence is another skill I don't think I've seen before. I'm pretty sure I know what this does, but it doesn't hurt to verify, right?
Silence dampens the sounds the user produces.
Yep, just like I thought. All right, ninja level up. I wonder, am I going to be able to pull off an actual ambush now? Next is a skill that I am extremely curious about. Spider silk and severing thread have both disappeared, and all-purpose silk has appeared in their place. This is probably the evolved form of spider silk, but what happened to severing thread?
All-purpose silk produces customizable silk threads, attribute, adhesion, elasticity, resilience, texture, strength, size, imbued attribute, slash, bash, impact, imbued resistance.
It looks like what I get from this over-ordinary spider silk is the ability to imbue attributes and resistances into my silk. It looks like maybe is the same slashing that I've been using with severing thread, is probably the bashing attribute, and is probably some kind of ballistic attribute. Bashing is probably using it like an ordinary whip. Impact feels like I can make my thread explode out with a kind of shockwave. Anything that it impacts would probably take a ton of damage. Whoa! If this wasn't the middle layer, this would be ridiculously useful. Man, I've got to get out of here fast so that I can try this out. As I was confirming all of my stats, I finally finished scaling this eel. Right, let's actually dig into this thing. Delicious. Its flavor is subtly different than the catfish. I have to say it again, delicious. This time, evolving didn't completely drain my stamina. Instead, my overeating stock got massively depleted. That alone is proof that overeating does excellent work in this case. It looks like I don't actually need to keep a stockpile of food around me when I evolve. Then, since I can just eat it all in advance and keep it in my internal stock. So, what I guess I need to do here is just keep eating and eating until I can fill up my stock completely. If I had to guess based on my previous numbers, I'd say that my stock can probably contain an amount that's about 100 times my skill level, so I can fit 800 points of backup stamina in there right now.
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, overeating, LV8, has been raised to level 9.
As soon as I think that, overeating leveled up, I guess I can fit even more in there now.
Miss Okazaki, did we overdo it a bit today?
Not at a tilde all.
Sue's bloodlust isn't really important, and it's not like Shun meant any harm by using appraisal.
Katia, you've been too she tilde altered. Didn't you know tilde ow? Even just being a little intimidating is dangerous. You know, Tilda Ow?
Really, huh?
That's why it's best not to use appraisal recklessly, Tilde. If your target has the same apprat Tilde cell level, or if they have good intuition, they can actually tell when you activate Tilde at it. Do you remember that weird feeling you got when you first met Patimu Tilde S?
Ah, that uncomfortable feeling. Is that what being appraised feels like?
Tracy Tilla Easley! In some situations, that alone can be seen as an act of aggressia Tilla on. We Tilla L, if you're in a really dangerous situation, you should already be thinking of Tilla everyone but your friends as your enemies, so it might not matter at that po Tilla oint.
So you're saying that they'll kill me without even asking first?
They my Tildite!
So, Miss Okazaki,
How about you don't ask that question Tilda on? I already told you Tilda O, neither of us really gains anything from you appraising me Tilda A. But I guess you're going to take that as an answer itself, since you're good at conja Tilda Exure,
okay. I guess that just tells me that you've done a lot of things so far, huh?
That's right, Tilda Ite!
And I guess we still can't meet any of the other students you've gathered up?
No, you can't.
Why not?
I can't tell you the Tilda at either.
Hey, Miss Okazaki, did you really manage to save 12 of our classmates? You had the whole wide world to search. How the hell did you find anyone? How am I supposed to take you at your word when you can't even tell me how you did it?
Cross my heart and hope to death, Tildy. I'm telling you the true Tildy youth. My methods are still C Tildy accurate, but I'm definitely not lying about the number of students I managed to say at Tildy Ave.
So, what about the others, the ones you haven't found yet? Be honest with me here, Miss Okazaki. You said there were 6 you hadn't found yet. How many were you really actually not able to find?
2. The other 4 were already dead.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
You don't have anything to apologize for, Miss Okazaki. Can I ask, who was it that died?
Hayashi Kota, Wakabahiro, Kogure Naofumi, and Sakurasaki Issei. Those 4.
Oh, I guess I can understand why you've almost stopped searching entirely.
I'm still going to look for the other 2 Tilda.
Hey, why are the elves helping you search? I'm guessing you explained our situation to them, but can we really depend on them?
That's just something you'll have to true Tilda us me on.
Even though you're keeping so many secrets?
Yep, and this is another O Tilda one.
I'm not like Shun. I can't just trust someone based on my gut. I really want to believe you, but if you keep hiding so much from me, I can't trust you from the bottom of my heart.
That's the smart thing to do, though Tildy off. Shun is a Lee Tildy Iddle too honest, you know?
I agree with you there. I think that guy would be completely useless if he didn't have me around.
Oh? Is this the seed of something that has yet to sprout Tilda out? This is going to be interested Tilda-ing.
Huh? What are you talking about? You've got on a really creepy smile, Miss Okazaki. The fact that you look like a little kid right now makes that smile even 10 times creepier too.
Divine punish me Tilda ent.
Ow.
Katia,
Yes, Sue. What is it?
what's going on between you and brother?
Why? We're friends, are we not? What of it?
Liar. You're not just normal friends, are you? It's the same with that elf you call, and with the same candidate, and the Sword Emperor's heir. What are all of you?
Am I really the person who should be answering that question for you?
What do you mean?
I wonder, are you truly looking for my answer to that question?
Maybe.
Maybe you should ask that question of Shun. Even if I were to answer that for you, you would surely still be dissatisfied.
I guess so.
I have somewhat of an idea as to what you might be feeling. Perhaps you should convey those emotions to the person who they are truly directed at, should you not?
Okay. Sorry, Katya. And thanks.
You are most welcome. Man, it was okay for me to just shove that entire problem off onto Shun, right? I mean, that sounds like a sibling problem to me. I've got nothing to do with it, but she still tried to drag me in. I gotta talk to Shun tomorrow.
Hey, Ushima, why are you in here, changing clothes with the girls?
Huh? My bad, Hasebi. I've been living this new life for so long that I just stopped thinking about things like that. If it bothers you, I could do this at some other time. Or do you want me to go somewhere else? Hey, what's with that reaction?
I didn't expect such a calm response, I guess. Aren't you supposed to be getting really flustered and trying to explain yourself right now?
Well, ever since I reincarnated, girls' bodies really haven't been doing it for me. I'd be lying if I said that this wouldn't be absolute bliss if I were still a guy. But now I don't feel anything when I look at girls. Definitely no guilt, shame, or anything like that.
Don't you feel a little shy or embarrassed?
I've grown up as the daughter of a duke, so I had female attendants with me whenever I changed my clothes or took a bath, right? I had to get past shy a long time ago.
Oh, that sounds like it was rough.
Yeah, that's why I'm so glad to be free of all that now that I'm here at a boarding school. All of the other pampered rich girls here are whining about having to do everything themselves, but not me.
Yeah, I've been thinking the same thing.
Oh, so? Do you still want me to go find somewhere else to change?
I guess not. I feel better about it now that you've told me all that, I guess. You're going to have to get used to this at some point, so I guess you can stay.
Really?
Yeah. I have a lot more experience with being a woman than you do, after all, and it is my sacred duty to be a guide. Leave it to me.
Be gentle, please.
Speaking of changes, my skill point total really rocketed up. I thought I was only getting 20 points per level, but I think I got 280 since the last time I checked. If I got 60 from the 3 levels I got after killing the eel, where did the remaining 220 come from? Is that my bonus for evolving? If that's the case, then I guess my previous calculations were incorrect. Well, I got them, and it's best not to look a gift horse in the mouth, after all. I've got 500 points. I wonder what kinds of awesome skills I can find in the tree now. I'm definitely going to have to take a close look at this list later. Right now, there's something that I'm far more interested in. While I was peeling the eel, I noticed that there's a few things about my body that have changed. The sharp points of my 2 forelegs have grown, turning into slender, wicked sickles. These things are amazingly sharp, perfect for slicing. Peeling all of the scales off of that snake took forever, but this time, scaling the eel was lightning fast by comparison. There were far too many scales to count, but I was able to cleanly slice both skin and scales straight off. Now, is that because these sickles are super sharp, or because my offense stat went up? On top of that, my body is now black. It was kind of dark before, but now it's jet black. A black so deep that light barely reflects off it at all. It's blacker than night, blacker than pitch. I don't have a mirror, so I can't check my whole body for changes. But I don't think there's any other major change, is there? My size certainly doesn't seem to have changed. It seems, though, like there's probably a lot of minor changes that I might not even be aware of. When I was evolving along the Taratek tree, not a whole lot was changing about my appearance at all. This time, though, I evolved into an entirely different species. If I were to compare before and after side by side, I bet there'd be a lot of differences. It really kind of sucks that I don't have a mirror right now. There's no way for me to get a good look at my own appearance. Well, at the very least, nothing feels particularly strange or out of place when I'm moving around. It looks like none of my major parts have changed around very much, and I can move around basically exactly as I'm used to. Funnily enough, I never really thought about body parts changing around during my previous evolutions, huh? I breathe a sigh of relief, glad that nothing's changed. These sickles, though, now these are a big change, huh? Somehow I feel like they should make a ready to use them. Plus, these sickles really give off a vibe that makes me think of Death's Scythe. Well, the species description did say that a Zoa era is a symbol of ill fortune, and between my sickles and my decaying attacks, I guess I fit that description pretty well. My mental image of myself is still very much a ninja, but now I feel kinda like a ninja of death. Let's take a look at the other skills that leveled up. Greater strength and toughness both went up again, which means more bonus stats on level up, which makes me very happy. I may have gotten way stronger, but I'm still absolutely puny next to that eel. Looks like poison synthesis, poison magic, and shadow magic also went up. I still have no idea how to use magic, so I don't really care about the other two, but let's check to see what new goodies poison synthesis has for me.
Imbue paralysis attribute. Applies the paralysis attribute to the created poison.
What? Seriously? Did I just get something absolutely ridiculous? Poison synthesis was already the most useful skill in my entire set down here in the middle layer, and now it's gotten even better. Whoa, I have to try this out immediately. Just like that, I immediately try adding a paralytic component to my deadly spider venom. I'm going to have to wait to figure out what sort of effects it will actually have until my next actual encounter. Although, my deadly spider venom is, deadly, so I don't think I'd be able to see the paralysis set in before my target instantly dies. Maybe if I add paralysis to my weak poison, yeah, this'll work. Next monster I see, I'm going to give them a little taste of this paralytic-imbued weak poison and see what happens. Man, I'm way looking forward to this. Might as well take a look at the extra spells I got for poison and/or shadow magic, huh? Couldn't hurt, right?
Poison shield. Temporarily increases the target's poison resistance.
A spell that boosts my own poison resistance. That's completely worthless. Seriously, wouldn't someone who uses a lot of poison already have really good poison resistance? Is there any actual point to poison magic even existing at all? Either way, it's not like I can actually use it. Wait a sec. Is this maybe something that I can use on an ally? If I cast this on all of my allies, then we'd have a pretty big advantage against a poison-wielding enemy. I've always been alone down here, so I never even considered anything like that. It looks like this is a spell that's actually useful under normal circumstances. Depending on the opponent, this could be a serious trump card. I see. Well, it's not like I actually care either way. Hold on, wait a sec. Is it really impossible for me to use any magic? I just got a bunch of ranks in both multitasking and computation. Isn't it about time that I actually start being able to use detection? Well, it's been a while. Why don't we give it a shot? Right. Detection on.
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, LV7, has been raised to level 8. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill. Multitasking LV5 has been raised to level 6. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill. Detection LV6 has been raised to level 7. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill. Corruption resistance LV3 has been raised to level 4.
Off! That sucked. But I think I was able to keep it on for a little bit more this time. It still took everything I had to keep it on for as long as I did, but it's still a step forward. The pattern is unmistakable. I still haven't mastered it yet, but I can definitely see the light at the end of the tunnel. I stroll leisurely through the middle strata. My belly is full of eel, so I no longer need to be worried about spontaneously fainting from hunger. I really don't need to be actively hunting anything down right now, so I'm just kind of exploring at my own pace. I'm in a pretty good mood, so I can almost put aside how stupidly hot it is down here. Almost. I can't see a single monster nearby, so I think I'm about ready to finally take a look at that skill list. Evolving this time got me all the way up to 500 points in a single go, so I'm positive that I can find a really cool skill in this list if I look hard. All of the skills I've bought have really been pulling their weight, well, except for detection, so if this streak continues, I'm bound to find something awesome in here. Pride doesn't seem like it's really had any negative effects, other than giving me an extra rank of taboo. And taboo doesn't seem like it's doing anything to me right now, so it's really not that much of a negative, is it? Pride has given me so many ridiculous bonuses that it really looks like the positives vastly outweigh that single negative. I have zero idea as to why it only cost me 100 skill points. With effects like that, I could absolutely see it costing an entire 1,000. It might be a little bit too much for me to hope for another convention-defying skill like Pride, but I should definitely be proactive about picking up any new useful skills that I find. No point in saving up all these skill points after all, might as well spend them since I got them. I think it's going to be extremely inefficient for me to keep stockpiling skills in the hopes of unlocking the very high-cost skills. Now then, Milady Appraisal, if you wouldn't mind. I double appraise my skill point count and start looking over the list that appears. There are still a ton of 100-point skills here that I could buy. A lot of these don't seem like I absolutely need to pick them up immediately. But since I've got some free time, maybe I should try to work on earning some proficiency with them. If I have that kind of luxury though, I should probably be spending it on grinding out some more useful skills. But there's also a chance that those skills are going to get really good if I max them out and they evolve. What a decision. Well, I should probably take a look at all the skills that cost more than 200 points, since I couldn't see them before. I can't really find any super broken skills like Pride in here, I'm feeling kinda disappointed. I guess I might have gotten my hopes up anyway, I guess I was expecting this, At least, that's what I was expecting to say. I found one, though. A broken skill.
Patience, 500. The power of N%, a strength almost rivaling that of the gods. Expands the user's divine domain. While the user has MP remaining, no source of damage can reduce them to less than 1 horsepower. Furthermore, allows for interference in the MA domain, surpassing the W system.
Yet another skill full of mysterious keywords. And this one's also got an ability so good I'd almost say the system was joking. Does activating this thing mean that I'll burn mana instead of taking damage? I don't know how good the conversion rate on this is, but does this mean that I can just keep attacking like a zombie as long as I've still got any mana left over? I have no clue. This ability is so good it's practically dirty. This time, there's no room for doubt. Gotta click that button.
You currently possess 500 skill points. The skill can be acquired for 500 skill points. Would you like to acquire it now?
Yep.
You have acquired the skill. You have 0 skill points remaining.
I am the wielder of Pride. Retreat is not even in my vocabulary. I shall obtain every one of these skills. Now, Taboo, come at me. I care not.
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, LV5, has been raised to level 7.
Oops, sorry, I actually do care.
Requirements have been met. You have earned the title and have been awarded the skills and your existing skill, Incorruption Resistance, LV4, has been integrated with your new skill, Ardent 4 at Takes Out.
Just as I feared, Taboo leveled. Twice, this time. Well, whatever. The important part here is that I got a title. I've got to check this out, right now.
Lord of Patience, acquired skills, and acquisition criteria, acquire the skill. Effect, increases the user's defense and resistance statistics, unlocks the Evil Eye skills. Increases the rate of proficiency gained towards resistance skills. Grants the holder a lord's privileges. Description, a title awarded to those who rule over patience.
Just as I thought. Just as I thought, another OP title. Bonus points towards defense and resistance. They each got 100 points, so now my defense is 351 and my resistance is 380. That's already more than enough, right? I think that's pretty OP already for a title. Giving me a proficiency bonus so that I can level up my resistance skills more quickly is also huge. Since I'm evasion spect, I get hit very rarely, which means that my resistance skills don't actually tend to level up very often. This bonus fills in that gap nicely, which I'm really pleased about. Here's something that really caught my interest. I really want some of these. If I pick up one of these skills, I get to say things like, my right eye is throbbing, or this is what it means to kill something, right? This is exactly the kind of power that every delusional middle schooler pretends to have. I want it, but I just used all my skill points. I really need to level up. Only more skill points can save me now. Lastly, the title gave me corruption immunity and conviction. Corruption immunity is probably just max-leveled corruption resistance, since that skill provided me with some sort of defense against attacks that directly violate my soul. Corruption immunity should provide me complete protection. Now, if an opponent comes at me with corruption magic, I'll have no reason to fear.
Conviction weighs the accumulated sins of a target as recognized by the system, then deals unblockable damage equivalent to the price of those crimes.
Wow. So, in other words, this is a huge attack I can unleash on sinners. Unblockable damage is terrifying. This, however, has the same kind of stink to it that my hell skill does too. The stink of uselessness. I try it out, but of course it doesn't do anything. It probably just misfired and had no effect because there wasn't any target, but I'm positive that this is going to be pretty freaking worthless either way. Well, even if I can't actually use conviction, this has been basically nothing but positives. Taboo may have leveled, but I couldn't help that. It was going to do what it was going to do. Taboo doesn't really feel like it's going to just straight up kill me when it hits level 10, so I think I'm going to have to let this disadvantage run its course. And, way more importantly than that, my stats have gone up and my skill roster has been enriched. I've got to be the strongest around, don't you think? Now that corruption resistance turned into corruption immunity, I won't get those awful headaches from using detection, will I? Those were basically like corruption attacks, right? It's probably okay for me to call those, I guess. Normal headaches aren't able to blast all the way through pain tolerance like that, you know? So, if I'm now nullifying corruption attacks completely, instead of just resisting them, then I won't get those headaches, right? Let's try it out. Inhale, exhale. Right. Detection on. Whoa. This is amazing. Seriously, this is way amazing. I used to be too focused on powering through my headaches, but now that they're gone, this is suddenly seriously amazing. The splitting headache that I always got when I turned on detection is gone. Well, no. If I want to be perfectly honest, there is a little bit of one left, but it's totally easy to ignore thanks to pain tolerance. This is the kind of feverish headache that you get when you work your brain far too hard. After all, the amount of information that I'm getting out of detection is enormous.
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, LV8, has been raised to level 9. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, multitasking, LV6, has been raised to level 7. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill has been raised to level 8. Proficiency requirements met. You have gained the skill to Divine Domain Expansion, LV1.
It sounds like my skills just leveled up, but I'll check on those in a bit. Right now, I need to let myself enjoy this feeling. I am so happy that I can use detection now, but the sensations I'm getting from having it activated overwhelm my emotions. Every bit of information about everything that's around me is being assembled right in front of me. The flow of mana, the chemical composition of these rocks, the currents in the air, and so many other things are being poured into my head. Feelings of omniscience bubble up in my mind. I suddenly know everything about everything that's around me. All these things that should be impossible for me to understand are made clear to me, if just a little bit, through the power of this skill, and glimpsing the truth of the universe, even if it is only just that little bit, is like gazing out over an endless sea of information. Even this tiny cavern I'm in suddenly seems so vast. My awe and respect of the natural world has grown stronger than ever. Oh no! I think I might be starting to cry. Although I still don't know if spiders have tear ducts. Let's turn this off for a minute. That was amazing! How can I even try describe what that felt like? It was like lying on the grass on a crystal clear night, seeing the whole night sky glittering with stars above you. That's as close as I can get. I want to bask in that a little longer, but let's switch to another feeling. Detection worked. Should I leave it on all the time now that it won't kill me? It's just, well, maybe such a high efficiency skill might wind up being really inconvenient. If there's so much information coming at me, then it might prove distracting, and in the middle of a battle the last thing I want is to lose my concentration. Although, if I get used to having it on, it won't be so bad, right? After all, when I first got appraisal, I made myself sick from constantly spamming it, but I'm fine now that I've gotten used to it. So, although it might be kind of dangerous when I'm just starting out, I think I should leave detection on all the time. It levels up the rest of my skills too, so leaving it on will do good things for me in the future. So, without further ado, once again, detection on. Woo! This really is way amazing, but this isn't the time for me to stand here and be emotional about it. What I should do now is take a look at that skill that I somehow got just now.
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, Multitasking LV7, has been raised to level 8. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, Divine Domain Expansion, LV1, has been raised to level 2.
And as soon as I think that skill levels up again, what the heck is this? I think the description for patience also said something about divine domains. Something about expanding them, right? And this is more expansion? So what you're saying is that my divine domain is getting pretty huge, huh? Well, let's appraise it, to start.
Divine Domain Expansion expands the user's divine domain.
Well, ain't that an explanation? Whatever though, because this is why the Lady Appraisal truly is so reliable. Please, appraise this a second time.
Divine Domain, the area, deep within the soul, which all living beings possess, the well from which all life springs, and the final thing upon which you may rely.
I don't get it. Well, I get that it's an important part of my soul, but what does expanding that do? It's still a mystery, huh? I'm glad that the skill level went up, but I can't tell if I'm feeling any different.
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, LV9, has been raised to level 10. Your skill has reached its maximum level and has evolved into a new skill, Rapid Computation, LV1. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, Detection LV8, has been raised to level 9.
My skill levels are still going up this fast? Computation just hit max level. And now it's Rapid Computation. That looks like it's just a straight upgrade. Now then, the thing I was really hoping that I would get out of detection from the very start was detecting enemies. My own enemy detection skills are naturally super high though, so I've actually been getting along just fine without it, more or less. When I couple those skills with detection, it will be impossible to describe my enemy spotting as anything but perfect. Now, it is absolutely impossible to sneak up on me, is it not? I shall not be ambushed. And next up, of course, is mana perception. If my theory is correct, if I have both this and mana manipulation, then I can use both of them in conjunction to finally be able to cast my magic. Probably. Then I'll finally be able to unleash the dark magics I have been hoarding for so long. Abyssal magic and corruption magic. But skill points though. Ugh, I definitely do not regret buying patience, but man, does not having any skill points right now leave the bitterest taste in my mouth. And my next step was buying evil eye skills. What do? I want both of those. Gah! This is absolutely the first worldiest of first world problems, but I seriously can't decide. Oh, found some. Before me, I see 2 seahorses swimming calmly around on the surface of the magma. At least, those are the only 2 things in my actual field of view. But Mr. Detection is telling me that there's a single catfish swimming underneath the magma. The 3 of them aren't attacking each other at all, just calmly swimming through the magma. They're probably the same species, so maybe it's not unusual for them to be together like this. 2 seahorses, 1 catfish. That's the kind of formation that I would have hesitated to fight against before I evolved, but I think it's finally about time for me to test out the combat potential of my new body. Plus, before I evolved, I took down an eel. How can I possibly call these under-evolved monsters anything but small fry? There's no way I'm going to lose. So, if this is how we're doing things, how do you 3 feel about being the guinea pigs for my new body and my new skills? First things first, gotta start off with a sneak attack. I'll throw a rock, as usual. I think I'll skip the poison for now. I want to see what kind of damage I can get just by throwing a plain old rock. It used to take off 5, maybe 6 health, so it's going to be, doubled? Hey, seahorse! You so Pringles! Where yo curly mustache at? Is anybody going to get that meme? Oh, it hit! It hit! It hit? What was that stupendous sound, though? It sounded like a rock getting smashed. Like KG-Seesh, you know? KG-Seesh. The seahorse is sinking down beneath the magma, too. Did it just die? It bobbed back up. Whoa, it's missing a third of its health. Seriously? Oh, here comes a fireball. So slowly? Is this for real? Just a plain, simple pitch? Not a curveball, not a slider, just an ordinary fastball coming straight at me? This is way too slow compared to what that eel was throwing at me. I could sidestep this one while humming a jaunty little tune. I can't actually hum, though. Seriously, I'm actually kind of shocked about how much better I've gotten, even better than I was expecting. What should I do? At this rate, I could beat them just by chucking rocks at them. If they die while in the magma, though, their corpses are just going to sink down, and I won't be able to get them. And I do still have a surplus of stamina thanks to overeating, but I really want to build my stocks back up. Here comes the catfish. Is it coming up here to help the seahorses? I guess they really do have some sort of bond of kinship, since they're part of the same evolutionary chain. The other seahorse is also moving closer to help out its ally. I guess that they usually don't roam around together, but they'll help each other out if one of their own happens to be in danger nearby. Oh man, I just realized the worst case scenario. If another eel shows up to help these guys out, I really hope that doesn't happen. The catfish spits out a fireball. Yep, it's slow. Compared to the seahorse's ones, this is much faster and bigger, but it's obvious that it's not even in the same league as that eel's. I lazily step to one side, contemplating things like or whatever.
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, Parallel Thought, LV8, has been raised to level 9.
That's because I was thinking about whatever while I was fighting. Well, for now, let's just keep dodging around like this and wait for their mana to run dry. I could keep throwing rocks at them, but if I do that, then their corpses really will just sink into the magma, so I really just need to lure them up here onto solid ground before I finish them off. No, it's okay if I hit the catfish, right? It's only the seahorses that look like they'll die if I hit them too hard. To be perfectly honest, none of their fireballs are even coming close to grazing me, despite there being 3 creatures worth of them coming at me at once. Since I've got so much spare time then, why don't I work on cranking out some experience for throwing and aiming? Let's do this again! Oh, I got the mango catfish. Yo, I think of New York Knicks. Yeah, got him. As you'd expect from a catfish, it didn't lose much health at all. It's got a great defense stat. If we're just looking at the raw physical defense numbers, it's almost as good as mine. Wait, now that I'm thinking about it, has my defense stat actually gotten higher than a catfish's? Man, this is seriously incredible now that I think about it. Even though I look like a frail little spider no matter how you look at me, I'm somehow even tougher than that catfish, covered in dragon scales, truly a mystery of the world. While I've been thinking about these useless things, one of the seahorses ran out of mana and is slowly crawling up onto solid ground. Hey, idiot! Yeah, you, the idiot inching towards me. You saw me dodge all of your attacks, so it should be really obvious how much more powerful I am than you. Wait a sec. I think I just realized something pretty awful. Catfish run when they see they can't win, right? I can't let that happen, right? If a seahorse gets away, I don't actually care. But you, catfish, you're going nowhere, asshole. Read my lips. You're going nowhere. Whoa, look, you're shaking now, aren't you? Don't be scared, okay? Just get up here onto the ground, okay? Immediately. It's okay. You're not scared, after all. Oi, wait! Don't run, jerk! Get out of my way, you stupid seahorse!
I swing the sickles on my forelegs, slashing out at the seahorse that's blocking my path. With a whisper, they pass cleanly through its body, and the seahorse splits in two.
Huh? What? Did I just do that? Oh man, my sickles are amazing! This might have been an accident, but is this the first monster I've ever just straight up slaughtered with my bare hands? I think that literally every other kill has been through poison. I guess a bunch of monkeys fell to their deaths, but still, this is my very first hands-on murder. Even though it was my first time, it happened so quickly I didn't feel a thing. Hey, wait a minute, catfish! It ran away. My catfish. My tasty, tasty catfish. The other seahorse seems to have run out of mana as well and is crawling its way up onto solid ground. Good. I have some frustrations to vent. First off, let's try adding a little bit of paralysis to my weak poison. As the seahorse starts to charge straight at me, I zip over to the side. It stares blankly at me as it hurtles past, right into the ball of poison that I just synthesized. Huh? Oh! It's going limp! So this is paralysis! Wait, its health is dropping like a rock. Why? Weak poison still is poison, after all, so it still does damage. Wait, no, I was deliberately trying to only test out the paralysis component, so I thought I made the damage as low as I possibly could. How the heck is it still that powerful? Don't tell me, is my poison damage based on my stats too? If that's the case, then, man, this was just weak poison, right? What the heck is my deadly spider venom going to be able to do now? It wrecked that eel before. Just thinking about it is pretty terrifying. Looks like my combat potential increased even more than I thought. Catfish, Tilda. Where are you, Tilda? Come out and play, Tilda. As I aimlessly wander through these molten caverns, half-heartedly searching for catfish, I discover a particular something. No, discover isn't the right word. I saw it. It was right there. It was so ludicrously conspicuous that it would be extremely unusual for me to not see it. Here in front of me is a gigantic hole. I dropped down into the lower strata to begin with by falling into a large shaft. But this is much, much larger than that. This pit ties together the top and bottom of the dungeon. That's right, this pit is connected with the upper strata. Most likely, if I climb up this thing, I'll finally get back up there. And if I descend, I'll go back down to the lower strata. I mean, that's what I think would probably happen. I'm just going to go around it, though. That wasn't a joke. I'm actually pretty unhappy that you thought my sense of humor was bad enough that I'd make such a terrible joke. So, Leaving that bit of business aside, this hole. Whenever I look at it, Mr. Detection starts pinging danger warnings at me. And that's putting it lightly. The instant it entered my field of view, Detection started pinging. It's blatantly obvious that this thing is extremely dangerous. So, right now, I am in the middle of carefully navigating myself around it, making a huge circle to avoid getting anywhere near that thing. It's that bad. I know how this trope plays out. If I get too close, I'm going to have a bad time. All this right when I thought that evolving had finally made me strong. Yeah, nothing good has ever come out of me getting cocky so far. Nothing even remotely okay has ever come out of me getting cocky. I remember that now. A modest heart is the best heart, so don't mind me. I'm just going to do everything I possibly can to avoid triggering that trope. That's right. I'm not getting close to that hole. I'm not getting anywhere close to that hole at all. And don't think that this is the part where I yell psych and dash straight towards it. I'm not a comedian. While thinking all of that to myself, I make my way far, far away from that hole. Then, right when it's just still barely in my sight, Mr. Detection starts screaming. This is maximum danger. I'm cowering in the shadow of a rock before I even realize it. I risk taking the briefest of glances, and there I see, before my very eyes, crawling down the hole from above, that.
I can still see it clearly, even from this enormous distance. It's that huge. Its carapace is black as pitch. 8 bright red eyes glimmer strangely atop its head. 8 spindly legs cling to the vertical walls as it climbs. 5 sharp claws at the end of each leg, almost like a human hand. An enormous jaw that looks like it could devour the world. What this thing is a monster. A real monster. Unlike those poor excuses I've seen so far. I don't think there's a single thing alive that could possibly stand up to such a creature. This is the same kind of overwhelming difference in power that I felt when I fought the Earth Dragon. I'm almost a little upset that I'm out of range for Lady Appraisal to do her job. I'm sure that its stats are so obnoxiously powerful that I'd start laughing.
Isn't that right, Mother? This is my second chance encounter with this enormous spider. It's absurd to think that there could be more than one of these incomprehensible existences crawling around the dungeon. If there were, I'd be long dead. No, this is very clearly the same creature I caught a glimpse of when I was born, my mother.
She moves leisurely down the hole. Her movements are almost grand, or majestic, making her seem like the true queen of the entire dungeon. I can't think of a single creature in these caverns that could stop her stately parade. With how far down the power curve I am, I can't say anything for certain, but is my mother even stronger than an earth dragon? I want to get close enough to appraise her, but that's straight up suicidal. Curiosity killed the cat after all, and I'm not going to let it kill me. Because I'm a spider, not a cat. I'd been wondering about my mother. She was obviously too powerful to be wandering around in the upper strata, but it looks like she uses holes like this to move between the different strata. Maybe she was up in the upper layer just by chance. Her true habitat is probably in the lower strata, or maybe even a stratum further beneath that. Even the strongest monsters in the lower strata couldn't possibly pose a threat to my mother. I'm glad that I decided to stay far away from that hole. This isn't a battlefield where there's even a question of whether or not I can win. Just like with the Earth Dragon, my demise is assured the very instant she catches sight of me. She is a terrible calamity, walking on 8 legs. Then, abruptly, she stops dead, staring fixedly at whatever it was that she noticed. Then, slowly, she turns to point her enormous jaws in that direction. In the next instant, the whole world trembled. That attack was so far beyond my level of comprehension that I don't even have any idea what it was. But I can clearly see that there is now an enormous, empty crater where there once was a much smaller pool of magma. Nobody but my mother will ever be able to know if there was even something there to begin with. Did something blunder into my mother's field of view? Or was there something already there that offended her? We'll never know, because whatever might have been in there has been obliterated. Not even a tiny scrap could remain after an attack like that. Magma slowly starts to trickle into the brand new crater. I'm sure the new pool that will form is going to be much bigger than the old one.
I'm really glad that attack was not aimed at me. If it was, I would have been dead before I even realized what was happening. I desperately hide behind the rock, making myself as absolutely still as I possibly can to avoid detection.
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, LV7, has been raised to level 8. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, and Sealant's LV1, has been raised to level 2. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, and fear resistance LV7, has been raised to level 8. Then, slowly, my mother disappeared down into the hole.
No way! Mother, no way! Is there a single living thing that could bring that behemoth down? Surely anyone that felled such a beast would be remembered as a mighty hero. Man, I thought I was doing great, but this was a pretty huge reminder that I can be doing better, even though better in this case is so far above me that I can't even begin to imagine how to get there. This random encounter with my mother must have been a sign from the heavens. Don't get carried away. Yep. Honestly, the way I am now, there's not a single possible way for me to oppose creatures like my mother or an earth dragon. Meeting them definitely starts my death timer. Forget fighting them, even running the heck away is practically out of the question.
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, LV9, has been raised to level 10.
Huh? Really? Mr. Detection's hit his cap already? Huh? But he's not deriving or evolving. Oh, this is actually kind of underwhelming, isn't it? I worked so hard to finally get detection working, you know. Sure, I've gotten an astoundingly great return on my investment, but I'm greedy. I want something more. Even though it's impossible for me to fight Mother, I at least want to get strong enough to make running away even a little bit possible. Hey, voice of heaven, is this really all I'm going to get?
Fas, Das, F, D, C, A.
What was that? Am I hearing things? Well, that was a long shot anyway, nothing to be done about it. Although, really is the simplest and most obvious solution to this problem. If I keep getting stronger, without getting too full of myself, then I can probably get to the point where I can actually escape from crazy out of the ordinary foes like that. So, if that's what I'm going with, then it's time to focus on actually getting stronger. Step 1. Level up. From now on, I'm going to actively hunt out monsters for XP. So far, since evolving, I've killed 2 seahorses. Since pride gives me a bonus to my experience gain, I should be pretty close to leveling up right now. Evolving resets my level, so it only makes sense that the experience required to level up gets reset as well, at least to a certain degree. If I compare the effort it takes to go from level 9 to 10 before evolving, and 1 to 2 after, the latter is definitely a lot faster. However, if I compare a pre-evolution grind from level 1 to 2 to a post-evolution one, then it's actually noticeably slower post-evolution. So, it seems to me that the experience requirements do indeed get reset, but not quite all the way. Based on what I've experienced so far, my next level up is probably going to happen after I kill one more monster. Heck, I wouldn't have thought it was strange if I leveled up after killing that second seahorse. If I kill something as strong as a catfish, I bet I'd go up 2 levels at once. So, let's put hunting at the top of my list. Step 2. Skills. I've been working on grinding a bunch of those out as I've been moving around. My focus so far has been on appraisal and detection, though I've also been working on foresight and accelerated thought. Detection's maxed out now, but I've still got a lot of its support skills to level. So, until I can max all of those out, I'm going to keep detection running constantly as I go. While that's happening, I should start focusing on some of the other skills that I can grind while moving. The safest of those are probably my sensory boosting skills. If I keep doing things like concentrating on spotting things in the distance or sniffing around for any strange scents as I walk, they'll probably level up pretty easily. They're pretty high already, so it shouldn't be too long before they're maxed out. Let's go with that then. Then there's one more thing. This isn't something that I can work on while moving, So I need to find a place that I can safely stop and seriously practice it. I'm talking, of course, about mana manipulation. If you think about it, it's possible to pick up skills without spending skill points if you accumulate enough proficiency. Since that's the case, I should save my skill points for things that I can't easily acquire with proficiency, like those evil eye skills, and spend some time on trying to figure out how to gain proficiency with other skills, like mana manipulation. Thanks to detection, using mana perception isn't a problem at all. If I concentrate, I can feel the flow of mana as it drifts through the air. If I can somehow figure out how to manipulate that mana, or maybe even just force it to move somewhere, then I should be able to start accumulating experience, getting me mana manipulation without having to spend a single skill point on it, probably. If I can just get that skill, then I can start practicing magic as much as I want. However, let's not forget my original goal here, to climb the heck up out of the middle strata. Taking the time to grind out things that I can't do while moving will only slow me down, so I'm not going to do anything that specifically requires me to stop. Thus, I will keep moving until the bitter end. These middle strata aren't any place for me to settle down. I can't lose sight of that.
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, Accelerated Thought LV3, has been raised to level 4. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, LV3, has been raised to level 4.
All right! Thanks to my Lord of Pride title, my mental skills level up very quickly. I'm going to keep pounding away at these. Lord of Patience has a similar effect, letting me boost my defensive skills more quickly. But those aren't really the kinds of things I can voluntarily work on leveling. If I really wanted to mutilate myself, I could use poison synthesis to level greater poison resistance and paralysis resistance, and then use all-purpose silk to level my slashing, bashing, damage, decay, and maybe even ballistic resistances. That would do a good enough job at leveling those skills, but that's the kind of thing that I'd need a long-term base of operations for. Not only is my regeneration way slower here in the middle strata, but I don't have any real place for me to get as much rest as I think I'd need.
So I'm a spider, so what? This audiobook is sponsored by Our Tale Novel. If you are interested in exploring what we have provided on our community platform, please download the app arttale.ai/novel.
Leveling my stat boosting skills is something that I really want to get done sooner rather than later, but that's also something that really requires settling down first. It would be great if it leveled a bunch while I was in combat, but if I really want any more progress than that, I'd really have to do some focused strength training. When I actually have some spare time and energy, I think I'll work on that a little bit. For now, I guess I'll stick with the plan of grinding up my skills, especially my sensory boosting skills, while I'm moving forward. I'm especially interested in enhanced vision, since it's already at level 9, so I think I'm going to focus on that.
Shortly after I decided that I was going to get stronger, I finally found another monster. Eller Devyard LOV4 Statistics, HP 103 to 103, green, MP 4140, 1 blue SP 76, 76, yellow 69 6, 969, red, Evrig. Offense 56, Ag, Defense, Defense, Often, Defense. 48 Ag Fig. Magic Power 21 Ag Fig. Resistance 18 Ag. Speed 41 skills.
This thing is really strange, like a sphere with 4 legs sticking out of it. I think I'm going to call it a pill bug, but this thing, it's even more of a small fry than the seahorses are. The only reason that fighting them is even remotely difficult is that they sprint for the safety of the magma as soon as they sense danger, which means I need to make sure I quickly bring them down while they're still on land. This one's on solid ground right now, so I either have to kill it in one strike or paralyze it so that it can't run away. I think I'll use my deadly spider venom and kill 2 bugs with 1 stone.
I leap out from the shadow of a rock, swiftly closing in on my prey. Before it even has a chance to notice my existence, I've activated poison synthesis. I have no idea where the mouth on a pill bug could possibly be, so I just splash it everywhere. In an instant, its health disappears completely.
So fast, so weak.
Experience requirements met. Zoa Era, you have grown from level 1 to level 2. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from leveling up. Your skill and slashing enhancement, LV2, has been raised to level 3, and your skill, SP consumption reduction, LV3, has been raised to level 4. You have acquired additional skill points.
Well, just as planned. I got my level up. No problems here, nah. I was just a little surprised by how weak it was.
While I take a moment to settle myself, I check my new stats. Zui, Airy, LV, 2, no name statistics. HP, 215 to 215, green, 20 up, MP, 311 to 311, blue, 20 up, SPA, 215 to 215, yellow, 20 up, 215 to 215, red, plus 399, 20 up, average, offense, 269, 18 up, average, defense, 369, 18 up ag, magic power, 255, 10 up, ag, resistance, 390, 10 up, ag, speed 1342, 70 up, skills automatic HP recovery, LV Rofer, LV Versi, Urnai, MP consumption reduction, LV sign, SP consumption reduction, LV Yon, damage enhancement, LV Ni, and poison infant, LV Sun, poison enhancement, LV Yumi, Dat, LV Ni greater poison attack, LV Sun decaying attack, LV Sun, poison synthesis, LV Hachi, Fred talent, LV San, AIP San, tie throwing hatches, tie throwing, LV, Nana, Tiki pulls in, tie throwing, LV, .m, LV Ichizero, LV Yervor, Site LV Yerv Yer, LVQ, Crew Vaison Tuz LV, Q, Aiming, LV Hachi, SLV, LM, LV, Nana, LVQR, LV Ichuzero, LV, Hachi, LV, Nu, Corruption Magic LV Sun, Shadow Magic, LV Sun, LVLLV, Ichizero, LV, Q, Night Vision LV, Q, T, X, Ma, Invisible Spectrum Expansion, LV New, Damage, Resistance, LV New, Bashing Resistance, LV Ni, Slashing Resistance, LV Sunfire Resistance, LV Ni, Greater Poison Resistance, LV New IO, Mini Kratiker, Petrification Resistance, LV Sign, Acid Resistance, LV Sign, Fainting Resistance, LV San, P Tidal M Resistance, LV Hache, Pain Tidal M Resistance, End of Changers, LV Q, Q, L, B, N, 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 C, N, L, LV, Nada. Stased LV Nananai, Divine Domain Expansion, LV Nananai. Mano Subjections, 1.2. Vital LV, Q. LV, QZ, LV, Q. Potender, LV, Q. Greater Strength, LV Yon. Greater Toughness, LV Yon. Cacticia, LV, San, Tabu, LV, Nana, N, Percentus, IW. Skill points available, 50 titles.
What's this? My stats! They're significantly higher, aren't they? Before now, if we ignore Pride's effects, I was getting, 1 point in everything as I leveled. I'm getting way more now. Whoa! Did the amount of stat gain maybe change when I evolved? Oh, that's just what I'd expect from a species that they say has high combat potential. I never would have thought that evolving would change my stat gains. This seriously owns. On top of that, I got 50 skill points. Before now, I was just getting 20, but I just got 2.5 times that many. I might be able to pick up an evil eye skill next level, huh? This is way good, way good. If things keep going like this, I'm not going to need to stop and seriously try to train proficiency in mana manipulation. No, wait, if I can do it on my own, then it's probably best for me to actually try to do so. I don't actually know if an evil eye is going to cost me more than 100 skill points after all. I'm getting too optimistic here. Yeah, I can't afford to get worked up here. I've never, ever gotten anything good out of letting myself get too excited about something. Although, looking here at the display again, it seems like my stat gains were actually pretty balanced and stable across the board. I'm still massively specialized in speed, but thanks to patience my defense and resistance stats went up a bunch as well. My attack stat is starting to look a little low in comparison, but in reality I back up my physical attacks with poison, so even this is pretty high. Since I'm still so good at evading, it's unlikely that I'll ever get hit by an attack, but if I do, now I've got some extra defense to keep me safe. I'm out of the one-hit instant death danger zone. Huh? If you list everything out like that, it makes me sound like the strongest monster down here, right? Wait, no, I must not let myself get worked up. I need to go forth with a humble heart.
My time at the academy so far has been alright. Most of the stuff we're covering in our classes is stuff that I know, but I make myself sit through it so that I can review the material. When I get so bored that I can't stand it, I work on leveling whatever skills I can practice without letting anyone see. If you just look at my classes, things look calm and peaceful, but I actually am having quite a few problems on the human relations front. The first problem is the teachers. They essentially treat me one of 3 ways. They either go out of their way to suck up to me, they distance themselves from me to avoid being influenced, or they try to tangle themselves in my life as much as they can. It could be because I'm royalty, but I think it's really because my ability scores already vastly exceed those of my teachers. I don't really have much political influence, but I can't just outright avoid the teachers that try to suck up to me lest I offend them. If I let them get too entangled though, then it starts getting really annoying. I really do prefer the teachers that just interact with me normally, but those are few and far between. The next problem is the students. They can be divided into 3 categories too. The toadies that suck up to me, the students that surround me at a distance, and those that are arbitrarily hostile towards me. There's nobody who wants to treat me normally, so at the end of the day I'm usually only left with Sue and Katia. Hasiba joins us too, so the 4 of us wind up hanging out a lot. Katia is usually able to drive the toadies away, since I can usually only put on a forced smile and let those kinds of people follow me around. I'm very grateful to have a friend that can unhesitatingly cut them down for me. As for the ones that always follow me at a distance, they can be divided into a few more types. There's those that look at me with constant yearning, those who keep looking at me coolly to show how unaffected they are, those who want to jump in and make my acquaintance but haven't found the right opportunity yet, and so on, and so on. The most problematic group are those students that are arbitrarily hostile towards me. These people are almost always either the nobles or high-ranking aristocrats from other nations. Occasionally it's one of the commoners that was suddenly dragged up into this world. If there's one thing they have in common, it's their conceitedness. Many of them either have high station or high skill, and they see me as an eyesore for having even greater station and skill than they. Sometimes I'd get challenged to duels. If I were to duel a person from another country, it would be an international incident, so I naturally turned down every request. When I did that though, they started spreading rumors that the genius prince is a coward who wouldn't fight any duels. Give me a break. However, these are children that we're talking about. If you add up the time I spent in my previous and current lives, I'm already an adult by now, so I can just smile and shrug it all off. Sue, however, always goes berserk, and I'm the one who gets stuck with holding her back when she tries to purge my opponents. She's been behaving somewhat strangely lately. It feels like she has something important to ask me, but she just can't make it come out. I have some kind of idea about what she wants to ask though. Well, more accurately, Katia told me.
Hey, about Sue, she wants to know about our relationship.
Huh? Our relationship?
I mean, she wants to know about how we're connected, like from our previous life. She started to guess that something was up after we met with Miss Okazaki, and she saw how we interacted with her.
Ah, come to think of it, we do actually talk in Japanese a lot in front of her, don't we?
Exactly. If your older brother, who you've known for both of your entire lives, suddenly meets with a person you've never seen before and starts talking in a foreign language you've never heard before, you'd totally think that was weird.
Yeah, you're right. Whoops.
Well, when she finally asks you about it, it's up to you if you're going to tell her the truth or not.
Huh? I shouldn't, right?
It's your decision, man. Whether you're going to keep lying to her about what's happening or tell her the truth, make up your mind quickly and get it over with. It's unfair to sue otherwise, you know?
Yeah, you're right. So, it seems like she's been trying to ask me about my relationship with the others. To be honest though, I can't really make up my mind. How do I even explain this to her? You thought I was your older brother, but this entire time I've really been just some strange guy you've never met who reincarnated into your older brother's body. I'm terrified that she's going to hate me if I say that to her. All this time I've tried to love her like my own little sister. But how does Sue look at me? I know that she's really attached to me, but if she knew that the older brother she had been clinging to was some other stranger, what would she think? I grew up here with all of the memories and experiences from my previous life. If you compare me to Sue, who has kept up with me this entire time, I've been really dishonest. Is she going to look at me with scorn when she realizes that? I don't think Sue would ever scorn me, but even just imagining what that would be like is awful. If that's the case, then you'd think that I should lie to her, but even that seems insincere to me. If my real little sister came to me like that, having such trouble asking what she wanted to, there's no way I'd just carelessly dodge around her questions. If I'm going to lie to her, I'm going to have to commit to lying to her for my entire life. I still have no idea what I should actually do. However, if Sue does finally ask me about it, I need to give a serious answer. If Katia hadn't warned me in advance, I'd probably just dance around the question without thinking too deeply about it. I'm very glad that she advised me about this in advance. So, it's plain to see that human relations aren't very good for me here at school, whether they're between my friends or between the other students here. On top of all that though, the other 3 reincarnated people have me at wit's end. Miss Okazaki is, as always, an enigma. For a while, we didn't see her anywhere, not even for class, so I thought she might have gone somewhere. Suddenly though, without warning, she started showing up again like nothing had ever been the matter. I had lots of questions for her the next time we met, but she gave nothing but lazy, non-committal answers. When I started specifically asking about what happened to Kyuya, it felt like she started evading even harder. Kyuya was a very close friend of Katia's and mine back in our previous lives. However, Miss Okazaki isn't telling us anything about where he might be now. I somehow managed to piece together a few details though, and it seems like Kyuya might not actually be under the elves' protection. Even though I was very curious about where he was or even how he was doing, Miss Okazaki just kept blithely evading every question I threw at her. Hasebi is also quite a bit of a problem. Her name here in this world is Yulen Ulen. Her last name is the name of the church she was raised in, instead of an orphanage. Hasebi, no, Yuli, was raised as an orphan. There seem to be a lot of orphans in this world. In Japan there were quite a few of them, but in this harsh world where civilization has yet to develop quite as far, there are far more. I'm not saying that this is a good thing at all, but what usually happens is that the orphans who are raised by the church wind up staying with the church once they're old enough to understand what's happening to them. Yuli, though, is different. From birth, she not only possessed all of her memories from the previous world, but also her sense of self. The first thing I realized after having been reborn was that I was suddenly a baby. This was an enormous shock, although I'm just speaking from my own experience. I was disoriented, confused, and above all extremely anxious. What happened to me? Did I die? What happened to me back then? For me, my worries were without end, but they can't even compare to what Yuli must have felt after being thrown into that same situation. It seems like her own shock was far greater than my own. Honestly, I can't possibly imagine what Yuli must have been feeling at that time. In the middle of her absolute anxiety, there was something she could cling to, the teachings of the words of God. This is the religion of the church who found and raised her, and is also a religion that's practiced widely across human lands. Their teachings, if I had to summarize them in one sentence, say that one must constantly strive to raise one's skills so that one may hear the words of God. The words of God. I honestly can't understand whatever this is. It seems like it's in reference to the game-like system messages you hear when you level something up. Everyone in this world, though, thinks that hearing this voice is completely and utterly natural. The only people in this world who could possibly find it strange are those of us who were reincarnated into this world. To everyone else, it's a part of life, just like skills and stats are. That's just how this world is. The churches of the words of God preach that the system message voice is really the voice of a God, and one of the highest tenets of this religion is that everyone should try their hardest to raise their skills and levels as much as possible so that they can hear that divine voice more often. As for me, I can't help but wonder what the hell is up with this nonsensical doctrine, but that doesn't change the fact that it's commonly accepted in this world. Yuli, like many other people in this world, has been completely immersed in this religion, though I would have thought she'd have the same thoughts about it as me.
Shun, you've leveled your skills so much. I think that's really amazing. You should keep raising your skills steadily like that, so you can hear even more of the words of God. Shun, you haven't raised your own level at all? That's not good at all. When you raise your level, God says many things to you at once, you know? You need to work on leveling up, so that you can hear God's voice. Shun, you have appraisal, right? If you ever see someone with a skill named, I want you to tell me about it right away. I can't possibly let anyone who has leveled a skill the gods themselves have declared to be taboo survive long enough to do any damage. Shun, you got a new rank in a skill, so you must have heard the words of God again. Ah, the voice of God was heard once again. Today I can truly be happy.
I pulled away from her. She was just acting so strangely that I couldn't stay too close. After all, her eyes always got muddy and unfocused whenever she started raving about the gods. There was no way I could hang out with someone like that. Yuli, however, never seemed like she should have turned out like this. Somewhere deep within her is a perfectly ordinary high school girl. It must have been her environment that shaped her into who she is today. The constant dread from being reincarnated. The despair from having been abandoned by her parents. The anxiousness from having to live in this completely unfamiliar world. Then, in the midst of all that, she would have heard a system message, speaking in familiar, nostalgic Japanese. It's really easy to see how that could have become her emotional support. On top of that, she was surrounded by people who worshipped that same voice. Yuli had been someone who would go with the flow of things, so it might have been almost inevitable that she'd get caught up in that religion. I wonder if, after getting swept up, she used the maximum benefits of having been reincarnated to become a saint candidate. Finally, the last person on the list is the biggest of my problems. Natsume, now known as Hugo, seems to be my enemy. Not like the others, either. The petty jealousy of the other children cannot compare to the raw hostility that Hugo shows me. When he looks at me, you can see an undercurrent of raw killing intent churning within his gaze. I have no idea what could have possibly caused him to be so hostile towards me. Regardless of whether I know it or not, at this rate I know that something is bound to happen. Before long, he is going to do something. That's what I fear.
Some time has passed since I leveled up. I've been focusing a lot on straining my vision as far as it can possibly go, but I just can't push enhanced vision past level 9. I guess it really is hard to get a skill past level 9, after all. The rest of my skills are doing great though. First off, silence is now level 3. You did it, little spider. You're even sneakier. Next, accelerated thought and foresight have both hit level 5. You did it, little spider. You're even dodgier. Fire resistance has, at long last, gone up another level to level 3. Thanks to patience, I know I should be getting resistance skills more quickly, but even so this still feels like it's taking forever. Man, I'm weak to fire. Even after I change species, I'm still weak to fire, huh? I wonder if any of my other weaknesses changed at all though. I can't really test any of them out right now though, so I can't really say anything else about it. Well, my old defense stat was garbage anyway, so even if my resistances have changed, it's not like they could have gotten any worse. Although, since my defense stat has finally started to go up, maybe I really should be worried about my resistances. There might be some other attribute that I'm weak against. I don't have any good ways to test it though. So next is multitasking. That hit level 10, then evolved into a new skill, multiple wills. Now this is interesting. Just like the name implies, the number of consciousnesses in my brain has actually increased. With multitasking, even though I could focus on more than one task at once, it was all being juggled by the same consciousness. Multiple wills, though, splits my entire brain in two. It's something like having a split personality. Both personalities, though, are me. I'm just able to have two entirely different trains of thought going at the same time now. On top of that, both consciousnesses have the full benefit of multitasking, so it's like my cognitive abilities have just straight up doubled. Super convenient. I'm betting that leveling this up will give me even more consciousnesses. However, only one consciousness can actually move my body. Since that's the case, I'm using one consciousness to move my body, and the other to handle processing information from appraisal and detection. So, I'm counting on you, Captain Body. Leave it to me, Captain Brain. It's possible now for me to have conversations with myself like this. Since both personalities are still me, though, we already share information perfectly. There's no main or sub-personality here. Both are me. I am me, for me, by me. Yep, I've lost me entirely. Like, if I start asking these kinds of questions, then the definition of what counts as a person's sense of self starts to get pretty blurry. Maybe the distinction is just lost on me, since I can't even decide which personality is the main one. Maybe, indeed, speaking of which, maybe I'm actually kind of special for being able to master this skill and use it so normally. Probably not, though. While Captain Brain was contemplating philosophy, Captain Body defeated a monster. Good job, me! Oh no, you flatter me. This time, I tried using my new decaying attack, but there's no way I can actually use it. Well, no, that's not to say that it isn't amazing. It's actually massively powerful. It's only level 1, and it's still somehow this amazing. Too amazing, in fact. Because, it turned that monster into compost with a single hit, right? That's strange, right? Was that what meant all this time? Rotting? Decomposing? This amount of decay is way more powerful than just rotting, though. This is death's unstoppable advance, baked into an attribute. It's terrifying. Even at level 1, it's massively overkill. What the heck is going to happen when I level it up? That said, I did mention that there's no way I'd be able to use it. There's 2 reasons for that. First off, there's not much of a corpse left after the fact, which means that there's nothing left for me to eat. Using this to farm experience points would be absolutely amazing, but if I do that, I'm only getting half of what I really wanted out of my monster hunting down here. I can't stomach that. Literally and figuratively, can't stomach that. The other problem, though, is way worse. When I use it, I take damage too. Take a look at the sickle I used for my test. The edge of it is all tattered and worn out. I lost health too. Isn't this attack suicidal? So, even though it's hugely powerful, there's a huge amount of backlash too. In a tense, heated battle where I'm forced to fight with my fullest strength, I might use it as a last resort. But apart from that, I'm not going to touch it, certainly not for cleaning up these small fry. Especially not here in the middle strata, where my passive health recovery is so slow. When is this sickle going to get fixed? I think I'm going to level up soon, so it'll fix itself when that happens. But until then, I'm going to be down a sickle for my next fights. Well, I've been using poison synthesis a lot more than my sickles, so it's not going to make a whole lot of difference, unless I wind up fighting another eel, or maybe some other powerful foe. In the first place, I only just started fighting with my sickles recently. My main weapon in these middle strata is still poison synthesis. After all, monsters start taking damage the instant they come into contact with it. If I were using my sickles more, I'd be getting a bunch of proficiency towards slashing attack, but doing that puts me in a perfect position to take a bunch of damage. Plus, if I slash something open, then all of its guts fall out onto the ground, making everything harder to eat. Well then, Captain Body, find some more prey. Roger that, Captain Brain. Seeking targets now. Man, multiple wills really is ludicrously convenient. If I manage to get myself a second body, I can finally make shadow clones, right? But if I do that, they're both going to be my real body, so if either of them gets hit, it's going to be painful. That would suck. I mean, I'd still survive if one of my two bodies was slain, but that still means I'd experience something very much like dying, right? Yeah, I do not want to find out what that feels like. I've technically experienced dying once already, but I have no memory of that at all, so it doesn't count. Captain Body, you heard all that, right? Please try extra hard not to die, okay? Whoa, Captain Brain, you totally didn't need to remind me at all. Yeah.
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill and enhanced vision, LV9, has been raised to level 10. Your skill has reached its maximum level, and a new skill, telescopic sight, LV1, has been unlocked.
Woohoo! Finally, enhanced vision hit its level cap. It looks like my reward for that is a derived skill, huh? Let's not waste any time checking this out. Lady Appraisal?
Telescopic sight allows the user to visually magnify distant images.
It does exactly what it says. I don't know about this. My sensory boosting skills are all plain, straightforward bonuses, and this derived skill is also pretty boring. I guess for now we should try testing this out. Captain Body, activate telescopic sight. Request acknowledged, Captain Brain. Oh man, this is awesome! I'm sorry I called you boring. Simultaneously overlaid on each other, I see both the images from my original field of view and the magnified image of telescopic sight. I was thinking that this was going to zoom in my entire field of vision at once, but it looks like I can activate it with one eye at a time. Ordinarily, having these two different fields of vision active simultaneously seems like it would be unusably chaotic, but hey, there's two of me. Split the work up, and it's no problem at all. Right now, my skill level is pretty low, so the magnification level I'm getting is pretty low, and the effective range is pretty short. But once I start leveling this up, it's going to start being super useful. For example, if detection alerts me to a nearby enemy, I can use telescopic sight to keep an eye on it at a distance, while still being able to see everything else normally. Yeah, and just like all of my other passive skills, this isn't consuming any mana at all. I can think of a lot of uses for this skill, so I'm going to add this to the list of skills I always keep activated in the background for leveling purposes. It's not good to get too excited though, Captain Brain. What's up, Captain Body? I've been looking around with telescopic sight, and I found an enemy off in the distance. Oh, I just got it, and it's already so useful. Shall I go kill it immediately? That goes without saying. Aye, sir.
Just like that, I sneakily creep up to my target. My sickle is still too damaged to use after that decaying attack suicide strike, so I use poison synthesis and dump some deadly spider venom on my target. In a heartbeat, all of its health evaporates. As always, this is a great and terrible power. Experience requirements met. Zoa era. You have grown from level 2 to level 3. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from leveling up. Your skill 1, Visible Spectrum Expansion, LV2, has been raised to level 3, and your skill, SB9, has been raised to level 10. Your skill has reached its maximum level and has evolved into a new skill, Greater Vitality, LV1. You have acquired additional skill points.
Oh, perfect timing on that level up. Molting repaired my sickle. On top of that, one of my stat boosting skills evolved. Let's appraise it real quick.
Greater Vitality increases HP based on 10 times the skill level. In addition, when leveling up, provides an additional increase to HP based on the skill level.
Just like I thought, it's basically the same thing as Greater Strength, so that means that evolving the rest of my stat boosting skills is going to give me that bonus stat increase when I level, right? I really want to crank those out as quickly as I can, but I really am going to need to be patient and wait until I get out of the middle strata first. I really want to get someplace safe and fast. Also, I've been waiting for this. With this level up, I finally have 100 skill points. Yay! Now then, have these rumored evil eye type skills made their appearance?
Evil Eye of Curses, 100. Applies curse attributed damage to things within the user's field of view. Evil Eye of Destruction, 100. Applies decay attributed damage to things within the user's field of view. Evil Eye of Paralysis, 100. Applies paralysis attributed damage to things within the user's field of view. Evil Eye of Petrification, 100. Applies petrification attributed damage to things within the user's field of view. Evil Eye of Disquiet, 100. Applies the corruption magic spell to things within the user's field of view. Evil Eye of Phantom Pain, 100. Applies the corruption magic spell to things within the user's field of view. Evil Eye of Madness, 100. Applies the corruption magic spell to things within the user's field of view. Evil Eye of Fascination, 100. Applies the corruption magic spell to things within the user's field of view. Evil Eye of Hypnotism, 100. Applies the corruption magic spell to things within the user's field of view. Evil Eye of Dread, 100. Applies the corruption magic spell to things within the user's field of view.
Whoa, they really did appear. These skills definitely weren't in the list before now. And there's so many of them too. But I have to only pick one. How do I decide? Captain Brain, a moment? What is it, Captain Body? Can't we pick more than just one? Eh? How would we do that? You do know that we have 8 eyes, right? Right. And so that means that we can have 8 evil eyes at once, right? I'm a genius. That is correct. I am indeed a genius. Seriously, I'm a genius. And since I'm a genius, that means that everything I do is perfect. That's right. Having 8 simultaneous evil eyes going is going to be amazing, right? Oh man, seriously, oh man. My dreams are getting way too big right now. If we're using 1 eye for telescopic sight, that only leaves 7 free though. And if we want to keep a normal field of view, then that means we're down to 6, huh? You're right. This time we're picking 1, and we'll get 5 more as we save up the skill points. Sound good? Sounds perfect. So, Captain Body, which evil eye do you think is the best? I think we should pick the curse one, since we don't have access to that attribute yet. Let's hold off on the corruption-based ones. They seem like they'd be better used against people instead of monsters. Yeah, I agree, though do I really prefer the curse one? In the upper strata we did fight that petrification lizard, but making a petrification eye effective might take a while. Yeah, but once we get it up high enough, it'll be really strong. I still think we should play it safe though, and get the curse one. Just what I'd expect from me. You really have your stuff together. I know, right? So, without further ado, let's pick up the Evil Eye of Curses.
Curse weakens all of the recipient's ability scores while damaging their HP, MP, and SP.
I just got the Evil Eye of Curses at level 1, Tilda. Hooray, Tilda! I finally managed to get it. But if I want to know what this actually does, I'm going to need to look around here for a monster I can use as a proper lab rat. So, then, let's dig through detection's data and try to find something that might work. It looks like there might be something over there. It's just barely on the edge of my range, so I can't get much data about it, but it looks like it's something up on solid ground. That's perfect. So nice of it to volunteer.
Elero Giafrog, LV4 Statistics, HP 85, 85, Greens NP, 75, Blue SP, 68, 6860, 8, Yellow, 6860, 8, Red, Advrig, Offense says 67 Ags, Defense, 59 Ags, Magic Power, 46 Av Grid, Resistance, 46 Av Grid, Speed, 43, Skills, Poison Synthesis, LV3, and Shooting, LV4, and swimming LV7, LV2, and poison resistance LV2.
It's the frog's evolved form. At least, it certainly does look like the evolved form of those frogs I fought so long ago. How nostalgic! It doesn't really seem like it's gotten much stronger, but I think it looks like it's evolved somewhat to match its environment. It's got heat nullification, after all. Also, it has levels in night vision, despite the fact that it's living in an area brightly lit by magma, which makes me think that it's evolved from something that came from the upper strata. The upper and lower strata are pitch black, after all. If something from the upper strata got lost and found itself down here in the middle strata, it would be basically mandatory for it to evolve to fit this climate. If something from the lower strata came up here, well, I'd rather that didn't happen. The thought of a monster from the lower strata somehow evolving to adapt itself to the middle strata is way too dreadful. Now that I'm looking at this frog spit attack, though, it looks like what I thought was a spit attack might have actually been the same poison synthesis skill that I use, launched with that shooting skill. Man, there's a good skill. I want it too. If I did, I'd have a poison bullet that frog's acid wouldn't even hold a candle to. I wonder if I can grind out skill proficiency by firing silk out of my butt as hard as I can. While Captain Brain ponders that kind of useless garbage, I get to work. Step 1. Synthesize weak poison with every single damage slider at its minimum, plus the paralysis attribute. This frog has a couple levels of poison resistance, so I don't think this will be enough to kill it. I sneak up close behind the frog and synthesize my poison. All right, the frog's ready for experimentation. Ah, Captain Body, good job! Now I can experiment on this thing to my heart's content. Now then, Evil Eye, activate! All right, turning that on was no problem at all. Now, what does this look like? The frog's health, mana, and stamina are all slowly decreasing. I guess it is level 1, after all. So the rate of damage it can put out is going to be pretty slow. Both the frog's yellow and red stamina gauges are emptying out, but since the yellow bar recovers pretty quickly, this isn't really doing much of anything. If I level it up, then the damage will be high enough that it'll start outpacing regeneration, right? If that's the case, then I'll be able to make someone short of breath with a glare. That's pretty heartless. Except they'll probably run out of health and die first. It looks like I'm damaging health and stamina at about the same rates, after all. Oh, its stats are going down too! There's little numbers next to each stat, showing how many points each one's been decreased by. Next to that, there's another number in parentheses showing me what those values are usually like at their maximum. Oh-ho! So, if I eat a status debuffing attack, it'll be printed out like this, huh? I'll be able to notice that after I take a single hit. As expected of the Lady Appraisal, she doesn't miss a single beat. It looks like my Evil Eye isn't a passive skill like all of the other cool ones have been as of late. It's sucking away at my mana, although it's not using very much of it at all. It's ticking down at a rate of maybe 1 point per 10 seconds. The frog's taking 1 point of damage every 5 seconds, so maybe the conversion rate isn't really all that bad? If you think about how much mana I have right now, it looks like I can keep this up for over 50 minutes. So if I think about it like that, then it looks like this isn't really that inefficient. Once I level it up, it'll probably start doing more damage, faster. The frog's paralysis looks like it's wearing off. Just as I started thinking that, Captain Body dropped some more paralytic poison on it. As is only natural for me, I can support myself lightning quick. The health and mana damage is pretty good, but the stat damage isn't really very good. At the start, the frog's stats went down at about the same rate that its health was getting depleted, but now that it's hit the halfway mark, it's barely going down at all anymore. Is there a limit to how much stats can be lowered? I mean, it kinda makes sense if you think about it. If it kept decreasing, then at some point the target's defense stat would hit 0. You can't even call that a paper-thin defense. That's basically just having a really feeble body. However, Dropping someone's stats by half is still a pretty huge deal. It doesn't really make a huge ton of a difference if I debuff a small fry like this frog. But if I can cut the stats of a strong monster like an eel down to half, most of the monsters I've seen tend to rely far more on their stats than their skills. So weakening their stats is effectively a drastic weakening of the monster itself. If I slash an eel's stats in half, then there wouldn't be much difference between it and a catfish anymore. It looks like I've gained an anti-strong monster trump card. I guess I've got to put a lot of effort into leveling this skill in the near future. Huh? What? The frog died! What? I thought it had plenty of health left though. Its health started dropping super quickly for some reason, but why? Before its health ran out, its red stamina gauge emptied out. Is that what that was? If your red stamina runs out, then you rapidly start losing your health. That's terrifying. Whoa, evolving just started looking way more dangerous. I'm so glad that I had plenty of food every time I did that. Man, I'm going to have to keep an eye on that, even if I think that overeating is going to keep my stamina full for quite some time. In any event, the Evil Eye of Curses seems to actually be pretty useful. Whenever I've got a bunch of excess mana, I should keep it running so that I can grind out some skill proficiency for it, right? Yeah, I'm going to make sure that my mana pool is always at least half full, just in case anything happens, but I'm going to allocate the other half of it to working on grinding out my Evil Eye. This is a skill I can work on leveling while I'm on the move, too. I am a body. As yet, I have no name. I'd like to take this moment to complain a little bit about Captain Brain. That girl is an idiot. Just now, she decided she wanted to try to work on learning the shooting skill, so she was all, oh, but then when I tried it, the silk got launched way farther than she thought it was going to. It landed in the magma. I nearly caught on fire. If I hadn't acted immediately to disconnect the rest of that strand from myself, then fire would have raced up the silk and set me ablaze. So she keeps coming up with fundamentally useless proposals like that. And then when we try them out, they wind up being, well, fundamentally useless. None of the experiments that she's been getting really excited about have ever been even remotely successful. Well, to be honest, I'm also always super excited to try these things out. They are my own ideas after all. Really, couldn't she come up with anything a little bit more, well, normal? If you bother thinking about any of these things for more than a second, it's pretty darn obvious that they're all worthless, you know? She's in charge of the brain. Shouldn't she be carefully thinking these through? She's an idiot, right? Yeah, she's an idiot. So, as the unfortunate soul in charge of this body, it's my job to be the responsible one. After all, it's ultimately my actions that keep the delicate balance between life and death. Captain Body! Captain Body! What is it, Captain Brain? Can we stick an evil eye on telescopic sight? Are you a genius? Oh, yes, I am indeed a genius. Whoa, seriously? I've been a genius this whole time. And since I'm a genius, that means everything I do is forgiven. Of course, of course. If we funnel an evil eye through telescopic sight, that means we can use it at extremely long ranges, right? Isn't that amazing? Oh yeah! Oh yeah! That's seriously amazing! The possibilities are limitless. So, let's get out there and find ourselves a target. Yaha! I am a brain. As of yet, I have no name. Simultaneously activating telescopic sight and my evil eye is not going so well. I guess if I could, it really would be OP as heck, so I guess I can't complain. Telescopic sight has leveled all the way up to level 5, thanks to constantly having it on. Compared to how it was at level 1, I can not only see much farther with it, but the maximum magnification is also quite a bit better. If I were to be able to channel my evil eye through it, I'd have a really long-range attack at my disposal. What a shame. Even so, this evil eye really is useful. I've been keeping it on whenever I have the spare mana for it, and by now it's hit level 3. This one's slow as heck. However, blitzing my way through this middle strata is leaving me with a huge surplus of mana, so this is still great timing. Another thing I noticed while I had Evil Eye up, for whatever reason, it doesn't actually change my field of view. I can't have it up at the same time as telescopic sight, but enhanced vision and the rest of my vision boosting skills seem to fit into it just fine. Since I don't need to worry about restricting my field of view, it looks like I don't need to specifically reserve any of my other eyes to still be able to see. This, of course, means that I can do what I only dreamed about doing, 8 simultaneous evil eyes. Also, it looks like I can't actually use any of my attribute attack skills to boost my evil eye. I tried tying my greater poison attack skill into it, but it didn't seem to have any effect. What a pity. Well, I guess being able to do something like that would be just about as OP as being able to use telescopic sight for a long-ranged attack. So I guess it's only natural. If I were able to put my deadly spider venom into my evil eye, then I'd be able to kill with a single glance of my deep blue mystic eyes that could perceive even death. I already have eyes that can weaken and damage something just by glaring at it though, which is plenty OP enough. Wishing for more is just greedy. Next, I started wondering if it might be a great idea to try activating the Evil Eye of Curses in all 8 of my eyes, and it looks like I actually can. It just doesn't actually have any extra effect. I kind of assumed that using 8 eyes at once would give me 8 times the power. But of course it isn't as simple as that. However, I did discover that I can instead activate telescopic sight in more than one eye, which is extremely useful. Now I can pick out a bunch of different distant places to simultaneously magnify, which could be extremely useful, depending on how I wound up using it. So, allow me to change the subject for a bit. I need to tell you something about Captain Body. That girl is an idiot. A little while ago, I thought that I might be able to get the shooting skill on my own by firing silk out of my butt as hard as I can. Captain Body then immediately said, "Oh man, that's a great idea. I'm gonna try that right now," and proceeded to launch a bunch of silk immediately. Right at the magma. Sure, she may have waved it away by saying, "Wow, that flew way further than I thought it would." But even so, I really would have preferred that she aimed it anywhere but the nearest magma patch. The silk all fell into the magma, of course, and immediately caught fire. The flame raced up the silk like a fuse, right towards my butt, which would have caught fire too, again, if Captain Body hadn't managed to cut it off at the very last second. So I keep coming up with brilliant ideas like that, and she keeps managing to somehow take them in an entirely different direction. The wrong direction. Man, seriously, no matter how much of my genius I pour into these brilliant ideas, Captain Body manages to completely wreck them with her massive incompetence. If you bother thinking about any of these things for more than a second, it's pretty darn obvious that she's going about them all wrong, you know? She's in charge of the body. Did all that moving around make her into a stupid musclehead? She's an idiot, right? Yeah, she's an idiot. So, as the unfortunate soul in charge of this body, it's my job to be the responsible one. After all, it's ultimately my ideas that keep the delicate balance between life and death. Captain Brain! Captain Brain! What is it, Captain Body? I was looking around with telescopic sight, and I found a monster in the distance. Seriously? Wow, that's way outside detection's range even. Why, Captain Brain? Wouldn't this mean that your reason for existence is that much less relevant? Don't get ahead of yourself, Captain Body. Did you think you could match my raw informational throughput? You'd need 100 eyes to even come close. Muhahaha, go ahead, say that while you still can. Soon you'll see. Soon? Never. But, fine, try and struggle towards this lofty peak. So, what should we do? Hunt that thing down, of course. Aye, aye, sir. You there, scoundrel. Prepare yourself. Yaha! Today is yet another day of wandering about the middle strata. It's been a long freaking time since I first got here, but the end still isn't in sight. As expected of the world's greatest labyrinth, this is the kind of dungeon that you'd have to be willing to dedicate your whole life to exploring if you wanted to make it through, isn't it?
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill. Appraisal LV9 has been raised to level 10.
Oh? Finally! Finally! Appraisal has hit max level! I'm ludicrously happy right now. The first skill I ever picked, my constant companion through fair and foul, has finally reached its most perfect form, Appraisal, who was good for nothing at all when I first met her, whose improvements were subtle but steady with each new level, who became more and more useful with each passing day, who was finally revealed as the talented Miss Appraisal, who tirelessly worked without complaint to better herself, who finally became a shining lady that none could deny. Appraisal, you finally. Woohoo! You've done a great job! You've done a fantastic job! I'm moved to tears! Thank you, Lady Appraisal! Thank you! Our future together will be bright! But there's no evolution, no evolved skill. I guess that's fine. Appraisal hitting max level is still super huge. I really wanted some sort of awesome skill though. Something that would make me Lord of all knowledge, ruler of all wisdom. But that's not going to happen. I thought that if anyone could do it, Lady Appraisal could, but I guess that's not going to happen. Is it seriously not going to happen?
Fazat. Fazat Sems. C. Z. C. Z. C. Z.
What's that bad TV static sound?
Fizzy. Z. Request a kayaks. EC. Sta. F. Gyres. Root. Administrative. Private Gyres.
Huh? What the hell?
Fasastraya. Sustrader. Serias. D. Boy Sashbul. Ertishes.
This seems kind of bad. I don't know what's bad about it, but this seems bad.
Fee.bd. Compared to the unintelligible static that I was straining to hear, the crystal clear ping that suddenly burst through my skull was so loud that I flinched hard. Request acknowledged by Root Level System Administrator D, now constructing supplementary skill. Construction complete. Requirements met have been met. You have gained the skill. Your existing skills, and appraisal LV10, and have been integrated with your new skill. Proficiency requirements met. Your skill has been raised to level 8, Requirements have been met. You have earned the title and have been awarded the skills and your existing skills, MP Recovery, LV4, and Study Fey, and MP Consumption Reduction, LV3, have been integrated with your new skill. Your existing skills, and May 9 and Thesa, and Resistance, LV4, have been integrated with your new skill, Artitate.
Wait, this is weird. This is of course really weird, in a lot of different ways. What just happened? Why did it happen? What do I do now? I've got to calm down. Captain Body, deep, slow breaths please. Inhale, exhale. Right. Let's tackle these in order. First thing that happened was that I started hearing some largely unintelligible noise. What was that? I have no clue. Usually when I hit something I have literally no clue about, I put it aside because there's no sense in wasting time worrying. This time though, I don't really think I can get away with that. This is, after all, really obviously abnormal. Abnormal? Yes, abnormal. Up until this point, I've just been kind of accepting that this world has skills and stats and so on. But in Japan, those things just flat out didn't exist. If I were in Japan right now, I'd be thinking that these skills were extremely freaking abnormal. I, however, just kind of brushed that under the rug, thinking, oh, this is just that kind of world. But was it really okay for me to take it so lightly? Until now, it was. Now, however, things are a little bit different. The voice of heaven said something very peculiar. Request acknowledged by Root Level Systems Administrator D. Now constructing supplementary skill. Construction complete. Based on this, it looks like someone is keeping me under observation, and that person heard my grumbling, and then they made a new skill for me, right? If that's the case, then the culprit is this so-called root-level systems administrator D. On top of that, if you think about the fact that he's got root level in his title, then there might be other, lower-ranking administrators too. So, these administrators, what the heck do they administer? That, at least, is obvious. Skills. That is the inevitable, undeniable conclusion of this train of thought. In other words, the skills in this world are granted by these beings called. Why? How? Heck if I know. I can only say one thing for certain. There's something weird about this world. Chills are running down my non-existent spine. The fear that's slowly creeping in on me is not the bright, urgent terror that blasted through me when I encountered the earth dragons and my mother. No, this is a darker fear, a deep dread that erodes away at my sanity. These administrators, are they watching me right now as I cower on the dungeon floor? Are they laughing their dark, grim laughs at my fear? This entire situation is terrifying. My skills, these things that I have relied on so hard for my very survival, are suddenly strange and unknowable. What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
The look in Hugo's eyes when he sees me has grown even more dangerous. He keeps glaring at me with a cold glint in his eyes. It's especially bad when I do something better than him, like scoring well on a test. His glare then sends shivers down my spine. It's obvious that he's going to try something soon. However, I can't prepare any countermeasures. Unlike me, Hugo is the eldest son of an imperial dynasty. On top of that, like me, he is a reincarnated person as well, so his skills are no joke. Nobody is qualified to even hold a candle to him, be it in terms of political or physical power.
And then it happens, on an ordinary day, while we are out on an exploration lesson. Our first extracurricular activity. For our activity, we were sent to explore a small mountain that was near the academy. Well, I say, but it's really over a half-day's walk in each direction. Only the people who passed a test to determine if they were able to leave the academy were able to go on the trip. Out of my year, there were 12 people, including myself, who were granted permission to go on the exploration trip. Judging from my class, only the students who were crushingly excellent were able to make the mark. However, the students who were left behind have plenty of opportunity to make themselves stronger, so that they can come along the next time. There might be only a few of us on our first trip, but each trip after that is sure to have more and more people. Rather, it seems like the criteria for granting permission is based on whether or not the students can work as a single team, so this year has a considerably excellent group of students. We leave first thing in the morning, arriving at the foot of the mountain at around noon. After that, we enter a small cabin, where we're given one final explanation of what we're supposed to be doing, and then we eat lunch. After that, we're divided into teams and head off for the mountain. The schedule is fairly simple. We spend the rest of the day exploring the mountain, make camp for the evening, then return to the foot of the mountain by midday tomorrow so that we can head back. This mountain doesn't have any monsters that could be classified as dangerous. Before the trip, the Academy hires people to do an inspection of the mountain and confirm that this is, in fact, the case. Even a weak monster can become strong if it evolves, after all. So it's very important that the school confirms that this hasn't happened. There are 3 main reasons for doing this exploration. The first is to teach us basic survival skills. The second is to gain first-hand experience of the kinds of environments inhabited by monsters. The third is to identify and collect various medicinal plants, learning about the ecology of the mountain. Since the purpose of this trip is to safely gather knowledge and gain useful experiences, going out of our way to deliberately attack monsters will cause our final grades to be penalized. If a monster attacks us, however, and we safely defeat it, then we'll gain bonus points. Ultimately, it is forbidden to purposefully provoke or attack monsters. The groups were divided into consist of 4 students and 1 teacher. Team selection is done by lottery, to prevent us from forming excessively unbalanced groups. Sue, Katia, and Yui each wind up on separate teams. Meanwhile, I've been placed on the same team as Hugo. The 4 members of my team are myself, Hugo, Miss O, Acaphylimes, and a boy named Palton, who is the son of a knight. When you include the magic instructor, Mrs. Oriza, we have 5 people in total.
Palton and I are acquainted, but aren't really close enough to call each other friends. Palton's father used to be a baron, but through many military exploits he improved his peerage and climbed up to the title of earl. He put Palton through very strict training growing up, so Palton has specialized in a lot of high-ranking physical skills. Both his physical strength and his grades are exceptional. He doesn't seem to think of himself as being particularly exceptional, so he constantly studies hard and trains harder. He's a very serious boy. When we interact, he acts like he's a mere retainer, so even though we talk, we're not really able to bond. Mrs. Oriza is our middle-aged magic teacher. When she's in the classroom, it seems like she doesn't really want to be there, and that she's only putting up with it because it's her job. When she was assigned to supervise me and Hugo, she didn't even bother trying to hide the disgust on her face with having to do such a bothersome task. After all, the alarmingly bad blood between me and Hugo is very well known. However, since she is in fact a teacher, her combat ability is more than high enough. Although she's a magic user, she has a variety of skills that are very well suited for close-range combat, and her ability scores are far greater than that of any student. If something unexpected should occur during this outing, it's a teacher's job to protect her students, so there's no way that they would have sent someone weak to accompany us. What surprised me was that Miss O, aka Philimes, was diligently participating in these exercises. Frequently, she'd disappear from class without any warning. It seems like she was always going off to do some sort of secret mission, the details of which she'd never actually tell us. Since she was skipping class without even getting permission, I'm sure she must constantly be extremely busy. I'm very surprised that she'd come out here, effectively locking herself in one place for nearly 2 days to go on a field trip. However, since Hugo is coming with us, I'm actually kind of relieved that she's going to be accompanying us too. She's the only person I know who's actually capable of stopping Hugo, probably including all of the teachers at the academy.
Well then, let's get started right away. After you have finished with your lunches, please split up into your individual groups and be on your way. With that final statement from the teacher in charge of the trip, the explanation assembly was over. We eat our lunches quickly, then organize ourselves into groups, and prepare to head off into the mountains.
Brother, I must bid farewell for now. I will be so lonely.
Sue, it's only 1 day. Don't exaggerate so much.
Even a single day is a huge problem. I'll be so worried that something might have happened to you where I can't see you that I won't be able to sleep at night.
I'll be fine. They've already made sure that the mountain's safe, so as long as nobody does anything reckless, nothing bad can happen.
I gently stroke her worried head. The mountain isn't the danger I need to be looking out for. My fellow party member is far more dangerous, but there's no way I'll tell her that, since it'll only make her worry harder. Keiichia briefly pulls me aside.
Shun, be very careful around Hugo, okay? That asshole seems to have totally cracked ever since he came to this world.
Got it. Katia's words echo in my head as we depart. He's cracked. That's certainly the case. The Hugo of today is absolutely not normal. He seems so dangerous that it wouldn't be the slightest bit weird for him to try to do something while we're out here.
The exploration proceeds smoothly, despite my worries. We don't run into any monsters, and soon arrive at the area that we had planned to make camp at.
Prince Shalane, shall we make camp here?
That sounds good. We got here way more quickly than I was expecting.
That's 'cause you boys are so strut-along. It was hard for a girl like me to keep up with Yotillo.
Yeah, bullshit. Okay, your stats are pretty great, right? No fucking way you get to whine about this.
Oh, Tilda, oh! I think that a really good man would have pretended to be concerned. Tilda, even if he knew that he didn't need to.
I'm not gonna be the kind of man that pays close attention to every single woman.
Tilda, even the tough guy type can say, yeah, sure, why not, though?
As Hugo and Miss O banter back and forth, Palton and I start setting up our camp. Mrs. Oriza watches us silently.
Prince Slane, may I ask you to stand over there, please?
Ah, sure. Like this?
Yes, Thank you. Next, please follow along like this.
Aha, all finished. Thanks, Paulton.
Not at all. This was unfortunately a task that I am not currently able to complete by myself, so I was unfortunately forced to trouble you for your help.
Paulton, we're both students at the academy. Social stature doesn't matter. There's no need for you to care so much about bothering me, okay?
We certainly may have different social stature, but I also personally respect you deeply. Prince Schlain, I am acting like this purely because I want to. Please, there is no need to apologize for my behavior.
There is no arguing with Paulton's honest eyes, so I dropped the subject. Sue has her own reasons, but what have I personally done to deserve that kind of respect? It really is strange.
Since we arrived earlier than anticipated, we have some time to kill after we finish setting up camp. We decide that we should spend some time to explore the surrounding area, splitting up to cover more ground but not straying so far from each other that we get truly separated. I'm initially opposed to going off on our own individually, but we eventually decide that we'll remain in earshot of each other. That way, if anything were to happen, the rest of the party could immediately rush over to help. And so I'm alone in the mountain. Collecting and identifying medicinal plants will give me extra credit towards this assignment. So I explore the area, searching for medicinal plants with appraisal activated. It's coming from the direction where Paulton was exploring. The sounds, however, are unnaturally quiet. I don't know if it's because the enemy's weapon is specially constructed to be quiet, or if some sort of sound dampening skill is being used. But they're so quiet that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to hear it at all. I, however, have enhanced hearing and can hear them clear as day. I immediately rush over to where Paulton is fighting, only to be stopped by the figure of a boy standing imposingly in my way. Hugo!
Suf!
What are you doing, Hugo? No, Natsume.
Well, I'm thinking that right now would be a great time for you to make your exit.
Hugo talks calmly, as if nothing special is happening at all, but I can't stop tension from creeping into my voice. He's saying some seriously unbelievable things with a perfectly straight face. I gulp, without thinking about it.
You're joking, right?
Does this look like a fucking joke? You're an eyesore.
In an instant, the smile vanishes from Hugo's face.
This world is mine. It was made for me. I am going to be the strongest, and I am going to rule it. And yet, there's you. Someone on my level, maybe even a little better. That's not a good thing for me, you know?
What kind of nonsense are you talking about, Natsume? Nobody owns the world. Snap out of it.
Snap out of it? There's nothing to snap out of. Isn't this world amazing? If you have skills, you can do whatever you want. It's like a dream. My dream. How could this world exist for any other reason but to be mine? Yeah, though, I don't need anyone like you in my world. So, die.
Hugo draws his sword. I have no choice but to do so as well. I activate appraisal and look at his stats. Human LV 31, Hugo von Rangzon statistics. HP 628 to 628. Green MP 566 to 566. Blue SP 6. Blue SP 609 to 609. Yellow 502 over 611. Red Axio Fens. 608 Ags Defense. 590, 90 Ag. Magic Power 540, 6 Ags. Resistance 520, 2 Ag. Speed 580, 3 Skills. Automatic HP Recovery LV4, LV4. MP Consumption Reduction LV4, LV4. 8 MP Consumption Reduction LV4. 8 MP S4 LV8. Mana Manipulation LV5. Mana Allocation LV54 LV5. Banami Twendiminshaint LV54. Greater Flame Enhancement LV4 LV7. Willpower Allocation LV7. Willpower Allocation B Sword Skill LV6. LV 5 3D maneuvering, LV 6 concentration, LV 3 aiming, LV 8 AV 8 evasion, LV V 8 invasion, LV 8 evasion, LV B1 and fire magic, LV3 damage resistance, LV2 but slashing resistance, LV2 poison resistance, LV2 poison resistance, LV2 poison resistance, LV2 pain resistance, LV10 telescopic sight, LV10 audible frequency expansion, LV10 audible frequency expansion, LV10 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 an enhanced touch, LV8 greater vitality, LV5 body flicker, LV5 LV5 greater endurance, LV5 greater magic power, LV4 greater resistance, LV3 4 points available, 350 titles, sell V5 points available.
He's strong. Unlike me, his physical stats are very high. He's got a very stable sort of strength. On top of that, also unlike me, he's used a lot of his skill points proactively to acquire useful skills. The worst part of it, however, is his Emperor skill.
Emperor increases the effects of all skills. Furthermore, applies the corruption attributed effect, fear when the user attempts to intimidate a target.
It seems like I can resist the intimidation-based fear effect. The effect that boosts the effectiveness of all other skills, however, is some real foul play.
Hugo lifts his sword high, then swings it straight down on me. I block it with my own blade. Nick, it's heavy.
Heh, I knew it. You never spent any of your skill points to get skills, did you? And you never bothered raising your level. Points are meant to be spent, bitch. Like this.
Hugo's sword is suddenly engulfed in raging fire, and he takes another enormous swing at me. I dodge out of the way, and it misses me by a hair's breadth.
Man, if I keep doing flashy attacks like this, the others are bound to notice. Let's wrap this up quickly, okay?
You actually think you can wrap things up that neatly?
It's fine. It's fine. I'm the future ruler of the world, right? Everything I do will be forgiven. Also, I put in a lot of work on this. Right now, my subordinates should be just about done with taking care of the rest of the party. After I finish dealing with you, they're going to release a monster. A really strong one, too. One that's way more powerful than anything that really should be here right now. Here's how the scenario's going to look. We suddenly get jumped by a really strong monster and the poor teacher and her students all get eaten, except for me. I defeat the monster, return to base camp, and nobody will be the wiser.
What a sloppy plan. You think nobody will accuse you of anything?
Who'd try? Bitch, this isn't fucking Japan. I'm the next Sword Emperor. This whole thing might look a little bit fishy, but who the hell would dare say anything? That would be an international fucking incident if they did. You see how it is, right? This isn't Japan. It's not like every crime has to get reported here.
I'm dumbfounded. This is a terrifyingly un-Japanese concept that's coming out of Hugo's mouth, and he seems perfectly okay with it.
See ya. I'll make sure to remember you in the tiniest corner of my brain.
An enormous, blazing flame erupts from his sword, and he lunges forward, stabbing straight for my heart. However, the attack never connects. Hugo is suddenly thrown aside by a powerful blow.
Natsume, you've gone too far!
Devoid of its usual stupid affectations, a chilling voice sends shivers down my spine. An overwhelming aura presses down on me, entirely unsuited to the little elf girl that it's coming from. There, at the edge of the clearing, Miss O has appeared.
Your plan has already been ruined. We've captured every one of your summons, and the monster you brought along has been appropriately disposed of.
W. What?
It seems like you've been keeping an eye on Shun, but you've completely underestimated me. I'm sorry, but I can't have you rampage around like this any longer.
She walks towards the fallen Hugo. When she gets close, he tries to take her by surprise, but he's immediately smashed down into the ground as if by an invisible fist. That's undoubtedly the same attack that threw him off me before, probably some sort of powerful wind-type magic. She places her hand on Hugo's head. I can see currents of mana flowing. Some sort of spell is being placed on him.
I invoke my authority as a lord. By my command, I invoke the skill granted by my title. Do you consent?
I consent.
Was that magic just a little while ago the forbidden corruption magic's hypnotism? My shock does not end there. Instead, I only grow more and more shocked. Hugo's appraisal results are changing. Rapidly, his stats drain away. Then, one by one, his skills vanish. When it's done, the only thing he has left is the mysterious corrupt text skill.
Wiz, what did you do to me?
I lowered your stats and removed your skills.
Whoa, there's no way you
Shun his appraisal results.
It's just like she said, Hugo. Your stats are all down to about 30, and your skills are all totally gone.
Whoa.
This world is not yours. I recommend that you think long and hard about what has happened here, then figure out how to live as a normal person from here on out. Even if you can become stronger with skills, I don't think that's a very good thing at all.
Hugo is left in a stupor. My mind is in chaos.
After that, the exploration lesson was cut short. Paulton and Mrs. Ariza are both unharmed. Things may have been very dangerous, but thanks to Miss O's assistance, nobody was seriously hurt. All of Hugo's subordinates were caught and brought in, but not a single person claimed any ties to Hugo. Since he feigned complete ignorance as well, he got off scot-free. Was that decision made with international relations in mind? Once again, I am forced to recognize that what's common sense here is not at all what it is in Japan. Incidentally, after I get back, Sue clings to me, crying until she's completely exhausted. Wisdom, the power of N%, a strength almost rivaling that of the gods, allows the user to gain knowledge of everything within their area of perception, up through the information provided by Inspection Level 1. Furthermore, allows for interference in the MA domain, surpassing the W system. Lord of Wisdom, acquired skills, and acquisition criteria, acquire the skill. Effect, increases MP, magic power, and resistance, increases the rate of proficiency gain towards magic skills, grants the holder Lord's privileges. Description, a title awarded to those who rule over wisdom. Ultimate magic, provides assistance in controlling magic within the system and maximizes all ability scores relating to the development of magical formulae. Furthermore, maximizes the recovery rate of mana and minimizes its expenditure. Celestial power, increases MP, magic power, and resistance by 1000. In addition, when leveling up, provides an additional increase to those statistics of 100. Zoa Era LV 33, no name, statistics, HP 206 to 236, green details, 21 up, MP 1004, 131, 1004, 131, blue, details, 1120 up, SPA 235 to 235, yellow, details, 20 up, 235 to 235, red, plus 799, details, 20 up, eggs, offense, 287, details, 18 up, Egric, defense, 387, details 87, Egric, magic power, 1365, details 87, 10, up, Egric, resistance, 1500, details 87, 10 up, Egric, speed 1412, details 70 up. Skills, automatic HP recovery, LV6, ultimate magic new for recovery, LV3, damage enhancement, LV4, damage enhancement, LV4, LV2, LV2, greater poison attack, LV2, Talent to synthesis, LV8, 8 thread talent, LV thread talent, LV treg, all-purpose silk, LV treg, LV treg, LV8, throwing, LV7, 3D maneuvering, LV5, 1-up foresight, LV10, accelerated thought, LV5, 1-up foresight, LV5, 1-up foresight, LV5, 1-up foresight, rapid computation, LV1 aiming, LV7, LV3, Tane stellars, LV3, 10-point stellar Pasentine stellars, LV3, 10-point stellars, LV3, 10-point stellars at 10 points, LV9, vision new, NAND vision, LV2, 1-up, damage resistance, LV2, bashing resistance, LV2, slashing resistance, LV2, slashing resistance, LV2, greater poison resistance, LV2, paralysis resistance, LV3, fainting resistance, LV3, fainting resistance, LV3, fainting resistance, LV3, pain tolerance of V7, LV10, 1-up telescopic sight, LV3, new and enhanced hearing, LV10, enhanced smell, LV7. The V7 to V2, TED design to V2, celestial power, new, greater vitality, LV9, endurance, LV9, greater strength, LV9, greater toughness, LV9, DV7 DV2. Kartikaya, LV3, 8% I equals W skill points available, 0 titles. Lord of Wisdom, new W's W.
After what just happened, I really don't want to be screaming about how amazing this is. Well, I still think this is really amazing, but I can't even get a little excited over it. Num, 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 num. Ugh. Arg, I can't take it. I can't keep up this half-hearted thinking, because even if I think about it, nothing's going to happen. Even if jerks like these systems administrators exist, what the heck can I do about it? Absolutely nothing at all. What can a single spider do against these godlike beings? Nothing. So, just like before, I'm just going to keep on living however the heck I please. Stalkers? Peeping Toms? Bring it. I don't know if you're administrators or gods, but you'd better pay close attention. Carve my life into your memories. I'll blaze bright in life and burn magnificently in death. Watch me live. Captain Brain, Tilda! What is it, Captain Body? We're on fire! Hell yeah, we're on fire! We're going to burn this place down! No, I mean, we're literally physically on fire! Huh? The silk! The silk! Ripple's so dumbfounded that we completely forgot to cut it! What are you doing? If you've got time to tell me this, put us out!
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill and fire resistance, LV3, has been raised to level 4.
Hot? HOT! Poison synthesis! Quickly! Right! Come on, weak poison! I've gone numb! Oh crud! I left the paralysis attribute in the weak poison! What are you doing?
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, paralysis resistance, LV4, has been raised to level 5.
Hot! Numb! Don't just admire it! No. Our health! We're going to die! We're seriously going to die! Our health hit 0! What? Patience! Activate! I'm burning mana as a sacrifice, but I've revived a single point of health! Whoa! If we don't put out this fire though, we'll run out again! How's that paralysis looking? Just a little more. Got it! This time, let's synthesize weak poison without the paralysis. Maximum quantity too. Whoa! A torrent of toxic water. Oh, our health took another hit. But thanks to that the fire's out. Right. Well, we figured out how Patience's active effect works, so that turned out all right in the end, all right? What about any of that seemed all right to you? It's only bad if you think it's bad. So, that was the first time our health hit 0. How was that? It's only bad if you think it's bad. You're right. We've still got about half of our mana remaining, looks like. We'd probably be dead if we didn't have wisdom. I'm so happy we got that. Well, it really is wisdom's fault that this happened in the first place. It's only bad if you think it's bad. Skills really are awesome. No arguments here. I have no idea why they made them, or why they're distributing them, but let's take whatever we're given and make the most of it, right? Absolutely. Yeah, let's do exactly that. Well then, my wisdom skill seems to take the effects of both Lady Appraisal and Mr. Detection, add them together, and then do a little extra on top of that. So, of course, I must address her with the respect due to someone of such a level. She is Lady Wisdom.
First of all, the bonus data I'm getting is a label that's been added to my stat screen. If I double appraise that label, another display opens, showing the particulars of a specific stat. So I'm a spider, so what? This audiobook is sponsored by Arttale Novel. If you are interested in exploring what we have provided on our community platform, please download the app arttale.ii/novel.
For attack and defense, it lists the exact numerical values broken down by body type. According to that, it seems like the most powerful part of me, attack power-wise, are my sickles, and my defensive power is spread more or less evenly across my entire body. A few parts of my back are rated somewhat lower, but since I'm evasion spect, I'll be fine as long as I don't slip up. The speed breakdown works more or less the same, but it's further divided into reflexive, instantaneous, and endurance speeds. They're all just about average, but my instantaneous speed seems just a little bit higher than the rest, overall. And then there's magic. This HM. It's broken down into a bunch of various substats, like magical offensive ability, magical formula construction speed, magical formula stability, magical formula strength, and so on, but all of them, with exception of offensive ability, are capped out. They're all at 99,999. I'm going to leave the whole that's not average at all double take aside for later, but I'm pretty sure that this is the effect of my ultimate magic skill. Its description says that it raises magical formula stats to their maximum, so that must be what this is. This right here is telling me to try out some magic, right? Finally, I can use magic! Oh man, I'm super excited! Well, for now, my first priority is to finish going over Lady Wisdom's results. I can't let myself get flustered. Last but not least is my resistance stat. Its breakdown is probably the most important of them all. My resistance to every single attribute is clearly spelled out. I can use this to verify all of my biggest weaknesses. My biggest weakness is, after all, fire. Even though I have the fire resistance skill, it's still my lowest resistance. Oh, by the way, it seems that when you have a resistance skill, the corresponding resistance stat goes up. Other than fire, it looks like my weaknesses are water, ice, and light. Ice, especially, is almost down as low as my fire resistance. I'm probably not going to take any ice damage while I'm down here in the middle strata, but I should keep this knowledge in the back of my mind. On the flip side, my highest resistance score is for corruption. Well, I do have corruption immunity after all. This stat is capped out at 99,999 as well. Next highest is poison. Then, unexpectedly, darkness. It's higher than other things that I actually have resistance skills for. So, it's pretty clear what my strong and weak points are, resistance-wise, but I wonder if maybe I can think of these as attack stats as well. Like, if I try to use magic for an attribute I'm weak against, like fire, I think that it might not be very effective. On the other hand, maybe my corruption and darkness magics are going to be really high-powered. This is still in the realm of speculation, but I think the chances of being right are pretty high. That's about it for the details on my stats, but I can also now see more information about my skills. I can now see precisely what my proficiency levels are for each skill. Since it also tells me how many more points I'll need for the next level, I'll be able to be way more efficient when it comes to leveling up. By the way, I can now see the proficiency levels on skills that I haven't acquired yet. Somehow, I can now see the entire list of skills, even those that I don't have enough points to buy. That was a real surprise. On top of that, it looks like every single restriction on the skills that I can purchase has been lifted. Even just scrolling through this entire list would waste an entire day. Buried in that list are skills that cost such a ludicrous amount of points that I don't think I'll ever be able to buy them. They look like they're very high-performing skills, but I absolutely can't get them. As a joke, I asked the May Holmes, wait, I wonder if I shouldn't keep calling it the voice of heaven. Nah, voice of heaven is still fine. Yeah, definitely, you're right. Where was I? Oh, I asked the voice of heaven about whether or not there was an immortality skill at some point a while ago, and there is. But now I can actually see how much it costs. 100 million points. No way. I've got no plans to save up for that. Well, putting the unattainable skills aside, I should focus on picking up the skills that are actually both within my reach and useful. For now, I'll keep saving my points for evil eyes, but when I'm done with that, I'll start picking up some good-looking skills. Also, Mr. Detection got some nice buffs as well. I can now appraise the information that I get from him. However, he already gives me information with more than enough precision for me, so I don't really feel the need to appraise any of it. Well, just because I can't think of a good reason to use it right now, that doesn't mean that I won't come up with something eventually, and having it doesn't really hurt me at all. Finally! And this is the biggest thing out of all of them. Somehow an auto-mapping feature got added in. Yay! On top of that, it isn't just showing me where I've been since I picked up wisdom. I can see every single place I've ever been, ever since I was born. This is amazing. This is seriously amazing. I now am in possession of a map of the Great Elro Labyrinth, or at least the parts of it that I've been aimlessly wandering through. The Great Elro Labyrinth is way too huge, though. I've got a map of the upper strata in which I started, a map of the part of the lower strata I fell down to, and a map of my progress so far through the middle strata. I was expecting that I'd only be looking at just a part of the broader whole when I put those together, but just this area alone is easily as big as Hokkaido. And this is just one part, right? And when I estimate just how much further I'm going to have to go to reach the upper strata, it seems that I still have a really long journey ahead of me. This is, of course, only an estimation, so there might be a pit or a hill somewhere that I could use to leave, but I definitely still have a long journey ahead of me. Lastly, the words that were impossible to appraise. Still impossible to appraise. I thought I was going to die. I did die, health-wise. If I didn't have patience, I seriously would have died. If I were to die in such a ridiculously stupid manner, I wouldn't even get to die a blazingly brilliant death. Miss Administrator? If it's not too much trouble, could you please delete that last bit from the logs? By the way, I managed to accidentally verify Patience's actual effect. It's not really accurate to describe it as a revival effect when my health hits 0. Instead, when I run out of health, my mana gets used as a substitute, allowing me to continue acting normally. Based on how much my mana got drained while I was on fire, it seems like it served as a 1-to-1 substitute for my health. So, if I take damage beyond what my health can handle, I'll spend that much mana instead. It's like my health and mana bars have been stuck together. So, if someone wanted to one-hit kill me, they'd need to also be able to blast through all of my mana in a single hit. Thanks to celestial power, my mana reserves have grown way beyond normal levels, so you could say that I'm pretty darn tough right now. However, since I already had plenty of other uses for my mana, I should be thinking of this as insurance. So, since celestial power has made my magic-related stats so amazingly high, it would really be a shame not to use it, right? So, next up on the list is Ultimate Magic! Yay! This skill is said to be the final form of the mana manipulation skill you've always dreamed of. Whoa! Amazing! But wait, there's more! Not only do you get mana manipulation, but as an added bonus, we'll bundle in every other mana-related skill for no extra charge. Wonderful! As for the price, it's free, just for you, as a perk of earning wisdom. What did you say? So, there's no need to worry about purchasing it, since we've taken care of all that for you. Congratulations! Now then, this here ultimate magic. This is a seriously awesome skill. In essence, it's mana manipulation, accelerated MP recovery, and MP consumption reduction, all at max level, rolled into one skill. When I almost died just now, I used up over half of my mana, but it's fully recovered by now. I'm recovering something between 2 and 3 mana per second, so it takes me only about 10 minutes to fully restore my mana bar. With this, I can use my mana basically as much as I want. Plus, since it also applies MP consumption reduction, everything I spend mana on, except patience of course, is now far cheaper. I can use it as much as I want, even if it's a waste. Even if I keep my evil eyes constantly active, there's basically no cost to them anymore. So, let's just keep them on constantly from now on. And all of this has just been setting the table for the main course, magic, which I still don't know how to use, or so I would have said, once upon a time. For now, I have learned the ways of sorcery. That's because I looked it up, using the Lady Wisdom's new functionality, search. She's no match for a certain great teacher, but when I look up any keyword related to the skill system, she gives me a clear explanation of what it is. They finally got around to implementing the user manual that I've been constantly asking for. And so I used it to look up how to use magic. It seems that there's a few steps involved in actually casting a spell. First up is perceiving the flow of mana. This corresponds to the mana perception skill. If you can't recognize the magical power around you in the first place, you can't actually gather it to use as fuel to power a spell. As such, this is the foundation on which magic use is built. Mana perception is built into wisdom, so I'm already set there. Next is manipulating the mana. I imagine the mana flowing inside of me as kind of a thick liquid, then I make it move with my will. This is what mana manipulation does. The better you are at it, the more quickly you can make it move, and the more complex shapes you can form it into. Usually, you need to spend a long time gradually training your ability to manipulate mana. But thanks to Ultimate Magic, I've instantly become able to move it around as much as I want. Next is the construction of the spell formula. Every magic skill has a bunch of these built in, and will automatically construct the formula for you, based on your skill level, when you select a spell. If I were to try to describe a completed formula in simple terms, I'd say it was something like a pipe, I guess. The rate at which a spell formula can be constructed depends on your stats. Since my magical formula construction speed stat is maxed out, the formula is constructed instantaneously as soon as I select it, in a brilliant display of OP-ness. Finally, when you've finished constructing the formula, you finish the spell by pouring mana into it. It's just like moving water through a pipe. When the mana comes out the other end of the pipe, it turns into a phenomenon that can affect the material world. When you do this, you can improve both the magic's offensive power and its activation speed if you can pour more mana through the pipe or make it flow faster, respectively. However, doing so increases the load on the pipe. The amount and rate of mana that can pass through the pipe is based on its thickness, and if you try to force too much mana through a pipe that isn't sturdily constructed, it might burst under the pressure. If the spell can't handle the burden, it'll misfire at best, and explode in your face at the worst. The most powerful spells have very complex, delicate formulae that take a lot of time to construct, so the tendency for them to misfire is high. If you want to avoid this, you have to specifically build a much larger, much sturdier pipe. As for me, I have no problems with this, thanks to Ultimate Magic. You have to go through this entire process every single time you want to cast a spell. However, I, who possess Ultimate Magic, have no need to even consider such tedious requirements. I can make mana move as easily as I can move my body. As for spell formulae, I can construct even the most complicated of them in a single instant after selecting the spell from the list. I can cast a spell just as easily as pouring a glass of water. And so, since there's no monsters in the immediate area, I'm going to cast something that has an immediate, observable effect. Oh, that reminds me, I should check Shadow Magic, since that leveled.
Surface shadows. Creates a shadow even where there is light.
Whoa, another questionable spell. Even after hitting level 3, shadow magic is still only this effective. It's going to be completely worthless unless I raise its level a bunch, it seems. Well then, let's give this magic thing another shot. I think Poison Bullet is a great first thing to try out. I could try Corruption Magic, but I don't have a target, so it won't really be worth it. I could do something with Shadow Magic, but I don't think I'd be very impressed by the results. Abyssal Magic? Well, going straight into that seems like it's too high of a hurdle. Commence firing! Magical formula constructed. Mana flow established and connected. Poison Bullet. Fire!
In basically no time at all, some kind of dark orb materializes in front of me, then shoots out with astounding force.
Oh, that was kinda way too quick. But that was magic. Amazing. I'm a little emotional. That poison bullet, however, isn't very powerful, because it isn't actually my deadly spider venom. It looks like the poison bullet spell doesn't shoot my poison, but is instead a spell that shoots a bullet of poison. It seems to fire a special kind of poison that only poison magic can generate, and doesn't draw from my deadly spider venom at all. On top of that, even with my current offensive magic stat, this magical poison can't even begin to compare to what my deadly spider venom is capable of. The power can of course be raised if I pour more mana into it, but if I'm going to spend a lot of mana on poison, I might as well just use poison synthesis. Even though I finally managed to learn some magic, there's not very much reason for me to actually use it. Well then, after I tested out Poison Magic's Poison Bullet spell, the next on the list was Poison Touch. I thought it was going to be a fairly straightforward spell that just did poison damage to a target I touched. But in spite of that, there were still some pitfalls. It's got really good performance for a level 1 spell, but when I use it, it hurts me too. It's what you'd call a self-destruct technique. Wait a minute, don't I have a lot of self-destructive techniques? This is something that I could probably use to specifically work on raising my resistances, but it's not something that I can use under normal circumstances. Although, I might be able to use it if I combined it with the level 3 Resist Poison spell. Resist Poison gives me a temporary boost to my poison resistance stat, so if I have that up, then I might be able to use Poison Touch. Well, it's not like I need to use this anyway, since I already have poison synthesis. There's no way I'd need to specifically use such a sad low-power self-destruct technique. Its power level is low too, so it won't even get me very much skill proficiency. I'm sure I can find some way to use Poison Bullet, but there's no way I'll ever need Poison Touch. I also tested out Shadow Magic. The results were, boring, so I'll leave them out. I can't really test anything from Corruption Magic without an opponent in front of me, so I think I'll have to try it out on whatever the next monster I encounter is. Though, these are all mind-affecting abilities, so I don't know if I'll even be able to tell if they worked. If it's something like Phantom Pain, then it's probably obvious. But what about Disquiet? Phantom Insanity? Is that like Mad Enhancement? If I drive a monster berserk, aren't I just powering it up? I hope that's not what's going to happen, but I should really be careful when I do test it out. And, lastly, the final boss we've all been waiting for, Abyssal Magic. The thought of trying this out makes my heart race. For many reasons, no matter how I think about it, I know this magic is going to be really bad news. I tried appraising it again, now that I have wisdom, but the explanation text didn't change. In the end, I still have no idea what this might actually do. I already know the obvious fact, which is that it's a top-ranked darkness magic, but beyond that, I don't know a single thing about it. If I can use it, it's probably going to have a tremendous amount of combat potential. But casting this, without any idea of what's going to actually come out, is bad for my heart. Ultimate magic means that there's no way I'm going to mess this up, but even still, my heart's racing. Regardless, my first step is to try the level 1 spell, Gates of Hell. Ready. Begin spell formula construction. Wait just 1 second. Even with ultimate magic, I can't actually maintain this? What is with this insanely absurdly difficult spell formula? Grr, it's no use. I couldn't maintain my control over the formula, and it unraveled as soon as my concentration slipped. I want to complain about how ridiculous this is. After all, I have ultimate magic, which, just like its name implies, maximizes all of my magical skills. Even with that skill though, this is all I get. If even I can't control this abyssal magic, how could anyone else in the whole world even come close? Also, if it's really this monstrously difficult to construct, what kind of terrifying effect is it going to have? If I can't even construct the level 1 spell, what even is abyssal magic? Why do I feel like the level 10 spell, the Hell of the Traitors, would literally end the world? There's no way, right? Seriously, no way, right? However, I still can't even use the level 1 spell out of this. No. Giving up might be a little premature. Yes, this might be very difficult. However, I literally just learned how to cast spells a few minutes ago. I'm a beginner. Other magicians probably started from scratch, steadily honing their abilities over many years of dedicated practice in order to grind out this kind of skill proficiency. But I had this little bundle of OP spontaneously dropped in my lap. In other words, I'm completely unused to how it's actually supposed to work. I can probably use easy magic because of this skill, but my lack of actual experience makes it impossible for me to cast any higher level spells. I think that's probably right. If that's the case, then there's only one solution: practice. All right then, Commander Body. I more or less already know what you want to say, Commander Brain. You okay with that plan? If we do that though, who's going to process all the information? You can cover for me, right, Body? I mean, I could, but having one person do the work of two is only going to make that work way less effective, you know?
Proficiency requirements met. Your skill, Multiple Wills LV1, has been raised to level 2.
Good timing! Hello, me number 3. Hello! I heard what you two were just talking about. I'm here now though, so everything's fine now. Perfect! All right then, number 3, you're Commander Magic now. All right, leave it to me. So, when Multiple Wills levels up, the number of simultaneous consciousnesses in my brain increases as well. Commander Brain and Commander Body will still keep doing what they're doing. The brand new Commander Magic will concentrate on practicing magic while we're moving around, focusing primarily on abyssal magic. Thanks to the Lord of Patience title, I should be able to level my magical skills pretty quickly. So if I work on poison and shadow magics too, then they might turn into something a little more useful at some point down the line. On top of that, Commander Magic can help out in combat too by shooting off battle magic. On its own, Poison Bullet isn't really worth much, but when used in coordination with Commander Body's attacks, it'll gain so much utility. I could use it as a feint, or to strike an unaware enemy. Depending on the situation, there's so many different uses. Commander Brain then keeps track of the current situation, keeping everything coordinated. Truly, the Holy Trinity. Once again, I can't help but think how amazing I am. Not only did my stats just go up a ton, but now I can also move freely around the battlefield while simultaneously launching magical attacks. I wouldn't want to mess with me, huh? Aren't I actually super strong now? A bunch of things happened, but my middle strata run is going pretty well. I've beaten up a bunch of monsters, leveled up a few times, and gotten quite a few skill levels. In the middle of all that, overeating finally hit level 10. I braced myself as the skill started evolving, hoping for gluttony, but the new skill was instead called
Engorgement. Allows the user to eat far more than their usual limit. When doing so, the user recovers HP, MP, and SP. Furthermore, any surplus is stored in a stockpile. This stockpile is stored as pure energy, so the user does not get fat. The maximum size of the stockpile is dependent on the skill's level.
Sure, it's not gluttony, but this is still an amazingly efficient skill. In short, it takes the recovery effect that I already had for my stamina and applies it to my health and mana as well. It looks like the amount I can stockpile is lower than my actual stamina, but even that can't change how amazing this skill is. I'm happy that I've got another thing to bolster my low health total. On top of that, since I already have patience, if my effective health and mana totals go up, then my survivability goes way up too. My mana recovery is already pretty excessive, but if I can stockpile it, then it'll be a little less pointless. Although, the whole not getting fat thing doesn't really mean all that much to me, because I never really got fat. Why not? The description for overeating said that having a lot in your stockpile made you fat. And when I started to run up against the stockpile limits, I was sure I was going to massively inflate. But I didn't get even the slightest bit fatter. I don't know if that was because spiders have any sort of special constitution, but I've ultimately decided that I'm just not going to worry about it anymore, since I'm not at risk of getting fatter anyway. That's right. Before overeating leveled up, I actually hit the maximum cap on how much I could have in my stockpile. It stopped at 900, so I guess the cap was equal to the skill level times 100. Since it leveled up and evolved, I think the limit's probably been raised somewhat, but it's probably only up to 1000. If I can't add any more to my stockpile, then everything I can't eat will just go to waste, and no child of Japan could bear to let that happen. So, ever since, I've been doing things while moving around that are specifically designed to burn through my stamina. Specifically, I've been doing things like hopping, skipping, and running as I proceed forward through these caverns. Thanks to that, I've been accumulating proficiency to skills like Kartikeya. Kartikeya actually leveled up as a result of that, too. Alacrity and endurance both leveled a bunch until they hit their cap. They evolved. They turned into greater alacrity and greater endurance, respectively, and gained the level up bonus that the other greater skills have. With this, I'm now actually getting a permanent bonus to every single stat that I have when I level up. Well, not every stat. Thanks to wisdom, my magic-related stats are ludicrously high, and my speed was already really high since I already had Kartikeya. Originally, I was a highly maneuverable physical type, but if you look at my stats now, I've become more of a highly maneuverable magical type. This dramatic 180 is Lady Wisdom's doing, but me suddenly becoming a magic-type fighter is questionable. For now, I'm just leveling all of my various magic skills. They're going up, but my deadly spider venom makes it all rather unnecessary. Ultimately, my venom is my actual trump card, and my magic is just being used as support. Well, what can't be helped can't be helped. I've only managed to make it this far thanks to my spider silk and my spider venom. If I were to instantly acquire magic that's far superior to those two, I'd be left wondering what all of my hardships up until this point could possibly have been for. Arg, I want to use my silk. I can't use it at all, even though it evolved into all-purpose silk. As soon as I manage to struggle my way back up to the upper strata, the first thing I'm going to do is finally make a freaking nest, then spend some time doing all of the skill experimentation that I've been putting off. After that, I have literally zero idea what I'm going to do. You know, I said I wouldn't be bothered by this, but I just can't stop thinking about it. Administrators, skills. If I really want to know about those things, I'm going to have to ask someone, some human, who knows what's behind those. What do the people of this world even think about these administrators? Heck if I know. Now that I think about it, I haven't ever communicated with a single other living being ever since coming to this world. You've got me! I'm here too! You jerks are me! I'm talking about another person. Another person. There's yet another idiot in my head. Yet I, the one in charge of the brain, can't make this suffering go away. Where was I? Right, communication. I barely ever actually communicated with anyone in my previous life, but I had access to all the information I needed as long as I had the internet. Things are, unfortunately, a little different. Unfortunately, as great as Lady Wisdom is, Her lookup functionality is limited solely to things related to the skill system. On top of that, if I try digging for the most important parts, that's all locked away. Everything that's even tangentially related to the administrators returns. Come to think of it, I've never actually been outside the Great Elro Labyrinth ever since I was reborn. If you look at the big picture, I'm really still a shut-in, huh? Since I'm a shut-in with no actual information source, it's only inevitable that I don't actually know anything about the state of the outside world. If I'm thinking of trying to learn more about the administrators, that means I need to leave this labyrinth and find some people in this world that I can talk to. However, since I'm a monster and can't actually, talk, having a conversation is kinda absurdly difficult. Well, I can't fix the being a monster bit, but I might be able to do something about the conversation bit. I could, for example, buy the telepathy skill. Another option is to evolve into a particular kind of monster. One of Lady Wisdom's new functions is an evolution tree. Now that I can see that, it's easy to figure out at a glance what my future evolutionary possibilities are. Up until now, I've picked my evolutions based on whatever was immediately available at the time, but it seems like I somehow managed to make some pretty decent-looking decisions. Looking at the evolution tree, I can see that the Poison Terratect line really is rare. My current form, Zoa Era, is even more so. Well, I'm doing well right now, but the real problem is a particular species that I can see way down that tree. Arachne, a monster with the lower body of a spider and the upper body of a human. A monster well known even in Japan. If I wanted to aim towards evolving into such a monster, I'd have a very long road in front of me. If I had the upper body of a human, though, I could hold a conversation. The problem, however, is that I'd still be a monster, so I don't know if I could even get any humans to listen to me. What do I do? Well, regardless, no matter how much I think about it, it's not something I can do anything about right now. The decision about whether or not to evolve is one that's a long ways away. If I can't even get out of the middle strata, there's no way I can make it outside. Thinking about this is definitely something I can put off until later.
After that incident, Hugo no longer showed his face in class. It seems like he's still staying on campus, but ever since then, I haven't seen him even once. When I asked Sue and Katia, they said the same thing.
He dared lift a finger against you, brother. He should die for that.
Sue, don't say things like that so thoughtlessly. However, I can't believe that he faced no punishment at all.
The criminals that attacked Palton all refused to confess anything, then committed suicide in their cells. Since they were only in temporary confinement as they awaited transfer, they left the investigators unable to use the interrogation methods that they were preparing. By the way, and this is the important part, their confessions were going to be coerced through the use of a particular item, a cursed tool that was enchanted with the forbidden power of corruption magic. Corruption magic is a magic that violates its target's souls, so the church has a strict prohibition against acquiring it. Anyone who does is hunted down by the church, and is either forced to live the rest of their lives under the church's control, or, if they're unwilling, executed on the spot. Naturally, cursed items that are imbued with corruption magic are strictly controlled by the church as well, but if one submits a request for use to the church, and the church deems it an allowable use for the item, then they'll grant permission to use one for that specific task. For this incident, the culprits were to be transported to the royal city, then their confessions were to be coerced using this item. They might have committed suicide because they knew that was going to happen. Once again, I'm shocked by how truly and fundamentally different this world is from the one I knew.
Even if they cannot prove that Hugo was connected to the other attackers, he still did attack you, a member of another country's royalty. Do you not find it strange that he was not charged with any crime?
I have no answer to that question. It's undeniable that he did attack me. However, he didn't face any punishment. This would be unthinkable in Japan.
It's not strange at all. That's just how this world works. You all have such lofty positions that you just haven't noticed it. In this world, your social standing has far more power than any of you would think. Since I used to be both an orphan and a commoner, I've had to see that so many times. A nobleman punched a man, and the man was executed for daring to bruise the nobleman's fist. A family sold vegetables that were infested with insects, and every single one of them was executed. This world is full of stories like that.
Katya and I were both completely speechless. It looks like maybe we don't actually know a single thing about how this world really works.
Your difference in social stature is absolute. Hugo is the successor to one of the most powerful empires in the world. It's easy to make a little incident like this just disappear.
Katya wears a bitter expression. I'm sure my expression matches hers too.
That's why the divine words are the true arbiter of equality. The divine words don't discriminate against anyone. They bestow their blessings on everyone in the world equally. The divine words are the truth of this world, the light that shines brilliantly over all.
Now that Yuli's switch has been flipped, there's no stopping her. Even if nobody's listening, she'll continue to sing the divine words' magnificent praises non-stop. Although I honestly did listen to her when we first met, by now I've gotten really good at pretending to listen while in reality completely ignoring everything she says. As I tune out Yuli's fanatical praise, my mind drifts back to the situation with Hugo. What's that guy going to do from now on? His stats have been drained, and his skills have all been stripped away. Even his Emperor skill, which I think was the unique skill he got when he reincarnated like how I got Aegis of the Heavens, is gone. The only skill he has left is that mysterious N% IW skill. Miss Oka made every other skill disappear. Did she specifically leave that there, or was she just unable to remove it? This mysterious skill seems to be characteristic of us reincarnated people. Katya and Yuli both have it. Miss Oka probably does as well. What in the world is this skill's significance? This skill, however, still hasn't exhibited any kind of special effect at all. I have it, but it doesn't seem to do anything. A skill like that is pretty lackluster. If you keep that in mind, Hugo has basically had every skill stripped away. His stats are on par with the lowest rank of monsters, and he has no skills to fall back on. To be perfectly honest, he's probably amongst the weakest humans alive. I think it's inevitable that his weakness will be made known, someday, and I don't know what might happen to his future prospects when that day comes. If worse comes to worst, he might be ejected from his home country. The Rengzant Empire is a country where one's own strength is everything. Since Hugo's become so weak, will he really still succeed the throne? If I think about it, perhaps this is divine punishment. Hugo was practically drowning in his own power, drunk on it, to the point where his mind fell to ruin. If a man like that loses all of his strength, will he have anything left to live for? If I didn't have Julius, Sue and Caddy around, would I have gotten swept up by my overbearing strength like Hugo did? I don't think it's impossible. Sure, I know people who are stronger than me, but even so I think I might be able to get drunk on my own power. I'm probably quite strong right now. For Hugo to become as arrogant as he was, I'm sure that he didn't have anyone around him who was stronger than him, even in Rengzant, a country whose survival of the fittest philosophy leaves it a constant battleground. Therefore, since I was about equal to him in stats, barring some differences between our magical and physical attributes, I think I must really be strong. So, if circumstances were a little bit different, I might have been the one who turned out like Hugo did. That thought makes me shiver. If that were the case, then maybe it would have been me who had all my stats and skills taken away by Miss Oka. Miss Oka terrifies me too. Since I entered the academy and came of age, I've gradually picking up a few magic skills. Back then though, if Miss Oka hadn't come to my rescue, I don't know what I would have done. Whether I won or lost, it wouldn't have been the kind of battle where either of us could escape unscathed. Even if I'm a peace-loving idiot, in a situation like that, I should have been able to at least get off a counterattack. When it would have come time for the finishing blow though, I know that I absolutely would have hesitated. That pause would definitely mean that Hugo, who wouldn't have hesitated at all, would have a much higher chance of winning than I would. Miss Oka was able to wipe the floor with him without breaking a sweat. I'm pretty sure I'd stand zero chance against her either. What if she tries to weaken me or Katia as well? I certainly don't have any way to stop her. After that incident, she once again stopped showing up to class. Although that's not at all out of the ordinary for her, the fact that she did it immediately after such an incident makes it very suspicious. What the hell is she doing, behind the scenes? How did she manage to get as ludicrously powerful as she did? What is she trying to do with all of that ridiculous strength? I have no idea. It's incomprehensible to me. And even if I were to ask her directly, she definitely wouldn't give me an answer. On top of that, I'm scared that I might bring down her wrath on me if I were to rub her the wrong way. However, although this is just my intuition, I don't think she's our enemy. Even though what she does in the shadows is a mystery to me, I think that at the very least, she's not doing anything that I think would hurt us at all. I'm sure that, someday, she'll be able to explain everything to us, even if she can't right now. I just need to keep trusting her and wait for that day.
And that's why I think you should join the Divine Word religion too, Shun.
While I wasn't paying attention, Yuli seems to have grabbed my hand and is clasping it tightly. I see how amazing the divine words are, but I can't let myself get involved. Sue silently glares at Yuli, sending out a tangible pressure. Yuli suddenly breaks into a cold sweat and lets go of my hand. Lately, Yuli has been getting physically close to me whenever she zealously encourages me to join the Church of the Divine Words. Each time, I gently turn her down, but she never gives up. Every time this happens, Sue looks like she's about to explode with rage, making my heart flutter with nervousness, so I wish Yuli would just stop already. Huh? It's not weird for Sue to be glaring at Yuli, but Katya has a sort of complicated expression on her face. In times like these, she usually just looks amazed as she watches on from a distance. But what's going on now? Katya, is something up?
Oh? There is nothing wrong. Should I ask the same of you, Shun?
Well, you just had a kind of complicated look on your face.
Is that not a normal state of affairs?
Oh, really? If you're not feeling all right, say something, okay?
All right. Please do not worry.
Well, if she says nothing's wrong, nothing's wrong. I turn around to see that Sue and Yuli now have that same complicated look. And now you two. What's up?
Nothing in particular.
Sue and Yuli exchange glances, with that strange look on their faces. I have no idea what to think about this. Eventually, every one of us leaves, heading for our respective destinations, wearing complicated looks.
What do you think, Sue?
It's nothing, still, but not impossible.
You really think so?
It would be bad. It would be really bad.
Yeah, it would be. Really, really bad.
We can't stop it.
This might be a truly difficult battle.
It hasn't happened yet.
You're right. The two of us have to pray that it never comes to pass.
Fuck! Like how I am finished. This world is mine. Mine, only mine. It was made for me. I'm not just going to roll over take this shit. Never. I'm not going to fucking stop until everything is mine.
Proficiency requirements met. You have gained the skill. Desire LV1.
That fucking elf. I'm going to get her for this. I'm never, never going to forgive that piece of shit.
Proficiency requirements met. You have gained the skill.
I am going to take everything from that bitch like she did to me.
Proficiency requirements met. You have gained the skill.
Just you wait. I am going to smash everything you love. And then I'm going to rape that fucking bitch raw until she screams, and I'll fucking laugh the entire fucking time.
Proficiency requirements met. You have gained the skill. Lewdness, LV1.
Just you fucking wait. I am going to take back this entire fucking world.
Wow, this is a bad place to be. Ahead of me stretches a single enormous lake of magma, with no road running through it. Did I take a wrong turn, I wonder? The center strata seemed to be just a single long passage, though. It's over a kilometer wide, though, so maybe is the wrong word. Regardless, I need to find some way to cross this enormous lake of magma in front of me. Luckily, even though there's no actual road, it looks like there's a few tiny islands dotting the surface. Thanks to my jumping capability, I should be able to bounce from island to island, and in the worst case I should be able to stick to the ceiling and crawl along that way. I can break past this barrier because I'm me. But this'll be impossible for a human, right? I guess the upper strata really is as far as people can go, huh? If I think about it, there's no way the average person can make it through this labyrinth, which spans an area bigger than Hokkaido, unless of course they were the hero or the chosen one, or possessed some sort of great legendary power. I don't know if those even exist, though. Maybe an administrator might take a fancy to a particularly handsome, strapping youth and grant them special power. Ugh, that's so unfair. If something like that exists, give it to me too. You won't, you say? Oh, I see. That's just what I figured, huh? Ugh, I lost track of reality for a second, huh? So when I was saying that I should be able to blitz through this, I was only talking about the act of physically making it over the magma. What makes this a bad place to be isn't that. It's the swarms of monsters that lurk deep within the lake. This lake has a depth befitting of its enormous size. It seems to be almost 200 meters deep. Shouldn't magma start cooling down and hardening when it pools up in such quantities? Well, you'd think that. But that doesn't change the reality that there's actually a lake of magma right here. So, in this deep, wide lake, there are a ton of monsters. If they were all small fry, it would be just fine. But there are some actually dangerous-looking ones mixed in there too. I can even see an eel-like silhouette swimming through my detection sphere. This is bad. What I really want to do is ignore all the monsters and just race through this. But based on my experience so far, I'm definitely going to wind up getting caught up in this danger zone. The footing is bad. There's nowhere to run. If I fall, I'm out. There's tons of enemies. This ain't good. There's no way you're getting me through that. Not when my danger sense keeps pingin' and pingin' like this. But if I don't clear this hurdle, I can't keep going forward. What the heck is up with this labyrinth? Is it designed to be unbeatable? Are you telling me I should die? Perhaps this is God's way of telling me I should die right here. Administrators, did you do this to me? Oh, right. Let's go. I'll pick whatever path it takes to avoid as much combat as possible. Strategy, let's keep blazing forward. Amendment, while staying alive.
That being said, step 1 is to jump to the nearest island. A perfect landing. An eel suddenly breaks the surface of the magma.
Ooh! But I have no time to panic. That eel may be strong, but I think I'm strong enough to beat it now. I'm trying to be safe though. Should I run away? Commander Body, Commander Magic, what do we do? The footing is really bad. I vote to flee. Agreed. No need to fight where we're at a disadvantage. Right, let's get out of here. Yes, sir. Ready to support. And so, let's go. As soon as I think that, though, I realize that the eel is behaving kind of strangely. I'm sure it's noticed me, but it's not attacking at all. No, it's in a pose like it's about to attack, but it isn't moving. Huh? Commander Brain, isn't this paralysis? Aha, you're right. That's right. That's right. When I hit level 5, I bought the evil eye of paralysis. I was originally thinking that I was going to maybe pick up the evil eye of either destruction or petrification, but I ultimately gave up on that. Instead, I decided to go with the evil eye of paralysis because I know very well just how dangerous it is, having experienced it firsthand. It's dangerous, you can't move. Thanks to that, I came very close to death. You could even say that I did die in terms of my HP. If you look at the evil eye of destruction, it really does have a ton of offensive power, but based on what happened when I tried to use corrosion attack, I'm scared that I'll wind up damaging myself too. Plus, if I use it on the small fry, there won't be a body left after they're dead, so I won't be able to eat them. It's the same thing with the evil eye of petrification. After all, I can't eat rocks. Plus, although I know how effective petrification is after fighting that petrifying lizard way back when, and although it really is a huge hindrance, it actually takes a lot of time for it to take effect. I could turn a single part of the creature's body to stone, and it would certainly be a disadvantage for my opponent, but it doesn't make any real big advantage for me. If I had to choose between making it so my target can't use a single limb versus freezing in place altogether, then paralysis is definitely the way to go. In short, I decided that my second evil eye was going to be paralysis. Just like the evil eye of curses, It costs mana to leave on once it's activated. However, the effects of both ultimate magic and engorgement make it so that I'm actually still gaining mana even while I've got both of them active. Oh, by the way, about my engorgement stock, it turns out that the extra health and mana I receive from my automatic recovery skills actually get added to my stock. Super convenient. Thanks to that, I'm able to save up health bit by bit. It's slow going though, since it has to overcome all of the heat damage. Since my mana keeps rapidly filling back up, I've been spending it just as quickly. There's a skill, Battle Magic, that consumed mana to temporarily raise all of my physical stats. I wanted to try earning it, so I circulated mana throughout my body and was able to acquire it relatively easily. I've got this on basically all the time as well. There's a similar skill, Battle Spirit, that spends stamina instead of mana. I only have turned that on occasionally, after checking with my current stamina levels.
Finally, Commander Magic has been spending mana on constantly practicing shadow magic. Right now, though, she's been using poison magic against the eel. Paralyzed, the eel has no choice but to get hit by the poison, and between that and the steady erosion from my curse, it finally breathes its last. Experience requirements met. Zoa Era, you have grown from level 6 to level 7. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from leveling up. Your skill, LV3, has been raised to level 4. You have acquired additional skill points. Experience requirements met. Zoa Air, you have grown from level 7 to level 8. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from leveling up. You have acquired additional skill points. My precious meat starts sinking beneath the magma, so I use my silk to pull it back up. Since my silk catches fire so easily, I have to quickly cycle between snagging it and pulling it up until I finally get it onto solid ground. I actually think that might have been harder than the fight itself.
The eel, which was such a close fight before, was brought down so easily this time. I've gotten really strong, haven't I? Now that I know that even eels aren't the slightest bit threatening, there isn't a single living being down here in the middle strata that could possibly defeat me. Except for Mother. No way I can beat her. Nope. However, the eels are practically the most preeminently powerful foes down here, so I wonder if there's even anything left down here that could be my opponent. I'm sure it would be an entirely different story if I was still in the lower strata, but I think it's really the terrain of the middle strata that's my biggest enemy down here. The monsters are not that big of a deal. There's a few catfish-class monsters here and there, but there are barely any eels at all. Or, perhaps I should say that there's nothing here but eels. If eels are like sitting ducks to me now, there isn't anything in the middle layer that could defeat me, is there? So, as a result, I've been actively hunting monsters in the magma lake. If even the eels can be brought down when they're paralyzed, then fights against any average foes are instantly decided the moment I paralyze them. I've been wanting a new restriction method ever since I stopped being able to use my silk, so I definitely made the right choice in picking up the Evil Eye of Paralysis. Speaking of evil eyes, although I earned a bunch of skill points for leveling up, I'm holding off on purchasing a new Evil Eye for now. The rest of the Evil Eye lineup is questionable after all. There's the Evil Eye of Destruction, which might be a suicide attack. There's the Evil Eye of Petrification, which would make parts of my enemies inedible. And there's all of the Evil Eyes of Mimicking Corruption Magic, which are pretty pointless now that I've learned how to actually use, corruption magic. Anyhow, so that's why I'm saving up my skill points for a superior skill. I've actually already decided what it's going to be. I'm way looking forward to unlocking it. In excellent spirits, I advance through the lake of magma. However, there haven't been any monsters coming up to visit me ever since that one eel at the start. They're all hiding deep in the magma. Did I maybe overdo it a little with the theatrics? The amazing spider who can strike down an eel, the boss-class monster of the central strata. Yeah, if I were one of the monsters living down here, I wouldn't attack me either. Oh man, I've really done it this time, haven't I? I can't do anything to those guys from up here while they're hiding down there in the magma. I guess there's nothing I can do. I mean, I want to be earning some experience points and leveling up, but those guys have their own lives to live too. I'm not going to go easy on any of them that decide to come at me, but I guess I can overlook the ones that are trying to hide. They should be grateful, you know?
I keep advancing forward for a while, thinking about whatever. When my danger sense pings, I sweep the area with my other senses, searching for the source of the reaction.
Found the target individual. It's approximately 100 meters away from me, about 30 meters below the surface of the magma, a murky shadow of something huge. Now that ain't good. That's obviously way bigger than the eel. Down there, a monster that's probably twice as long as an eel. This might be a little bad. Commander Body, Commander Magic, ready countermeasures. We're not running? The footing here is terrible. Shouldn't we escape? There's lots of reasons I want to think that too, but I don't think that thing'll let us escape. Other monsters are arranging themselves along my escape route, perhaps because this new foe has one of those bloodline skills. That's why I can't help but think that it doesn't want me to run. This is bad, huh? Yep, this is bad. With how it's arranging monsters like this, it looks like it's really smart too? Yep.
Then, slowly, the monster raises its head out of the magma. It is a true, genuine fire dragon, an Elro Genosoko. Its stats are high, with offense nearing 2000 and HP over 2300. It possesses powerful skills like Fire Drake Reversed Scale, and most dangerously, Command and Coordination, allowing it to lead other monsters.
Well, ain't this guy bad news? It still can't even hold a candle to Mother, but it is strong. Can I even beat it? Reversed Scale is the upgraded form of Dragon Scales, so it's a simple increase in effectiveness. It hasn't really bothered me so far, but Dragon Scales reduces the power of incoming spells by interfering with their constructed spell formulae. The eel scales weren't strong enough to disperse my ultimate magic, but this fire dragon's reverse scale might very well be strong enough to do so. That dreadful combination of aiming and probability compensation that I had so much trouble with when I fought the eel is looking pretty good too. On top of that, now it's got evasion. On top of that, it's fully equipped with all of the fire attribute attacks I'm so weak against. And on top of that, and this is the most dangerous part, are the coordination and command skills.
One by one, monsters rise from the magma, framed in my detection. Coordination and command do exactly what their names imply. Coordination increases your ability to coordinate, and command keeps subordinates in line. These are both skills granted by the title, but that title is also pretty disastrous. It somewhat increases the stats of every monster under the dragon's command. I, surrounded on all sides by monsters, the fire dragon, in command of those monsters, and so the curtain rises on the battle between the spider and the army of the fire dragon.
Well then, Commander Body, this is rough. Not having any footing is the worst. For now, focus entirely on evasion, Commander. Got it! And I'm sure you know this already, but try to keep the dragon in our line of sight as much as you can. I'll do my best, but evasion is my #1 priority. That's fine with me. We can still win, even if our evil eyes get interrupted a bit. Commander Magic, how about I focus on intercepting incoming attacks and clearing out the small fry? Got it. Let's crank up our collaboration level to the max. It'll let me transfer information immediately. Roger! Roger!
We increase the collaboration level to its maximum, and my 3 consciousnesses overlap. At times like this, we can't have the slightest bit of miscommunication. However, there's no problem with doing this at all. After all 3 of us are still me. There's no way my opinion would contradict itself. First things first, I need to establish more footholds for myself. Right now, I'm on a tiny island. There's not as much room as I'd like for evasion. However, although there are other islands I could move to, the magma around them is swarming with monsters. If I were to try to jump to one, it's likely that I'd get intercepted in midair. Despite the fact that I'm still thinking, the fire dragon lets out a mighty roar. At its signal, all of the monsters launch an enormous barrage of fireballs at me simultaneously. I leap into the air, and the island I just stood on disappears beneath a sea of fire. More fireballs shoot towards me as I soar through the air, but I shoot them down with Poison Bullet. Poison Bullet actually has some amount of physical strength behind it. Out of all of my spells, it's the most suited to intercepting fireballs. I fire a strand of silk to the ceiling and immediately latch onto it, escaping to the ceiling. I immediately start moving, using Poison Bullet and Poison Synthesis to scatter poison beneath me. Poison Bullet is my precision strike. Poison Synthesis, outputting at maximum volume, is my area attack. My synthesized poison rains down from above on the monsters in the magma below. Just like that, they start thrashing madly, dying. However, the monster's fireballs still fly towards me. I kick off from the ceiling, diving towards an island beneath me, launching poison bullets to intercept the incoming fireballs. I land on this new, safe island, then instantly launch myself back up to take refuge on the ceiling. A fireball much larger than the others strikes the island where I had just been standing. The fire dragon's fireball. That was probably either the blazing fireball move it learned at level 5 of the Fire Drake skill, or maybe the grand fireball it learned at level 7, though I don't actually know which it is. I'd prefer if that was grand fireball, but if that was blazing fireball, then there's an even bigger fireball attack that it can do. Regardless of what it actually is, though, if I had gotten hit, I would have been out immediately. Avoiding and intercepting the ceaseless barrage of fireballs, I scatter my poison. Experience requirements met. Zoa Era, you have grown from level 8 to level 9. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from leveling up. Your skilled CA, Battle Spirit, LV3, has been raised to level 4. You have acquired additional skill points.
Oh crap! I've started molting! Thanks to that, my movements slow down for an instant.
The monsters land a direct hit on me.
Grrr! That did some good work on me, but I can endure it. I'm glad it was one of the small fry's fireballs. It may have massively drained my health, but not to the point where it would actually kill me. I never thought that molting when I leveled up would ever actually hurt me. It's only ever been helpful so far. This timing was atrocious.
I run around on the ceiling, jump down to an island, then leap back up to the ceiling, repeating that over and over. That ordinary seeming 3D maneuvering skill that's been slowly leveling up is really showing its utility. My stats have also gone way up, so I can actually crawl along the ceiling much more smoothly than I could when I fought against that eel. I'm still slower up here than I am on the ground, but I'm still fast enough that dodging the fireballs from the small fry with no problems at all.
The problem here is that there are 3 eels and a fire dragon down there. I can't eat even a single attack from any of those 4. If I do, there's a good chance I'd be taken right out. Anyhow, for now I'm going to continue focusing on evading, buying myself some time. If I can stall for long enough, my victory is assured.
One of the eels rears its head back. It's about to breathe its flame breath. I, however, won't allow that. I invoke corruption magic, casting its 5th level spell, Hypnotism. The eel, who had been about to blast me with its fiery breath, turns instead to its neighboring eel and fires. Eels have heat nullification, so it didn't have any direct effect, but I managed to interfere with its actions.
Hypnotism is a spell that temporarily forces my target to obey my orders. Against a monster as powerful as an eel, it only lasts for a moment, but that's more than enough time to redirect its attack to another target. However, casting it requires constructing an extremely complicated magical formula, and uses a tremendous amount of mana that scales with the toughness of the target. It's not the kind of magic that I could reasonably deploy in combat if I didn't have ultimate magic.
On top of that, even if I can control an eel for a split second, it has no effect against a dragon at all. I have no choice but to give up on attacking it and focus entirely on evading its attacks. I escape to the ceiling, and the fireballs follow me. This game of tag seems to stretch on forever. Since I've been fighting this battle while constantly fleeing, We're very far from where we first started this fight.
However, this game is about to be over. One by one, the small fry are dropping out. They simply can't last any longer, not when I've been constantly casting the 6th level poison magic spell, Poison Mist.
Just as its name implies, poison mist causes a mist of poison to spread out. The liquid poison I create with poison synthesis actually loses much of its effectiveness once it evaporates. However, I can cover that weak point with a magic that disperses the poison over a large area, which is poison mist. It is nowhere near as powerful as deadly spider venom. However, if anything stays inside that mist for too long, then the poison will slowly, steadily devour it. So, as time passes, the weaker monsters have started dying off, no longer able to bear it. Experience requirements met. Zoa Ere, you have grown from level 9 to level 10. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from leveling up. Your skill, Poison Magic LV6, has been raised to level 7, and your skill, Poison Synthesis LV6, has been raised to level 7. You have acquired additional skill points. Requirements have been met. You have earned the title and have been awarded the skills Vitality LV1 and L Fires Draconic Power LV1. Your new skill, a V1, has been integrated with your existing skill, Greater Vitality LV1.
Now then, I'm just down to the fire dragon, which I have been constantly weakening with my evil eyes, and the 3 drakes. How should I cook them? My victory is guaranteed. The peons have been swept away. The higher-ups are weakened. The top brass isn't even an enemy anymore, just something to be dealt with. These guys don't have anything left to make a sudden turnabout. There aren't any reinforcements coming, like they did with the monkeys. On the contrary, there's nothing in my detection range but creatures fleeing desperately from me. I never thought that I, who always ran away, would become someone to run from. The fire dragon should know it by now, how things are going to turn out. However, because it is a dragon, with a dragon's fiery spirit, even though it's been weakened, even though its subordinates are dying one by one, it still refuses to give in, defiantly continuing to challenge me. If this were a sports game, I'd applaud its willpower. However, this is a killing game, a war, and I can only say that it is an incompetent commander. The catfish look like they want to flee for their lives, but thanks to the dragon's command, in the end they're trapped here as I kill them all. Even the eels look like they want to run, now. However, the dragon still burns with a desire to fight. This sheer recklessness makes me think that it's regressed to the mentality of a seahorse. I'm sorry it's come to this, but that fighting spirit will soon be worthless.
The 3 eels and the dragon are all that's left, trapped by my evil eyes. The evil eyes of paralysis. If I use the same eye power out of multiple eyes, there's no added effect if I'm targeting a single monster. However, when I have multiple opponents, every single eye can target a separate foe. Plus, I have a total of 8 eyes, so I can target up to 8 enemies at once. Neither the huge crowd from before, nor the 4 foes that remain, have any defense against my evil eyes.
One of the amazing things about the evil eye of paralysis is that the paralysis constantly stays active as long as I keep the eye trained on them. With things like my paralytic venom, it starts to wear off after a while, and the grip of paralysis slackens. However, this doesn't happen with this evil eye. Once I've overcome my opponent's resistance, their chances to break out by sheer power become extremely limited. Over time, they start to accumulate proficiency points towards paralysis resistance, but it would take a very long time for them to be able to overcome the power of my evil eye. I wonder how many times my deadly spider venom could kill them before that happens. After that, I can bake them or grill them however I like. Well, since they have heat nullification, there's actually no way for me to bake or grill them,
I drop from the ceiling to stand on the island closest to the dragons. I stretch out my threads and start to drag the eels to me. Ah, how I long for threads that won't burn up. With great pains I toil. As I work, the fire dragon grits its teeth, struggling to resist, while the eels tremble in despair, knowing that they're not long for the world. I was thinking about this back when I fought the monkeys, but if something comes at me with the intent to kill me, I want it to be prepared to be killed instead.
What about me? Nah, if it looks like I'm about to die, I'll just run away. I don't need that kind of resolve.
So, I dragged the dragons and the eels up onto the island with me, then finished them off. First are the eels. Since they're paralyzed so nicely, I pick one of them and pour my deadly spider venom straight down its throat. Even though it's paralyzed to the point where they can't move at all, it still gives off one last big spasm as its strength fades away. Experience requirements met. Zella Era, you have grown from level 10 to level 11. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from leveling up. Your skill, BD Maneuvering, LV8, has been raised to level 9. You have acquired additional skill points.
The other eels grow stiff with fear as they watch this dreadful scene. Don't be scared, eels. I'll help you die as painlessly as possible.
I filled the second eel with my deadly spider venom. Experience requirements met. Zoa Era, you have grown from level 11 to level 12. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from leveling up. Your skill, Evasion LV8, has been raised to level 9. You have acquired additional skill points. Requirements have been met. You have earned the title and have been awarded the skills. And Coercion at V1 and Coercion at AC.
I've gotten another title, somehow. Yet another sinister sounding one, too. If you only look at my titles, I'm a really terrifying person. Not a person, I'm a spider. Well, let's put off examining this until later, HM. I also got the Drake Slayer title, so I'll just look at both of them at the same time. Right now, finishing these guys off is my main priority. So, let's give eel number 3 a poison present as well. I put a lot of effort into this. I hope you like it. Alright, say, was it tasty? Oh, wow. It was so tasty you could I'm so happy. Commander Information, you're scaring me. This is great. Keep it up. Oh, you guys are back? That's right. We don't need to be at maximum synchronization anymore, after all. It's great that we were suddenly able to beat them so easily. I didn't think things would go so easily either. That fire dragon was an idiot. Yeah, if it were me, I would have run right the heck away immediately. Yep, maybe it's because it had never been in a pinch like this until now? Maybe it was thinking that it couldn't possibly lose? Yeah, that's it. I'm feeling bad for it, so let's put an end to its misery.
And so, I delivered the undefeated Fire Drake its first and final defeat. Experience requirements met. Zoa Era, you have grown from level 12 to level 13. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from leveling up. Your skill quorum increased assure. Damage enhancement LV2 has been raised to level 3, and your skill, damage resistance LV2, has been raised to level 3. You have acquired additional skill points. Experience requirements met. Zoa Era, you have grown from level 13 to level 14. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from leveling up. Your skill, Batask LV3, has been raised to level 4. You have acquired additional skill points. Experience requirements met. Zoa Era, you have grown from level 14 to level 15. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from leveling up. Your skill, Bashing Resistance, LV2, has been raised to level 3. You have acquired additional skill points.
Now then, Commander Body! Yeah, leave the boring work to me. I'll leave the descaling to you.
I foist off the entire task of cutting the scales from the dragon and the eels onto Commander Body. While she's at that, let's get to digging through the new titles and skills that I got, shall we? Dragon Slayer, granted skills, and Vitality, LV1 and V1. Draconic Power, LV1. Acquisition Criteria: slay a certain number of dragon-type creatures. Effect: marginally increases damage against dragons and dragonkind. Description: a title bestowed to those who have slain a great many dragons. Bringer of Terror. Granted skills: End Fee 1, and the Megadis 2POV1. Corruption Attack, LV1. Acquisition Criteria: cause others to accumulate a certain amount of proficiency in fear resistance. Effect: applies the effect of the corruption magic spell to those who look at the holder. Description: a title bestowed to those who embody fear itself.
Oi! Dragon Slayer is pretty good, but Bringer of Terror's effect is absolutely awful. So what you're telling me is that now if anyone even looks at me, they're going to think I'm terrifying. That's horrible. I mean, it's fine against an enemy, but if it applies to literally everyone, not just enemies, then that's just a straight-up debuff. And on top of that, this isn't like a skill where I can just toggle it on and off, huh? Wow, with a debuff like this, isn't every single faint-hearted monster going to immediately run away as soon as they see me? Yeah, maybe. Well, what's done is done. How about I pull myself together and take a look at these skills? I'm pretty sure I've seen these on the skill list, but I don't actually remember what any of them do. My memory kinda sucks, maybe. I wonder if I should buy some sort of memory-boosting skill. Whatever.
Draconic Power, temporarily borrow the power of a dragon.
Yep. No idea what this does. This looks like a toggleable skill though, so let's give it a shot. Oh, when I have it on, my stats go up a bit. My mana and stamina are draining though. Looks like a skill that boosts stats by consuming mana and stamina then. Unlike Battle Magic and Battle Spirit, looks like this boosts my magic-related stats as well. It's level 1, so it doesn't have a very powerful effect, but if I add this to the pile of things I keep on all the time, and level it up a bunch, I think it'll eventually get really powerful. Yeah, it overlaps with skills I've already got, but if I were to stack them up all at once, way good. This is way good.
Coercion, applies the corruption magic effect to targets in the immediate area.
You too? Well, at least I can probably turn this one on and off, unlike that title. But if I've got them both on, then all of those monsters are just going to pee themselves and then immediately run away, right? Well, since what's done is done, I might as well just leave this on all the time too. Looks like this is another one that doesn't drain anything.
Corruption Attack, applies the attribute to targets struck by attacks.
This looks dangerous. Corruption attribute, an attribute that directly disrupts the soul. This is way past just a mental attack. This is nasty, filthy, vulgar. Let's try it out at some point. Dragon Slayer is a straight-up buff. Bringer of Terror is a delicate balance between bonus and penalty. What's good about is good, but what's bad about it is bad. Well, that's the titles. Now then, and this is what I've been waiting for. Since I leveled up, I earned a bunch of skill points, and, on top of that, I got a ton of them all at once, and that gives me just enough points to buy a skill that I've been looking forward to forever. I didn't think I'd be able to pick this thing up anywhere near this quickly.
Spatial Magic, 500, a magic that manipulates space.
Look! Spatial magic is the gold standard of OP cheat skills. I don't really expect it's going to be instantly amazing as soon as I buy it, since it'll be level 1, but I've got the wonderful privilege of having the Lord of Wisdom title to crank up the speed my magic skills level up at. If I keep at it, it should probably level up in no time. I've got high hopes for spatial magic. The highest one, teleport. This kind of magic exists after all. Of course, when we're talking about space magic, we're talking about teleporting, item boxes, and extra-dimensional mansions, right? Well, an item box that I can use to store things in a pocket dimension probably exists. But since I'm not really in the habit of dragging things along with me, I don't really need it, you know? I really want an extra-dimensional house, but that's probably going to require a really high level. So I think I've got a long way to go until I get that. Teleport, an amazing magic that allows you to instantly travel to a distant location. If I had that, then I wouldn't have to keep fighting and struggling through this enormous middle stratum in order to get out. I've even got a map of the upper strata anyway, thanks to the Lady Wisdom. I'm positive that if I use that map, I can teleport back there with no problems at all. So, hey, so-called voice of heaven. Spatial magic, por favor.
You currently possess 500 skill points. The skill, ALV1, can be acquired for 500 skill points. Would you like to acquire it now?
Yes.
You have acquired the skill, Spatial Magic, LV1. You have 0 skill points remaining.
All right. Let's get this level 1 spell tested out immediately. Commander Magic. Aye, aye, sir.
Commander Magic tests out the level 1 Spatial Magic effect for me. Its name is It traces a cube in mid-air out of green lines. Commander Magic can scale it up and down, change its shape, and move it around. It doesn't seem to actually be made of anything, so it can sink freely into both the magma and the earth. It kinda reminds me of a selection tool on a computer. Now that I think of it, it's probably exactly that.
This looks like a spell that just targets an area of space. What good is that? This is just a guess, but maybe it's needed for the spells at level 2 and up? Probably, yeah. So maybe it's like shadow magic, where it's not really useful until you start leveling it up. Probably, yeah. Well, I don't think spatial magic is particularly useful in combat right now, but the important thing is that I actually managed to get it. For now, let's focus on steadily leveling it up. Anyhow, Commander Magic, this is my top priority, huh? Yep. By the way, how many spells do you think you can keep going simultaneously? Depends on the spell. You know, coordinate lock isn't particularly hard, so I could probably keep about 2 other simple spells at the same time, I think. Understood! Don't go overboard, but while we're moving, keep working on grinding out that skill proficiency. Yes, ma'am.
So I'm a spider, so what? This audiobook is sponsored by Art Tale Novel. If you are interested in exploring what we have provided on our community platform, please download the app arttale.ai/novel.
Commander Body is still slogging through her descaling duties. Oh well, there's 3 of them after all, and that dragon is twice the size of either of those eels. Looks like it'll be a little bit longer before I can get a taste of dragon. Still though, I managed to put down that huge army of monsters that the dragon, who was no pushover itself, had pulled together with relative ease. Am I seriously even stronger than I thought? Perhaps in the future they might start calling me the Demon Lord. That would look really great on me next to Bringer of Terror. Tremble, peons, before your spidery Demon Lord. I kid. At that time, I had no way of knowing. My joking around about becoming the Demon Lord had more meaning than I thought.
Zua Era LV 1530, no name statistics, HP 502 to 502 green, plus 189. Details, 199 up. MP, 4090. 4096, blue, plus 437 details, 2001 up. SPA, 522 to 522. Yellow, details 206 up. 522 to 522. Red, plus 971. Details 206 up. Ags offense. 506. Details 163 up. Ags defense. 603. Details 162 up. Ags magic power. 3,901. Details 1902 up. Ag 3 Vistance 4,021. Details 1891 up. Ags speed 2,580. Details 834 up. Skills automatic HP recovery LV7. Battle magic LV2. New and experiments 1 up damage. LV7. 1-up damage enhancement, LV3. 3. 1-up damage enhancement, LV3. Howl LV7. 1-up, battle spirit, LV4. 2-up, Drader poison attack, LV3. 1. New, greater poison attack, LV3. 4. New, greater poison attack, LV4. New. Poison synthesis, LV8. Thread talent, LV4. 1-up purpose silk, LV8. Throwing LV7, LV8. 10,005. Accelerated thought, LV7. 1-up. Foresight, LV7. 1-up. AV2. AVD. 1-up. Aiming, LV9. LV9. 1-up. AV9-1. AV's 9. LV5. 1-up. AV9. LV. Kerosene, LV1. New, Nuck corruption, magic, LV7. 1-up poison magic, LV7. New, poison magic, LV10. Engorgement, LV10. NU Lee spectrum expansion, LV3. Damage resistance, LV3. 1U. Bashing resistance, LV3. Fire resistance, LV3. 2. Paralysis resistance, LV5 PT. Acid resistance, LV4. 1-up, fainting resistance, LV4. 1-up, fainting resistance, LV8. Pain tolerance, LV7. LV10. Telescopic sight, LV8 of curses, LV7. 1-up, LV8 of paralysis, LV5. 3-ups 3-up pulls, LV7. 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 The Bido V8. 1-up divine, domain expansion, LV4. 1-up greater vitality, LV1. Greater endurance, LV1. Greater toughness, LV4. LV4. LV8ES. SZ. S. No. Benon. Percent I equals. W titles. Skill points available. 0 titles. B01 at the council meeting. The Demon Lord's aide breathes a sighs. I walk down a long corridor. Diagonally ahead of me walks a small figure, nearly 2 heads shorter than I. Her size means that her walking pace is comparatively slow, which in turn means that I cannot move as speedily as I am used to. It is difficult for me, but I shall not overtake her. The young girl in front of me, after all, is the current Demon Lord. We slowly make our way down the corridor, finally arriving at a lone door at the end. There, the Demon Lord stops. To be perfectly honest, I don't want to open this door. I don't want to open it, yet I must. I clamp down on the sigh that almost escaped my lips, then throw open the door. Then, I stand respectfully to the side, bowing as I make way for the Demon Lord. She doesn't even spare me a single glance as she passes me by, as if my actions were only to be expected. After making sure that the Demon Lord has in fact entered the room, I follow behind her, carefully closing the door behind me, so that it makes no sound. The room around us is what you might call a council room. A round table occupies the very center of the room, with the seat of honor in the center of it, reserved for the Demon Lord. When she takes her seat, a total of 10 men and women had already arrived. When the Demon Lord entered the room, half of them stood up in unison. The other half remained seated. My younger brother was among those who remained seated, which is somewhat problematic. Again, I fight back a sigh as I pull out the Demon Lord's chair, motioning her to take a seat. As expected, she doesn't even look at me. Without even a shred of grace, she plops herself elegantly into the offered seat. There's no way to miss the grimaces on the faces of some of the other individuals seated at the table. Most likely, the Demon Lord didn't miss it either. She enjoys seeing these reactions, after all. I personally find it distasteful, but if I let a hint of it show on my face, then there's no way of knowing what she might say to me later. The most effective way to deal with this Demon Lord is to constantly maintain a perfect poker face.
Now then, let's begin. Balto?
Yes.
She gives the signal to convene the meeting. I tersely reply, to be perfectly honest, Once she gives that signal, her entire part in this meeting is effectively finished. I'm the one who handles the proceedings and the practical affairs of the council. Or, more accurately, she's forced all of that onto me.
Now then, let's hear status reports from everyone, starting with the first corps.
As always, the meeting begins with reports of each of the developments occurring in the war. When I give the order, the first one to stand is Agnat, commander of the First Corps, a man who is said to have been the general ever since he served under the Demon Lord from 2 generations past. To a human, he would look youthful, but in reality he has lived for a very long time, even for a demon. Why he himself hasn't become the Demon Lord is a mystery to me. He possesses more than enough power and capacity for the role.
The First Corps is on the Renzent Empire front. We have finished preparations to march on Fort Kusorian. Our logistical operations have been deployed as well. We are ready to march on your command. That is all.
Agnat delivers a clean, straightforward report, leaving out any unnecessary information. A glimpse into his straightforward and sincere personality.
Same from the Second Corps. However, if we might have a little more time, my under-the-table dealings may bear fruit.
The one to stand after Agnat finishes his report is a voluptuous woman, Sanatoria, commander of the Second Corps. She is a succubus, a race of demons who uses their beauty as a weapon. Her under-the-table dealings are most likely something of that nature.
How much time do you need?
At the soonest, 2, maybe 3 days.
You may proceed, as long as it doesn't impede the march.
Thank you.
She smiles at me as she takes her seat, so beautifully that I am momentarily stunned. However, even though she sat back down, the commander of the Third Corps has yet to rise.
Commander Kogo.
We're really going to war, huh? Isn't there any way we can evade it?
You wish to avoid it? If it were avoidable, we wouldn't be doing it in the first place.
There's no way then.
I open my mouth, preparing a more lengthy response to Kogo's continued complaints, but am interrupted by another voice that resounds through the room.
Correct! There's no way! However, Commander Kogo of the Third Corps, if you truly wanted to avoid fighting a war, isn't there something you can do?
It's the Demon Lord. A wicked smile creeps across her face, like she's just thought of a cruel joke.
What is it?
Oh, it's simple. Just have every member of the Third Corps lie down and be the foundation for the new world.
Kogo stiffens in his seat.
What's wrong? You don't have to fight a war if you do that.
Sorry. I won't say anything again. Forgive me.
Kogo, if you've learned anything from this, don't say any more unnecessary things. Do you have anything to report?
Everything's fine.
Good. Next.
The Demon Lord looks a little dissatisfied, but that's fine. The commanders of the 4th, 5th, and 6th Corps report no problems. Next is the commander of the 7th Corps, my younger brother Blow. However, he shows no sign of being about to leave his chair.
Blow.
Brother, I still don't get it. How come you, the guy who united the demon races and brought them under your control, aren't the Demon Lord? Why is it this woman who showed up out of nowhere? Isn't that fucking weird?
Blow.
And you, brother, why are you waiting upon this woman? What the hell do you see in her that made you pledge your undying allegiance like that? I sure as hell don't see it.
There is a limit to how impudent you can be against the Demon Lord.
Blow and Darad have very different personalities, so they frequently clash like this. Usually someone steps in to stop them, but right now there's no sign of anyone willing to do that. There are 3 options for the various commanders: to side with Blow, to side with Bloe, to hold back and watch carefully. However, no matter what their true feelings may be, right now it seems like everyone is choosing to watch.
Blow it is the rule of the world that all of the demon races will follow the Demon Lord no matter who that may be. Have you forgotten?
Like I give a shit. Is this girl really that great? I haven't even seen her do fucking anything.
Do you think it is our place to question the will of the Demon Lord? She possesses deep, unfathomable thoughts that the likes of us cannot even imagine.
And that is exactly what I'm saying. You've just given up on thinking. Like hell, I'm going to just happily nod every time I get an order just because it's from the Demon Lord. You're too much of an idiot to think for yourself. Who are you to preach to me?
You dare to call me a fool?
Huey, commander of the 6th Corps, is stuck between the two of them, his childlike face twisted in annoyance. The other commanders keep a careful eye on the outcome. Among those, Marisophis, commander of the 4th Corps, is inscrutable, even to me. Not a single muscle on his bald, pallid head twitches in the slightest. I do not understand this man, who is even less comprehensible than all of the other suspicious individuals in this army. Because of this behavioral trend, I tend to pay closer attention to him, but right now, he isn't making any suspicious movements.
Enough!
Finally, Blow grasps the hilt of the weapon by his side. Darad reaches for his weapon as well, but his hand never reaches his target.
Where? My body.
I can't move!
They both freeze in place, their bodies incapable of moving as they will it.
Yeah, sorry, but could you maybe stop this stupid fight?